Madrid. Civilization here is almost as old as the game of chess. Some claim the queen was given her powers to honor Queen Isabella. That, my friends, is a chess legacy. Passion for chess continues to thrive in Madrid. For the first time in 30 years, Spain's capital plays host to the Candidates, the most important tournament in chess. At the Palace of Santona, the stakes are high.
And he definitely knows that he hasn't made his 40.
Oh no!
Oh my goodness.
8 of the world's best players competing for the right to challenge for the most coveted title in chess, the World Chess Championship. The Candidates is grueling. The winner requires mental endurance and unbreakable focus. There are those familiar with the biggest stages in chess, yet still chasing unfinished business.
Oh,
You know, the
Hikaru
well is
grabbed his
dry.
coat.
Oh,
He
yeah,
knows
you
it's
know
over.
what that means.
And others from the next wave of stars with little patience for yielding to those before them. Mis amigos, the next challenger to the world champion of chess must come through Madrid. Like Queen Isabella before them, the Candidates is all about leaving a legacy.
Mis amigos, welcome to round 11, 2022 FIDE Candidates. We see our friends of chess walking down the streets, coming to the venue. It's a bright, beautiful day here in Madrid. We see the Spanish commentator team getting set, fans getting their autographs as they will commentate the action that will unfold here at the Palacio de Santonia. The players not quite at their seats just yet. Liren's smaller chair is there, but he's playing quite well. I'm really honored again to be joined by International Master Alireza Firouzja, Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. I am Grandmaster Robert Hess. And guys, Almira, what a great day we had yesterday.
Well, it was such a thrilling round, and there've been so many decisive games lately. So, well, I don't even know where to begin. Maybe Danya can dive into it.
I see, putting me on the spot early. Well, decisive games is right. In a lot of 1e4 games, I am certainly not complaining. Yesterday was action-packed. Really, all of the decisive games were really, really cool in their own way. They all had different signatures, different characteristics, starting, of course, from Liren's incredible win over Report in that crazy position. You had Jan-Krzysztof playing his best game of the tournament and continuing to deal Caruana blow after blow. And, of course, Hikaru Nakamura, he might have played the cleanest and the best game of the round. That was amazing.
It's true, and Jan Nepomniachtchi, he maintains his lead with that draw. As you mentioned, Jan-Krzysztof played his best game of the event. But all eyes were on the matchup between Hikaru Nakamura and Alireza Firouzja. So let's see the recap from yesterday's action.
I mean, the moral of the story is you get creative and bad things happen. You have to not be a creative player and then good things happen. I mean,
in round 10, Hikaru Nakamura rejected creativity and chose to meet Alireza Firouzja's Najdorf Sicilian with the seemingly unambitious knight to f3. This approach proved psychologically effective against Alireza, as it induced him to be overly ambitious with pawn takes f6, imbalancing the position but weakening his pawn structure. In commentary, Daniel Naroditsky shared a deep insight that Hikaru is most effective in punishing poor pawn structure.
If you actually look at Hikaru's structures, they're always healthy. Look at his pawn structure. b4, c5, pawn chain, one pawn island on the king side. Look at Black's pawn structure.
This certainly proved true, as Nakamura never seemed to allow Alireza any real whiffs of counterplay in the ensuing positions. After Alireza played for an interesting trick with knight to d4, an excellent exchange sacrifice allowed Hikaru to establish knight f5, a tremendously outposted pony that Hikaru used to set up unstoppable checkmating threats on g7 with the support of his queen, bishop, and rook. In the final pretty position, only Hikaru's queen and knight tandem remained, but mate on g7 could not be stopped, and Alireza resigned. With this victory, Hikaru fulfilled a prophecy that he had made on stream.
I'm playing the World Rapid and Blitz. I'm gonna play the FIDE Grand Prix. I'm gonna win it. I'm gonna go beat Alireza and the Candidates.
Well, that was a prophecy that came true. We have the prophet next to us. And Almira, Hikaru Nakamura, impressive game.
Well, that was a very impressive game, but what I thought about during the game that I think that Alireza was punished for playing in a very anti-positional manner. I think that in a classical game, Hikaru had enough time to find the best plan in the position and to exploit the weaker structure, as Daniel said.
Yeah, it was a really tough game there for Alireza Firouzja, but I think we can explain why as we bring up the standings, because Alireza Firouzja, he was not heading toward the top and unfortunately sunk to the bottom. So Danya, as we look at the standings, we have Jan Nepomniachtchi still in the lead, but what catches your eye?
Well, it's interesting. If you just look at this standing without knowing the narrative, without knowing the storyline, you think Fabi, Hikaru, Ding, they're just happy to be tied for second place. No. Ding is thrilled. He just won 2 games in a row. Hikaru is thrilled. He just beat Alireza Firouzja in style. Fabiano Caruana, he is far from thrilled because he is a 1.5 points behind Nepo. He was tailing him throughout this entire tournament. He's going to have to turn it around. But all of that pales in comparison to one fact of life, which is that for these standings to be shaken up, Nepo has to lose a game. Somebody has to beat Nepo. And all of the other players are praying that that someone is named Alireza Firouzja.
Well, Almira, yesterday you mentioned how Jan-Krzysztof Duda mathematically eliminated, not having a good event. He just won his game, so he can shake up the standings some more as well.
Well, he could, but I think that today he's playing against Timur Ajabov, and as I might say, the old habits, they die hard. Timur is a very solid player. Jan-Krzysztof was also very solid throughout the tournament, so I think that, the draw is a very likely result today in their game. And I also wanted to say that Alireza Firouzja is looking for revenge, so he is going to throw himself at Jan Nepomniachtchi. And as French would say, the revenge is the dish which is best served cold.
Well, we will bring up the pairings in a bit, but before we do, we talked to Liren in the studio yesterday. He's a player now tied in second place. We asked him about his ambitions and what kind of risk he would take against Fabiano Caruana. Here is that interview.
Depends on the position. He must came very well prepared like before. So the most important part, I think, is the opening. I need to handle the pressure he gave me. Then if I have some chance, of course, I pray for a win.
Magnus Carlsen, of course, said that he wanted to play Alireza Firouzja. Alireza, not at the top of the standings. Do you feel like second place? I know you came to the tournament wanting first, but do you feel like you're now right and tied with second place? Is that something you've been thinking about?
Yes. Now I'm already tied for second place with Hikaru and Fabi. Yeah, I think we are fighting for the second place.
We heard Ding Liren's thoughts. He knows that second place could be important. Usually second equals last at the candidates, but in this particular one with the storyline of Magnus Carlsen potentially declining a world championship match, second place could find their way in a championship match. And, well, speaking of matches, today we have 4 great ones in store for us. Almira, we have Hikaru Nakamura taking on Richard Rapport. That should be a good one. Well,
Richard Rapport is facing a very inspired Hikaru Nakamura because he's playing his second game with white pieces. He won yesterday, so he's certainly going to press today and to win another game, and Richard lost 2 games in a row.
Yeah, it's been a struggle for Richard Rapport indeed, and we will get to the Firouzja Nepo game, don't worry. But let's start at the bottom there, Danya, with you. Fabiano Caruana versus Ding Liren. Old habits better die if Fabiano Caruana hopes to get back into a spot for first place.
Yeah, it's a game with 2 players who are in a completely differing mental state, and I actually really like these kinds of games. Fabi, he's in a tailspin. Second half of the tournament has gone terribly. He's gotten half a point out of 3 games. Ding, he won 2 games in a row, both of them excellent. He's happy to be in second place. He is looking to score the trifecta. The question, will Fabi be able to push his past results behind him? Will he be able to restart the tournament because he's got the white pieces? This is a game where Fabi has to take some risk. A draw right now with white, that'd put him on 1 out of 4 in the second half of the tournament. He ain't looking for that. I think we're going to see a very combative affair today in an Italian or Rui Lopez.
Well, we heard from Ding. He said, I need to play good preparation, then we'll see if I'll take some chances. But Almir, a player who won his first game in 3 years of classical chess, Timur Rajabov, he is the white pieces against someone who definitely takes chances in Jan-Krzysztof Duda.
Well, Jan-Krzysztof Duda won yesterday against Fabiano Caruana, and in somewhat what I might call one-sided game. He played almost perfectly yesterday, but he is black against Timur Rajabov, and as you can see, they haven't played so many classical games, and they made 2 draws, so I expect like a very calm game today.
Okay, and well, all eyes will certainly be on the matchup between Alireza Firouzja and Jan Nepomniachtchi, just like all eyes were on a certain bullet match last night between Danya and Alireza. So, Danya, I think you'll have the most thoughts as you played the most games against Alireza out of anyone in recent times.
Well, I'll qualify by saying that I think I know Alireza the best of everyone. Caveat asterisk in 30-second chess. But you know, Alireza has been really, really struggling. We've talked a lot about the fact that this is his first candidates tournament. He just doesn't have that much experience with these opponents. The nerves, the anxiety, it might be getting to him. You know what? Maybe a little change of scenery, maybe a little steam, blowing off some steam, doing something a little lighter, taking it a little bit less seriously. Maybe that'll pay off. Maybe that's what he needs just to take some of the stress off and play his best chess, because his problems haven't really been in the opening. They've been with his decision-making as a whole. Yesterday, of course, G takes F6. It's not about him not knowing theory. It's about him getting in his own head and making uncharacteristically poor decisions. Let's see if that little nighttime session will do him good today.
And Almira, I mean, Donnie mentions blowing off some steam, relaxing, but he's lost 2 games in a row to Jan Nepomniachtchi in the first half of the candidates, and before that in the Grand Chess Tour event. So on one hand, maybe he's relaxed, but when you lose 2 games in a row to somebody, doesn't that kind of spark your motivation?
Well, it certainly does, but on the other hand, it reminds me of one great movie that I like very much, The Cincinnati Kid, you know, and especially of the last scene where Steve McQueen is desperately trying to win something, you know, even if it's a game of head and tails, you know, so you have to understand what is his state of mind right now. I think he desperately needs to win, and he's especially against Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Yeah, it's an opponent that we've said has a target on his back, but especially in this matchup where Jan has won consecutive games. The youngster, the teenager who's played bullet all night, he is going to look for a victory for sure. And, well, I mean, I guess now that we've highlighted the matchups, it's my turn to go through the games, pick my potential winners. I'm not going to start with this game. This game is too much to ask for. I'm going to start with Hikaru Nakamura versus Richard Rapport. And to put on my Danny cap to go here and vote, I am going to go with Hikaru Nakamura. I know his many fans out there would love to hear that, but I think that Hikaru Nakamura is so well prepared, such good form at this point in the tournament, and for Richard Rapport, he struggled at the opening many times with the black pieces. So I'm going with Hikaru. Wow. Oh my gosh. Like, everybody is picking Hikaru to win.
38 to 617.
Yes, only 38 people have picked Richard Rapport, and now it's counting, 622 and going up for Hikaru. In this matchup between Alireza Firouzja and Jan Nepomniachtchi, it's a result that everybody in the world not named Jan Nepomniachtchi will like to hear. I'm going with Alireza. I do think that his hyper bullet session with our Daniel Naroditsky will serve him well. I think it'll help him relax. And I also think, like Hikaru said, that playing many games, it has you seeing tactics. So I think this will help Alireza Firouzja. So Jan Nepomniachtchi has not lost a game. This will be his first loss. Going to the next one between Rajabov and Duda. Jan-Krzysztof Duda showed great form yesterday, but I think the ultra solid Timur Rajabov, this game is going to end in a draw. And last, but certainly not least, we have Fabiano Caruana with the white pieces against world number 2 and China number 1, Ding Liren. I'm going to surprise everybody. And normally, I think you would think the player with the white pieces is going to win. I'm going with Ding Liren. He's won 2 in a row. He wants the trifecta. I am picking Ding Liren to win a second consecutive game with the black pieces. So that is my 4th and final pick here. Everybody should get involved. You go to chess.com/events. You vote. You have up until move 10. So if you're really smart, you wait until that moment, because you have a chance at $1,000 if you're the top guesser. And here's the kind of the man of the hour, or the man of the last couple of rounds, let's say. He has 2 points over his last 2 games. He puts his jacket
look at the
down.
way he hung his suit.
He's
Perfectly,
ready.
right in the middle.
No, no wrinkles. Well, I see maybe one there.
Okay, I think there's a little more on the right side than the left side. He needs to adjust a little.
So I had a question. Do you think he irons it? Do chess players iron their shirts or t-shirts?
I am a chess player, and I can only speak for myself. I do like to iron my clothing. It's nice to look fresh, even though nobody gives me credit for it, Danny and Fabiano. But it is, I think, something that players, increasingly so, like to look sharp at the board.
Well, I certainly think that Ding has the wind in its sails, as we can say, and he's feeling more confident. And especially during yesterday's interview, he shared with us that he used this opening idea, which he had in store for a while, and which was very useful against Richard Rapport. So his opening preparation is working.
I think Ding Liren has been playing excellent chess ever since that first round loss to Jan Nepomniachtchi. Maybe even the best chess of the tournament. It sounds very strange to say that because Jan Nepomniachtchi is a point and a half ahead. But Ding Liren, yesterday we were talking about what ifs. He probably has spoiled the most chances, Danya.
Yeah, and I wanted to make a point on a slightly different topic. What I'm really curious about is going to be Fabiano's preparation, because Ding with the black piece against 1e4 might be the most predictable player in the tournament. He is an e5 player. Now I'm going to say all of this and then he's going to play the Caro-Kann. So just you wait. But 99% of the time he plays e5. He plays usually the same systems within the Ruy Lopez and the Italian. He has an absolutely unbreakable repertoire, but we're talking here about Fabiano Caruana. He comes prepared with some incredible opening ideas. So I'm going to keep a very close eye on what contributions Fabi can make in this game to Italian or Ruy Lopez theory, or maybe he'll play the King's Gambit in honor of Richard Rapport.
Well, we'll do have Alireza Firouzja.
So he woke up in time.
He did wake up.
I'm relieved.
Yeah, this would have been your fault if he hadn't. And Jan Nepomniachtchi, they have a handshake before the game, but normally handshakes, friendly, greetings. This, I don't know how friendly these players will be towards each other. Jan Nepomniachtchi, he said he'll be a lot less tense when the tournament ends. 4 games remaining. Almira, I think this is the matchup that he's probably most nervous about.
And as you can see, he immediately went away from the chessboard. It's like you can feel the breath of your opponent, so it's extremely violent, this feeling. So I think that he's extremely nervous.
And if you can feel his breath, I hope he brushed his teeth, because that would be better for all. And Richard Rapport, well, it would be better for all if he plays in every single tournament, because he is such an electric player. Not going his way. He has lost 3 of his last 4 games. He had a win in there, but still, he is on a bit of a losing streak. He will hope not to tilt, and he unfortunately has a player that Danya said yesterday, Hikaru Nakamura, when he gets a slightly better pawn structure, he knows how to maximize it. So Danya, we see Rapport at the board. He's there first, although we did see Hikaru enter the playing hall. That coffee maybe is going to be Hikaru's juice.
Yeah, well, first of all, he needs to put it down where the cup holder is. But in all seriousness, the opening, and Robert, we were talking before the show started, the opening is going to be absolutely critical, because one point I want to make, yesterday, Rapport really struggled in that Ruy Lopez. Ding was very well prepared. Now, ultimately, did Richard create chances? He absolutely did. But I always feel that when you have to do that, when you have to start thinking on your own for move 6 or 7 and make your way out of a difficult situation, that sucks all of the energy out of you. And then when the position becomes really tense, when you get a complex middle game, your well-prepared opponent has all of that energy and time to expend on playing the middle game well. I think in this game, the opening is even more critical, because Hikaru with the white pieces, I'm expecting 1e4, and I'm expecting Hikaru to go after Richard in the first 5-10 moves of the game.
And as we talk about Hikaru Nakamura and Richard Rapport, and of course the matchup between Fabiano Caruana and Ding Liren, it will go to show why second place is so important in this tournament. In previous candidates, it's all or nothing. You win or you go home. You do not get that world championship match. But as we see these 2 players, the number 2 player in the world in Ding Liren and Fabiano Caruana, I believe he's still technically number 3 or 4 right now, but Fabiano, who has a world championship match under his belt, these players know that there's a lot at stake. So will Fabiano take the risks that we may think is necessary to win first, or will he say second place is enough because Magnus Carlsen will not play the winner of this candidates tournament?
But if Alireza Firouzja wins today, mathematically, there are so many players that still have the chance, well, if not to win the tournament, then to share the second place.
And we see Alireza on screen here. I mean, everybody needs a win. Here's Hikaru seated at his chair. Jacket is off. The jacket goes on when he either gets cold or when he feels like the game is coming to its conclusion. But you know that this is an important game for the most popular chess content creator on the planet, the biggest Twitch streamer for chess. And we see Jan-Krzysztof, I believe the last player to enter the tournament hall, but somebody who has jumped out of last place by himself into a tie with a couple others. And our first move of the day will be played by former Real Madrid striker Peja Mijatovic. He scored the only goal in Champions League final in 1998 versus Juventus. And amongst these players, they hope to score the only goal, the only decisive game of this round, because they need Jan Nepomniachtchi not to score. And for players like Liren, Fabiano Caruana, and Hikaru Nakamura, they need to get a victory.
And as we await the start of the clocks on the first moves, I read an interview a while ago, I think with Wesley, where he mentioned that the most unpleasant games come when you're leading the tournament and you're playing somebody with nothing to lose. Alireza has nothing to lose right now. He's probably not going to come in first, probably not going to come in second, although, hey, if he wins all of his remaining games, never say never, and you can see him adopting a pensive pose there, maybe taking a little last-second nap. But Jan, Almira, you pointed out that he's nervous. It was clear even in the interview yesterday that the thing that he's most relieved about is that there's only 4 games left. Jan is nervous. Alireza has to try to exploit that and wage warfare on and off the board psychologically as well as with his pieces.
And I think we all know how difficult it is to make a draw when you need it, and especially if you play for a draw in a very obvious manner. So what do you think, Robert, Danya? Is he going for his usual Petrov?
And here we see the former Real Madrid striker, Mijatovic. Again, he scored the only goal in the Champions League final in 1998 versus Juventus. So he's a winner, and he hopes, and this is Alireza Firouzja, that his touch will be good enough to allow Firouzja to win this game against Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Alireza just wants the clocks to be started. We're about to find out if this will be a Petrov. Oh yeah, because they have to make... The ceremonial first move isn't actually the official first move of the game.
No, it's not.
You retract the move, the clocks are started, and there have been cases of the wrong move being made by the illustrious guest. And once again, a lot of 1e4s to kick off round 11.
That's been played the majority of the time here in Madrid, which is where we commentate from. And that is Rey Enigma. If I recognize that outfit, unless it's someone posing as Rey Enigma, because all you need to do is put on that costume and I'll think it's Rey every single time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, it's definitely Rey Enigma. If there was an imposter, there's maybe shoot out of the playing hall pretty quickly. Although you wouldn't know it's an imposter, right? Because it's an Enigma.
And as we see in the top right-hand side of the screen between Firouzja and Jan Nepomniachtchi, predictions have come true. That is a Petrov. And we see c4 played after the Black Knight jump in the center, capturing a pawn. In the top left, Hikaru Nakamura versus Richard Report. No move from Report. And that's not because he doesn't know what to do. We've seen this from him. It's a little bit of psychological play as he does put the pawn to c5. But he's the player who doesn't play instantly in the opening.
Well, he certainly doesn't, but it's also... I have a feeling that sometimes he simply comes and he decides over the board, should I play the Caracan or the Sicilian, or I played a game against him which started with e4, knight f6, e5, knight g8. So anything is possible in Richard's case.
Wow, I mean, we went back to Firouzja and Nepo there, and look at Jan's face. He's a little bit of surprise. He knows his knight has to move in the top right, and he brings it back to f6. But it's an interesting line, so I'm going to bring up that game. We will get to all 4 games. We will not only focus on the game between Alireza and Jan Nepomniachtchi, but the opening is quite interesting thus far. And these 2 pawns here on d4 and c4, we can go back, we'll analyze, see how we got here. But when we get to the live position, I'm sure we'll talk about how white has more advanced pawns, even though black is ahead in development with the 2 minor pieces.
Yeah, this is sort of always been considered a second-rate move. c4 has been around for a while. This is not a novelty. This is not a move that appeared on the scene in the last couple of years. The point is that you are delaying the advance of the d pawn. You're waiting for black to show his cards. And then after knight c6, which is a standard developing move, you can see here another pretty typical idea, d3 to kick the knight away, and now d4 to occupy the center. And Robert, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but to me, and I don't know much about these lines, the instinctual reaction for black is to push the d pawn to d5, right? Contesting the center, And there's a high probability that you'll get an isolated queen pawn situation if white trades on d5 or black takes on c4.
Well, I think that we should point out also the idea that white plays c4 to avoid the symmetrical type of structures in the center. If he avoids the lines with d4 and d5, and Robert, if you can come back like at the beginning, e4, just e4,
Okay.
for example, and try e6 here, d4, d5.
Okay.
So the exchange French, take on d5, knight f3, knight c6, knight f6, sorry,
Yep.
and c4. Here, you know, with the transposition, we could have the position on the game with knight c6, but very often here you play bishop d6. So I'm not sure that Jan is, well, he wants to get this position because his knights was already on c6.
It's a good point that the inclusion of knight c6 may limit black's options. And as we go back to the game continuation, that at the end of this sequence after c4, c4, d3, and then d4, this bishop just went out to e7. So delaying the move d5 is Jan Nepomniachtchi, which allows white to push this pawn up to attack the knight on c6. I don't think you want to rush that move because anytime you push a pawn, you vacate a square for a piece, and that is the e5 square for this knight, offering some trades. But Danya, what do you make of this opening choice from Alireza? He played it quickly, he played it confidently, and we're in rare territory.
I like it. He just decided to get a position, a relatively quiet position, where both players have the room to be themselves, and a situation where the better player will win. If I had to choose a side here, I'd probably choose white. White has the space advantage. And Robert, he waited for you to say that, and then he pushes the pawn to d5. So a very bold decision early on. Alireza took about a minute and a half on this move. Something tells me that he's still well within preparation, but just needed a moment to remember his files, because it's not like he was reviewing them until 5 in the morning yesterday.
And Almira, as we were talking about before the show, you thought that Alireza would play something very concrete, and he would challenge Jan in his opening. This is pretty concrete stuff.
This is a very concrete line. On the other hand, it's also very simple to play because there are not so many tactical ideas in this position. So have a look at this bishop on f5. That's exactly what I wanted to say, that after knight e5, you don't have to exchange. Knight d4 is a very clever move because it asks you a question: where are you going to develop this bishop?
Great question. I'm not sure. Usually black tries to chisel at the pawn structure with c6.
c6.
But maybe Alireza has f4 in the future. Like, he's just trying to go for it. And we know he can be a really aggressive player, sometimes to his own detriment, as we saw yesterday against Hikaru Nakamura. But it's clear that he wants to battle Jan Nepomniachtchi.
And I was looking at the move bishop g4. Is he going to play something like f3 here and g4 then? Is it possible?
Ooh.
I don't think he needs to be asked twice to choose some kind of adventurous line. I guess the good thing for white as well is the queen can always escape towards the other side of the board with queen to b3. So flexibility in this position for Alireza Firouzja, clearly not expected from Jan Nepomniachtchi. We brought him up on camera here. He's sipping that tea, but he's also about to spend some time trying to figure things out.
Yeah, I don't think Jan is too concerned here, because I think it's worthwhile sometimes to ask, well, what's the worst case scenario? Let's say Jan just kind of develops his pieces normally. How bad could it possibly get? Well, the worst case scenario is that white's going to be slightly better. If Jan castles here, for example, and I do like the move c7, c6, not delaying, not procrastinating, and trying to cut into, as you said, chisel at white center immediately before white has completed his development. But let's say that Jan pushes that aside and he castles instead. Alireza is going to develop his knight to c3, his light squared bishop to e2, and he's going to castle. And the worst case scenario for black is that he gets a little bit cramped, but it's not like black has any weaknesses. So I think Alireza isn't trying to win the game in the opening. He's not trying to deliver any crushing blows. He's trying to get a slightly better position and just make it annoying for Jan to play.
Potential counterpoint, Almira, is that Jan Nepomniachtchi, speaking of annoying, he doesn't like cramped positions. So maybe this is a stylistic choice.
This might be a stylistic choice. On the other hand, I thought that Alireza Firouzja is going to castle long here.
Oh.
And actually, that's what I'm expecting from him,
Move
this position.
bishop somewhere, move the
Like,
queen, and then castle queenside.
Even f3, like bishop g4, he's waiting for bishop g4 to play f3, then you can play like in an English attack in the Sicilian, knight c3, bishop b3, queen d2, castle long, and g4.
Oh my goodness.
I want that to be true. Like emotionally, I want to see that. I'm just worried about c7, c6 coming Almira at the wrong moment, and then the center opens up, and the c file opens up, and I don't know.
I think we need to point out, because c6 is the natural move, just to gain black some space, open up this queen on the diagonal. But if this knight is kicked away from e5, it may cost black a pawn. So it's not that straightforward, which is why Jan needs to think, and he actually castled first. So we have spent a good deal of time. You could still get your vote in. It's only move 9. You have until move 10. So your predictions are still up to you. Don't listen to us. You make your own prediction. You're your own boss. But let's zoom out for a moment, as now Alireza Firouzja is on the clock after castles. I think he will continue to take some space, as we've been discussing, and he is up a few minutes, so we'll see how this one continues. But there are other important games. While this one is the leader at play against a very hungry teenager, we have a lot happening in the bottom right-hand side between Fabiano Caruana and Ding Liren. That game is already 15 moves deep. We see Fabiano on camera here. He's looking right at us. I think he knows we're talking about him, but then he decides to leave because we're talking about him. And this is highly theoretical territory. So Ding Liren, he has these pawns on the dark squares. White playing for the light squares. Almira, what do you think about how this opening has gone?
Well, can we have a look at the beginning?
Yeah, we'll bring up an analysis for it so we can...
Because I really like this position,
right
but it seems to be very standard, once again, for this opening, especially when you play 4 or a3, and do not play c3 and d4.
Okay, tell me where...
Here, like a4, Fabi went for a4, and not the main line, probably because Ding Liren is playing the marshal.
Yeah.
Yes. Here, bishop b7, d3, d6, and knight c3. That's the idea behind this move order, that you're not going to play the standard plan with c3 and d4, but you develop your knight on c3.
And he started with bishop b2, and I just wanted to point out why that is because knight c3, while you're trying to hop into the center, it often allows black to quickly make moves like b4 and knight a5, which, I mean, we see the live position, that is what eventually happened, but the move order difference allows knight a5 first, attacking this bishop. Yes, white can steal a pawn, but you lose the bishop pair and have terrible pawn structure. So when the white bishop moves back to a2, black can play b4 and maybe even b3. Sometimes you just throw that pawn away to get rid of this bishop on its annoying diagonal. So I just want to point that out. But Almira, sorry, you
Yes, yes, of course. Just bishop d2. I meant that these were the ideas of the opening. So bishop d2, queen d7, knight c3, so knight a5 anyway, because this is a thematical idea in this opening. b4, knight d2, c5.
And I just want to point out that b3 no longer is good because you can take this knight on a5. That's why bishop d2 was played. But c5?
And this is a very thematical idea also to cement the center. Knight g3. I like this move very much. It's also, once again, a very standard maneuver. And rook a b8. I think Ding is preparing for bishop c6 and b3, maybe in some variations.
Second game in a row, Almira, where he puts his rook on
b8. I was literally opening my mouth to say that Ding likes to use that queen's rook to do work on the queen side.
It's a mysterious move, but I think Almira has a great point that the bishop's trying to move out the way, and then b3 can be an option. Of course, this pawn a4 is targeted, so yeah, an interesting choice by Ding. But after the move knight h4, which brings the next knight into the game, maybe allows white to expand with f4 as well. Now Ding Liren is on the clock. So who's won the opening battle, in your opinion? Almira, I'll start with you.
Well, it's very difficult to assess this position immediately. I like Fabi's position very much because whenever you can play f4, you feel very happy. So, and I have a feeling that black needs to play g6 here. Because if I will have a4 and establish one of my knights on f5, the position of black's king will become very dangerous.
Okay, so Almira prefers the white pieces. Danya?
I mostly agree with Almira, but I have to reveal a certain bias. Of course, I've played the Rai Lopez from the white side a lot longer than I've played it from the black side. And I also know that Fabi has won quite a large share of really, really instructive games in these types of positions. I like the idea of the knight coming to f5. The fact that g6 weakens black's king permanently is of serious concern. But if we look at this line concretely, after g6, if I'm reading the situation right, knight takes c4 does become maybe not so much of a threat, but an idea to be reckoned with. So let's say g6 happens.
Okay, we'll bring up back the analysis board to show Danya's line. G6.
Yeah, let's bring up the analysis board because first and foremost, we have to consider knight sacrifices on f5. They're already in play. For instance, you could start with bishop h6.
Okay, well, we're just going to make sure the analysis board is brought up. So Danya's line is
for now,
not
I
the
can
live
explain
position.
the concept.
Yeah,
maybe. So what I'm saying conceptually is that if a knight is sacrificed on f5, storm clouds are going to gather around black's king. But the other idea, as Almira illustrated, is to push that f pawn to f4. So Ding has a lot to deal with on the king side. And you might ask, what does he have on the queen side to compensate for that? And that is why I'm pretty concerned about black's position in the early going. I'm not quite seeing just yet what the zen of Ding's play is in regards to the queen side. The idea of moving the bishop out from b7 and then going b3, well, there's always going to be that problem of the knight on a5 being hanging. So we'll see. We'll see. The eval bar doesn't seem concerned in the least, but in the early going, I like what Fabi has chosen here.
I have to show your sacrifice with you. I think it would start with bishop h6 or not, but let's say this rook moves away and the knight comes to f5. So most people think, what are you doing? You're giving away a knight for just a pawn. But that's not just any pawn. After g takes f5, then we just take back, and you see the evaluation bar immediately go sky high because the plan is simple. Queen f3, queen g3, queen g7 with checkmate.
Can we have that knife symbol?
Yeah, the knife
sound again. Make that sound.
The knife on f5, the bishop, which is kind of playing archery from back there towards the enemy king as well. And the plan is so straightforward for white. So there's nothing that black can do to hold on here without pieces defending the king. So your knight f5 sacrifice, it's a viable option.
Yeah, it's definitely something that Ding is seriously contemplating. You don't play the move g7, g6 without a very significant amount of thought.
And you kind of have to keep this dark square bishop because you don't play g6, open up the dark squares, and then lose this dark square bishop. That seems like it would be a strategic mistake. But playing with like bishop d8 here, Almira, just feels kind of uncomfortable. So your first instinct was you liked white's position. I'm agreeing with you.
And also I wanted to show that if in this position you can also play bishop f8, let's say. But even this, after bishop f8, let's say rook f8, there's a simple idea like queen d2 might win immediately on the spot. I don't know, like if it is tactically justified, but and then king h8, yes, the only move probably here.
Yeah, you probably have to go here, and this queen is coming up. It doesn't lead to immediate checkmate, but with this bishop still aiming this way and the queen coming in, it is starting to feel uncomfortable, isn't it?
Yeah, it's unpleasant. This is not fun, and Ding has to be very careful in the next 4 or 5 moves. I don't think there's any objective reason for concern yet, but these ideas like knight f5 and bishop h6, Fabi, he knows these positions so well, and I know that Ding knows that, and I think for that reason, he's taking extra care not to let the situation get out of control early.
I agree with you completely because look at Ding. He realized that this is like the first critical moment of the game, and he takes his time, and his time management all throughout the tournament has been very, very, I don't, what is the word? À point.
It's good or
on
bad?
point, on point.
On point,
Yeah.
on point, yes,
I know, you said it in French, I was like, I got you.
Only that.
So, well.
And he plays g6 though, so I think Amir, I get what you're saying because we saw him go down the clock against Hikaru Nakamura, and he understands those moments when he has to think. All right, this was a critical moment because if he doesn't play g6 and the knight just gets on f5 without eventually being kicked out of there, that could be a problem. So Ding Liren has already made 15 moves. Now Fabiano made his 16th, and he will have time remaining after spending an hour or so over the next bunch of moves. But it feels like Ding Liren, he's really a believer in his openings.
Well,
he doesn't
I think
play
we need to point one other thing out.
Go for it.
Which is that Fabi might still be in his preparation. The speed with which you played Bishop H6, again, not a move that you play instantly, unless you're familiar with the position. And if he plays Knight H5 right now, within like a minute, I'd be even more concerned for Ding, because that would mean he's still in his preparation upon sacrificing his knight. That's never fun to deal with. But you're absolutely right. Ding believes in the overall health of his position. He believes that he can manage even if he gets out-prepared in any particular game.
And just judging by, honestly, how little time he spent, because the lines we were just looking at, they seem very scary for the Black King. So you don't make these decisions lightly to push pawns where your king is. So G6, a move that he thought about, he just simply slides his rook over, and Fabiano plays knight H to F5.
Within a minute.
Okay, Ding Liren now on the clock, and this is a really, really big moment, because I think the natural temptation. Oh my gosh, he's just
Ding
so
also
good.
in his prep?
He's so good, because I'm going to show us on the analysis board. I think the natural temptation was to bring the bishop back to F8, but the problem with bishop F8 is bishop to G5, and this knight has nowhere to go. It's not something you see very regularly, and not only does this knight have nowhere to go, so you have to protect it, knight H6 check will be an annoying threat with this bishop aiming at the F7 pawn, and you have to give up that dark square bishop. Your king side will be in trouble for the rest of the game. So bishop D8, going away from your king, it actually keeps your king safer in the long run, because you get to help control your own dark squares by leaving this bishop on the board. Wow.
This is really fascinating. I'm just processing all of this. And I'm so interested to see when each of the players is actually going to exit their preparation. Elmira, go ahead.
Well, I was thinking, how should we continue here? Like if we were in Fabi's shoes, maybe Queen D2.
Okay.
And F4 next, or...
And I guess for Ding Liren, he has this choice of bishop c6. We mentioned that a few times. You could even consider d5, right? Trying to blast open the center, because White's attention is firmly on the king side. And something we've talked about in previous rounds and is important to reinforce is that when somebody is attacking you on a flank, in this case the king side, you can often combat that pressure by playing in the center, distracting White's forces. And what?
Knight G7.
Knight G7.
De-encountering the knight, but attacking the rook. So rook E7 or rook F8 is the big question here for Black. This move actually makes sense to me, Robert.
Yeah, but if I move my rook, are you going to bring your knight right back?
No, Knight G3, F5?
Maybe the other knight's F5. Elmira's right.
Oh, if I go this way, you bring... Or you do Queen F3 because your knight's not protected
The contact between the bishop on D8 and the knight on F6 has been severed. But Queen F3, Knight G4.
So right here?
Rook E7, Queen F3, Knight G4. There must be some sort of a tactic here.
No, but that's why I wanted to play Knight 3 F5, so you don't have this move, Knight G4.
But even here, Knight F5 looks incredibly strong.
I don't know which, probably this one, because in many variations the king would be attacking this knight, and you still can't take here because your king is ripped open.
No, it's important to put the rook on F8. You need the services of the bishop on D8. You need that bishop to operate at its full potential.
It's just kind of uncomfortable to put the rook in line with the bishop, but you're right, rook F8 seems to hold the balance, and we could see a draw by repetition. This would be force Black probably to bring the rook back to E8, and the knight going on a wheel from G7 to F5, the rook sliding back and forth between E8 and F8. Wow, that would be a shocking turn of events.
No, it's impossible. I would still prefer to play Danya's move H3, which he predicted yesterday in Hikaru's game. So here the like Knight G7, Rook F8, and then H3.
Okay.
If you want to play Knight G4, I will simply deprive you of any counterplay.
What a position. A knight on G7? You almost never see that.
I mean, I can probably count on one hand, especially in a Ruy Lopez like this. This is nuts. And that knight is actually quite safe. The reason it's safe is because the bishop on H6 is safe.
Right.
And the reason the bishop is safe is because of the pawn that we just put on H3 to stop Knight G4. So the big question right now is maybe Fabi went for this line in the hopes, and this happens at the high level. You go for a line, and you know that there is an equalizing response. But what you say is, if my opponent finds 5-7 accurate moves in a row, I'm going to give them the draw. Otherwise, I'm going to get a big advantage. I'm taking a gamble. Maybe Fabi's doing that, but Almira, maybe you're right, and Fabi just wants a very complicated position. He's going to play a slow move in response to rook f8.
What I was thinking is that do we have time for a slow move in this position? We know that b3 is a typical idea, even if we sacrifice a pawn. For example, if black plays b3, c takes b3, and knight c6, what should we do? Sacrifice this pawn once again and play b4 to open our bishop?
It's a really big decision there because, yeah, this bishop is not much of a bishop with a pawn in the way, but playing b4 also has some risks because.
Hi, everyone. I'm sorry, but we're
A better punch.
Hi, everyone.
That Ding Liren moved quickly, and we should remind everybody as we catch up to the live board here with rook f8, he plays the accurate move, that Ding Liren has a pretty monster score against Fabiano Caruana throughout their history. Fabiano has beaten him just a couple of times, whereas Ding, I know some of the games were from childhood, but Ding Liren has beaten him much more often. So it's I wonder if that weighs on Fabiano.
But you say childhood, and Almira, you are the Fabi whisperer. He plays h3. But just to complete the thought really quickly, a couple of days ago I was analyzing an opening, and I look at the games list, and there was a Fabi game from 2009 or something, and I was like, that game doesn't count. Then I looked at his rating. He's like 2680. Yeah. I'm like, 2009, that was 13 years ago. These guys have been GMs forever. But h3, amazing.
Well, the same is true for Richard Report. We showed his game yesterday, and we said like it was played 8 years ago.
And he was over 2,700.
And he's over 2,700. It's like how strong they were when they were young.
Yeah, no, I mean, we still got to count those games as we see their head-to-head history, how they match up against each other. We see that there are 5 wins for Ding Liren, 2 for Fabiano. They are the same age. And so those first couple games, those first couple wins for Ding Liren happened in these world youth events when they were young teenagers or maybe not even in their teens. But still, Ding Liren, 2806. We know that he's the #1 player from China, #2 player in the world, playing in his 3rd Candidates Tournament. But maybe the most interesting stat of all is that last one where Fabiano has beaten Magnus 5 times, and Ding Liren, despite being the next up in the rating list, has never taken down Magnus in classical chess.
By the way, I wanted to bring up the topic of the tie breaks, because we know that, for example, if those 2 players will share for the 2nd place, how are we going to decide? Because there are tie breaks which, well, in the regulations, which are supposed to be for in case of the tie, the 1st place. But how are we going to decide who is 2nd?
They actually don't have a tiebreak match for 2nd place in this tournament.
So there will be 3 different criteria.
They use the tiebreak criteria, which, you know, you don't come into the candidates expecting that you need to decide between 2nd and 4th place in any meaningful way, if that's, you know, where we stand at the end of the tournament. So it might be another topic of conversation where people always want to see ties played out over the board in chess. Why not? You just set up a board, you go play a quicker time control, and that's that. And that would happen in the event that somebody catches up to Jan Nepomniachtchi, but not in the event that these 2 players or Hikaru Nakamura, they're sharing that 2nd place. So that's going to probably be a big storyline if, in fact, Magnus Carlsen does not play the World Championship.
I think that for the moment, Fabiano Caruana has a slightly better tiebreak if he ties for the 2nd.
Oh, Fabiano, then he should be happy about that, but the last 3 rounds have not gone his way, so I'm guessing he's not thinking about tie breaks just yet, but it is something that we'll need to keep an eye on. And as we look across the 4 boards, we see that in the top left, Hikaru Nakamura, he has the white side of a Sicilian defense. In the bottom left, we have Rajabov and Duda. They're playing a battle in the center with the d4 pawns and c5 pawns staring at each other, and the top right, by the way, the c6 and take on d5 has happened, as has your move Almira f3, clearly not trying to trade light square bishops. But let's go to that game between Hikaru Nakamura and Richard Report. Nakamura enters the day tied for 2nd place, and, well, these types of positions extremely
I wonder what opening this was.
Definitely wasn't a Sicilian, not at all. But as a standard in many Sicilians, the d5 square is white's for the taking, but black has this dark square bishop unopposed on the diagonals, but staring into thin air.
They're playing one of my favorite openings, the
Yeah?
Sveshnikov Sicilian. Yes,
Okay.
like I was playing it for so many years, and makes me very happy that it became once again very popular recently. But Hikaru has chosen a very solid line once again. So he's saying, okay, let's get at me.
Yeah.
He's inviting Richard for a dance.
And we could show how we got here. We'll bring up the analysis board to start from the beginning, where we had a Sicilian. We saw Richard play that move. And Richard has, by the way, played knight c6 very often in this event and others. And we see the quick move e5. So this is a committal choice. We saw it in the game between Hikaru and Alireza. The knight went back to f3, but that was a slightly different position. And that's important because white can take advantage of the fact that d6 square is currently available to his pieces.
Although, Robert, may I interrupt you for just a second? The reason Hikaru took some time instead of knight db5, which for decades was considered the only move, recently the ridiculous looking move knight de2 has been making appearances at the highest level, followed by knight g3. So I feel like Hikaru may have thought about taking this onto an offbeat path, but then thought better of it and decided to go down the more conventional Sveshnikov path.
Right.
Go on.
So he says, let's go knight to b5. d6 play to make sure that knight isn't going in there, which would force black to give up that dark square bishop. Bishop g5. This is all well-known theory. And black plays a6, because the last thing black wants is to see this knight land on d5, and then a knight lands on c7, and you see a fork of the king and the rook.
Speak for yourself. I want that.
You certainly do not. Knight drops back to a3. We see b5, and after knight d5, bishop e7 takes. Bishop takes back. No g takes f6 in this game. And then we see c3. So white doesn't actually want to take this bishop. As we scroll to the live board, white kind of operates around that bishop, playing natural moves like g3, bishop g2, reinforcing the center here. And after this move, Report has been thinking for 5 minutes and 45 seconds because it's not entirely clear what black's plan is, right? You can think about f5, you can think about knight e7 to trade the pieces, but Almira, you said you've been playing this position your whole life. What do you make of it so far?
Well, I think the most natural move in this position would be a5, actually, because you want to play knight e7, but you don't want the other knight to jump onto the d5 square. So first you
Just to show what your point is, that this knight replaces the other.
Because you cannot play knight e3 because I will most certainly take bishop e3. So that's the point behind black's play. So you start with this very important move a5.
Which he just played, by the way.
He did, in fact, play a5.
Oh, he already played. It's okay. So, and then you play knight e7, bishop e6, with a very comfortable play for black.
Okay, and Danya, Almira is liking this from black's perspective. What do you think? How's Hikaru feeling?
I think Hikaru is feeling fine. I mean, the move g3, and I'm pretty rusty on my parentheses Sveshnikov theory, on all of my theory, but as far as I know, g3 is not common at all. I know that a4 is, Almira, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's the sort of old school and most established way of playing, trying to strike at the queen side. g3, to me, is a clear indication that Hikaru wants to take this game off the beaten path. He just wants to get a position where he isn't risking too much, where his king is perfectly safe, and where he's shooting for but a very small edge. I really like the move a5. I think if Richard can solve the problem of the d5 square, if he can successfully get in knight e7 and bishop e6, and then maybe he should play bishop f6 and take with the g pawn, a la Alireza. No, I'm kidding. But if he can solve the problem of the d5 square, he'll be completely fine, and his pawn structure is totally and completely healthy. I like the way it's looking for him so far. Position is equal, I think.
And Hikaru spent more time, so that leads me to believe he wasn't expecting this today or wasn't as well prepared in this opening as he was in others. And if we're honest about yesterday's game, and Hikaru himself said this, he had no advantage after the first dozen or so moves. It was only until Alireza took it upon himself to make things complicated, unnecessarily so. So maybe he's relying on that again, Almira, where he's saying Richard likes spicy chess. He doesn't want a positional battle. He's going to throw his piece at me at some point, and I can take advantage of him overstepping.
Exactly, that's what I meant, that he's inviting him for a dance, maybe for a dance flamenco, who knows. But I wanted to underline that Hikaru has a very healthy position. So
Yes.
in this, well, he has a very interesting idea up his sleeve is to play h4, what I wanted to show, because you asked this bishop a question, because a very typical idea in this opening would be to play knight e7, bishop b6, queen d7, and then bishop d8 and bishop b6. But after bishop h6, you know, this is no longer possible, so you have to switch to another plan with g6 and f5 maybe. So this is a very complicated position, but I think that Hikaru, well, wants to take it slow.
And the good thing for Hikaru is he has like 5 different moves that all keep the status quo, which maintains the evaluation bar where it sits. But I like what you were saying, that Black's plan is actually quite clear. Knight e7, bishop e6. And so oftentimes people play this move bishop h3. And it says that Black's has a bit of advantage after bishop takes e3 and rook takes h3. And the reason why is Almira's move a5. Without this move, let's say this knight came to e7, don't take my knight. We're going to pretend you can't take my knight on b4, okay? I know the evaluation bar is going to go down, but if you can't take my knight and have to take this one instead, this is like the worst possible scenario. And this is the player who's playing the white side of the Sicilian's dreams. Playing as a dark square bishop, even if it was on e7, looking a little bit better, but the knight on d5 cannot be touched. It's on an outpost. So it doesn't look like Hikaru can establish that in this game.
Not for the moment, but this is certainly your dream position. So maybe even if you trade a few rooks, so you can take with maybe a rook on d5. And another idea behind the move h4 is that the d6 pawn is such a weakness that you want to have a bishop to protect it. So after bishop h6, you can double your rooks on the d file, simply castle first, so play knight, queen d3, rook d1, and could be a bit unpleasant, although I still feel that the position, well, is very balanced.
It's such a good point, though, that the d6 pawn is behind that white knight on d5, so we don't always look at that. We just look at the square. That we love that d5 square, but a large reason why is because you can stop that pawn in its tracks and then go after it. And Hikaru decides to castle instead of playing h4 first. He can play h4 later. Just because he's castled square doesn't mean it's out of the question. So he instead castles, and maybe at some point can even look at the move f4, though that carries its own risks.
I think the one important thing to point out here is that in many Sveshnikov positions, Black wants to shove through f7, f5 as quickly as possible. I don't think this is one of those situations. I think this would fully justify the placement of Hikaru's bishop on g2. If Black plays f5 here, White says thank you very much, takes on f5, plays knight ce3, and Black hasn't really squeezed a lot out of that advance. So here, it's very important for Richard to focus with a single mind on the elimination of the knight on d5, and to do so while, as Almira pointed out, keeping the d6 pawn well protected.
And Richard looks extremely focused, and we'll leave him for the moment trying to figure out what to do, because we have a big move as we bring back the bird's eye view, see all 4 games. And if we look in the bottom right-hand side of our screen, Ding Liren has in fact jettisoned a pawn. He pushed it to b3, where 3 white pieces cover the square and only 1 for Black. But we were showing the point, right? It shuts down that bishop on a2, and it is now causing Fabiano to think. So that game will remain very interesting. It's such a unique position with a knight in enemy territory, but the solid structure that Black has definitely keeps him well within the game. But maybe we should go to our game between Radjabov and Duda. We haven't looked at that one. It's the only one we haven't checked out yet, so I'm going to pull that one up. There are only 11 moves in, and I think, Almira, our predictions of it's just going to be a pretty solid game. It seems like Radjabov not taking tremendous risk.
What an exciting opening choice.
All right, that's the answer that I wanted to take. It might be time for it, but I wouldn't say that it's like a dead draw or anything like that.
Well,
you guys
it's not
agree
without
with
venom.
It's not without venom. That's a good expression. Queen c2 already creates a threat.
Yeah, of course, there are ways to create threats in the position, but our reaction is because look at the pawn structure. It's pretty symmetrical, except for the fact that White has fianchettoed on both sides, but the bishop's in the long diagonal, and Black has a bishop on c5, not really doing the maximum. In fact, that bishop can often be a target for white's pieces. So I do believe that Timur isn't just playing for a draw. He's playing to have a risk-free position where he can try to outplay Jan-Krzysztof, because let's not forget that a couple rounds ago, when Jan-Krzysztof was black against Ding Liren, that also looked like a harmless position where perhaps Duda shouldn't be in so much trouble. But Ding Liren was able to increase the pressure move after move and score a really nice victory that he even talked to us a little bit about. So with Radjabov ahead in the clock and in a comfort zone of his, this is his style of opening, maybe he is waiting to pounce, but isn't going to do so in the first dozen moves.
Robert, and please have a look at the third move already.
Okay, we'll bring up the analysis board to rewind in this game and show how we got here. That the third move here was b3 by Timur. So, hey, if Hikaru can play b3, why not Timur?
But that's quite an unusual move order. I would say probably he's trying to avoid the main lines of the Queen's Gambit.
Mm-hmm.
So b3, d5, bishop d2 first, striving for somewhat like double fianchetto, what happened in the game. And only then he develops his bishop, second bishop on g2.
Right. And then takes on d5 at this moment. And I'd say this is actually a pretty instructive moment, because knight takes d5. We usually recapture pawns with pawns. But after e takes d5, the problem becomes that whether you play d4 now or after castling, black plays the move c5 to gain space. And then when white plays d4, you're either going to be left with hanging pawns, where I'll just make a move to show that this kind of structure is not always easy to defend. And anytime you push a pawn, you leave a square behind. Same deal with this pawn. You leave the c4
knight h4 to f5 becomes a very nasty idea in such positions.
All sorts of possibilities here. Or if you don't want hanging pawns, you'd have to take on d4, or capture the piece on c5. You're left with this isolated pawn on d5. So pawns want to be near each other, and that's why instead of capturing with the pawn, he takes the knight and just develops and plays c5 in this move order, saying you had two pawns in the center compared to my one. Now I'm eliminating your pawn with mine. So,
and it's very important to play c5 here, otherwise white simply takes the center.
Right. White can even think about playing e4 and just, you have two pawns in the center. So c5 challenging, takes, bishop takes, and I guess one point we could have made, and no longer is really there, is that white, like in the game between Firouzja and Caruana, you don't often want to make this e4 move. It gives black squares. This pawn is covering the very important d3 square. And a common idea is actually for a knight to get to d3. That if this knight goes to e5, it often backtracks to d3. And black's open file isn't going to amount to much with this queen on d8 trying to use it. So it's a really actually interesting kind of technical battle. It's not as clear as threatening checkmate but putting a knight on f5, things like that. But the nuances become extremely important.
Well, I think this was a very important point about the knight on d3, because very often the two knights, if you would trade the bishops, are a little bit stronger than black's two knights. And what I think Timur tried to obtain against Ding here is somewhere more realistic. He would try to squeeze something out of the c6 square in a long-term battle.
Yeah, that's important, right? Because there's no pawn that can defend that square. So that's a place where maybe a knight will go, or if we can kick this bishop out eventually, use it for a rook. And this bishop is just worse than the bishop on b2, right? That bishop has the entire length of the board. It's the best diagonal to be on. And so that's maybe going to keep Radjabov with a slight edge. But, right now is Radjabov's move. He needs to prove it. That's the thing, is you can get an advantage. The computer can like your position. But if you don't actually create some threats, at some moment, black just neutralizes it and maintains the equality. So not the most exciting game yet, but I do believe that it could heat up in the future.
And Timur is investing a significant amount of time in this position, precisely because I think he realizes that if Duda goes knight b to d7, and then rook c8, and then queen e7, all he really needs is like 3 or 4 moves, and he's completely consolidated. So the last thing I'll say is that queen c2 was a very appealing move to be initially, and maybe we could just very quickly show what threat it creates. If you play queen c2 and then a random move, such as a6, there is the incredibly nasty knight g5. And if bishop takes g2, the point is you have this crushing intermezzo, bishop takes f6 with the mate threat on h7. But the reason queen c2 isn't quite as good as it looks is because of the simple, I think, knight bd7. And when the knights are connected, the sting is taken out of any bishop takes f6 move. So knight g5 is no longer dangerous. And what's more is that the queen on c2 can be targeted. I'll let you finish showing the line. But the queen on c2 can be targeted by a black rook on c8. And so Timur has decided to delay that move in favor of preparing the queenside expansion with a3. I like that approach, and we will see if Jan-Krzysztof manages to complete the neutralization of any small edge that Timur might still have in the next couple of moves.
And we saw Jan-Krzysztof play an a5 type of move against Liren, but that comes with consequences. After you move the pawn to a5, the b5 square often can become white for the taking, and this b6 pawn will be a target if this bishop ever had to leave. So it's a big moment as well for Jan-Krzysztof. He will have to make a concession, either with the bishop forced back or with his pawn going forward, but leaving squares behind. But we will leave this one behind just for the moment. We won't lose sight of it completely. We have to pay attention to all of these fantastic players. But I mean, we have to have our eyes set on Alireza Firouzja's clock against Jan Nepomniachtchi. The board is interesting, but the clock, he's up 20 minutes against perhaps the fastest player in the game.
How many games have you played yesterday?
How many games did we play? Exactly 250.
Oh my gosh.
But they were 30-second games.
Yeah,
so
but
that's not as much as it sounds.
It's a
The
ton.
interesting thing is Alireza was playing exclusively d4 against me, so maybe he was suspicious of a certain Jan Nepomniachtchi using those 30-second games to prepare. And here he doubles back and plays one e4. But the only other time, as far as I remember, that Jan was down a significant amount of time near the opening was against Fabiano Caruana. And he ended up getting a very, very dubious position in that game. Jan does not like being down 20 or 30 minutes on the clock. So this is a promising sign for Firouzja. As far as the position is concerned, I don't really know if we can talk about a realistic advantage for him unless he plays very, very accurately here. And maybe f3, f4 is a serious candidate move that he should consider.
But I'll argue that this is the type of position Firouzja should have been looking for throughout the entire tournament. That when he played the game with the white pieces against Fabiano Caruana, he played a Catalan that he never was comfortable in. And so he's been trying to mix up his openings, trying to catch his opponents by surprise. But when you do that and you haven't historically played those openings, you can find yourself in a new position that your opponent is familiar with. Maybe not the exact move order, not exactly the piece on the same squares that you looked at in your computer, but you have a good feel for the position. So I would say that honestly for both of these players, because Jan Nepomniachtchi, he is a very energetic player himself, that I think this suits both of their styles.
Well, let's say that yesterday or tonight, Alireza shook off like some of his rust, because it's very difficult to make decisions over the board when you didn't play for such a long time. And Hikaru criticized it even. He said that it was a big mistake. So let's see if those 250 games will help Alireza to play more precisely today, to see tactical ideas. I do like this move f4, which is very concrete. Once again, because what to do here? Knight c4 probably.
Yeah, as we analyze the position, the knight I guess has to venture into a square like c4, and I'm tempted to kick it to hope the knight goes backwards, but because the knight on c3 is a little bit loose, maybe you can get away with this adventurous knight e3, and even that doesn't tell the full story. White can take the knight, black returns the favor, and then this bishop slides back, let's say to g1. This queen is in the line of fire. This rook, while it's seemingly well placed, it could, maybe get even trapped if this bishop comes to c4 and the rook is losing squares very quickly. This is a complex position.
Yeah, but at the end of the line, black has queen a5 in this position we have on the board. And I'm quite concerned for the health and safety of white's d5 pawn. And if you lose that pawn, you may start to lose your grip on the position. It's a super, super complicated situation. But if we go back to the position after f4, I also find the move knight e5 to g6 to be quite natural. And of course, pushing the pawn to f5 is highly inadvisable because it gives up the e5 square permanently. And here Alireza would have to find a way to get his dark squared bishop out of the game. Because if you develop it immediately, you drop b2. If you say, let me play rook b1 first, that's a tiny mistake because of a certain rook takes c3 move, and you lose a piece. You can't really move your queen and defend the pawn because the knight on d4 is going to be hanging. So Alireza has some logistical problems. When you've got a big space advantage, these problems tend to arise because you have a lot of stuff that you have to supervise and a lot of pawns and squares and pieces that you have to watch over. I think objectively white probably has a small edge, but Alireza is going to have to be very precise in the next couple of moves.
And that's why you learn from Hikaru Nakamura and you make rook pawn moves like a4. And that was a similar theme as his game against Fabiano Caruana. That queen was on g6 and Hikaru played h4. But the point is, as Danya was mentioning, this b2 pawn is always targeted. So let's kick that queen out of there. And if you make the move a5, you hand over the b5 square for the rest of the game. And white has 2 knights and a bishop that all would be happy to sit there. So yeah, it's a really fun position, honestly. This bishop on e7, not looking very good. Black's knights for the moment, they're fine, but they don't necessarily have the clearest future. But this d5 pawn, I think that's really one of the big storylines here, is that a pawn that has gone too far?
Yeah, it looks like, the Roman Empire, like with all its borders,
right,
which potentially could be attacked, from every side.
Right, the Goths from c8 and the Visigoths from e8 and the Ostrogoths from b6. So white is having some trouble keeping his empire alive. I like that comparison by Elmira, and I think Alireza is doing the right thing, taking his first significant think in this position.
It's not an easy one to figure out, to parse through all the details. And he wants to play f4 to kick that knight, but he is concerned about the knight going into c4. It's probably his first thought, and the knight going to g6, as you mentioned, also seems all right. But as we look at Alireza, the impact of a long night of hyper-bullet chess, I can't quite tell if he's feeling exhausted or if he's feeling rejuvenated, because sometimes just
19. I slept 2-3 hours when I was 19 and felt completely fine. I could take 6 exams the next day and then play 3 classical games. Well, this is the candidates we're talking about, but it's no big deal.
Yeah, for you it could be rejuvenating. For him, I mean, you could maybe see him have a little sleep in his eye. It depends on the occasion, but I do think my ultimate point was that having fun can often be the best form of preparation, because sometimes, and this is true of any discipline and from people I've spoken to, whether mathematicians or writers, that if you're just in the weeds nonstop and you're spending 14 hours a day doing that, there's something called writer's block, right? And sometimes you're just like, I'm not enjoying this. And so when you get that joy back, it can actually help you play even better, or whatever the other profession is, you do that better.
I agree with you, but this is so different, once again, from what I've been taught to,
Yeah.
The model is completely different now than it was like 20, 30 years ago. So you wouldn't sacrifice everything on the altar of a chess game. So I think bringing the joy and the element of pleasure is very important when you do something even on such a high level.
Yeah.
And I have one last thing to add on that topic. I think there will definitely be people who hold it against, let's say, Alireza for quote-unquote not taking it seriously enough, or quote-unquote self-sabotaging the rest of his chances. He doesn't care because he knows he can't win the candidates. I think, to be completely frank, that's an absurd accusation. And I think none of us can possibly imagine the pressure that these players are under. We're literally in Madrid. We're like 100 feet from the players. We're breathing in the smoke of the tournament, and yet we still can't possibly imagine all of the influences, all of the pressure that these players have to deal with morning to night, from the moment they wake up and step into the shower to the moment they pull back the blanket at 6 a.m. and lie down for 5 hours of sleep before playing Nepo. So I don't think we need to always take everything so seriously. I think it's a given that all of these players want to win more than anything in the world, because this is what they do. They live and breathe chess. And like you said, sometimes having a little bit of fun, 2 hours of levity, 2 hours of just blowing off steam, sometimes that can be helpful. And, I think we should be We should relax.
Well, I think the conversation would be different if Jan Nepomniachtchi was doing it.
Oh yeah,
Because
that is true.
all the seriousness that Alireza has been giving this tournament hasn't been working out. So he needs to change something, and if that something is just playing online blitz, then go for it. But if Jan Nepomniachtchi had been playing 30-second chess all night, we'd be like, what are you doing? You're about to win the candidates. That's not good preparation. So I do think that it depends on the person. We have Alireza Firouzja on screen here. He's working hard at the chessboard. He will try to take down Jan Nepomniachtchi in what is a really interesting game with chances for both. And, well, he's going to be working for a while, so I think it's a perfect time for us to go on our first break of the day. But don't worry, we certainly will be back with all the coverage from the 11th round of the 2022 FIDE Candidates. And this tournament, it's ongoing, but we have many other great events, even when it concludes. We have the I Am Not a GM Speed Chess Championship. We have Eric Rosen, the Stalemate King, taking on James Canty III, who's been razor sharp in his battles recently. So that will be the finals of the I Am Not a GM Speed Chess Championship, Thursday, July 7th, 10:30 a.m. Pacific, 7:30 p.m. Central Eastern European, not Central Eastern. I'm on Eastern time in New York, so I have this in my head. Central European time, right here on chess.com. We'll be back for more from the Palacio de Santonia in just a few.
How many brilliant moves have you played? When do you play your best chess? How many games have you won by castling in the endgame? How many opponents have you played from New Zealand? And most importantly of all, how many Botez gambits has Alexandra Botez played? Find the answers to all of these questions and many, many more at chess.com/insights. Our new tool that lets you dive deep into all of the fun and instructive data behind your chess. Try it today.
El ajedrez puede ser jugado por todo el mundo y ese es el enfoque primordial de ajedrez con cabeza. Demostrar que todo el mundo, aunque no sepas nada de ajedrez, puede acercarse al ajedrez y disfrutar del ajedrez.
Pues en este club ahora mismo hay 300 personas de socios. Entonces hay de todas las edades, de niños que van de los 4 años hasta señoras y señores que tienen 85.
We always say we are a family. The people who come here say that it is like being home. Everyone is very comfortable here.
Empezamos un grupo de amigas y empezamos sin saber nada. Y ahora jugamos mucho y estamos súper enganchadas al ajedrez.
He salido muchas veces a jugar por las calles de Madrid con el Club de Ajedrez con Cabeza y hoy, por ejemplo, pues en la primera inauguración de este club no me la podía perder y nada, pues estaba aquí esta mañana pues jugando con todo el mundo.
Tuve, la verdad, el honor de ser invitado a la fiesta de inauguración del torneo de candidatos. Fue un auténtico privilegio pues, ver a los jugadores y estar a menos de 1 metro de ellos. Cualquiera de los 8 jugadores yo creo que puede dar la sorpresa y retar a Carlsen.
The defending champion Jan Nepomniachtchi is back at the candidates, effecting his 2nd straight bid to challenge for the World Chess Championship. One of the more experienced players, Nepo brings to Madrid an aggressive style that is both challenging to face and entertaining to watch. 2 years ago, Nepo made the most of his debut in the candidates. With a round to spare, he won the event in convincing fashion.
That's all he needed. Jan Nepomniachtchi is the 2021 World Chess Championship challenger.
That victory led Nepo to a World Championship match with Carlsen and also secured his return to the candidates in Madrid this year. Despite being one of only 2 players in the field to have won the candidates, the expectations for Nepo were not particularly high this time around. However, his confidence from having won here before, in addition to his years of competitive experience, may offer him a shot to turn some heads. If Nepo should pull a major upset and face Magnus Carlsen again, the two know each other well. Nepo has competed against Carlsen for decades, ever since the two prodigies were 12 years old.
Chess Kid is fun. Chess is great for the brain, but it's also fun to play. And Chess Kid makes it easy to have fun. Whether your child is a total beginner or a prodigy, they can hop on and find a well-matched opponent from around the world at any time. Chess Kid is the safe, parent-approved way for your child to play chess online. Chess Kid is educational. To kids, it feels just like playing, but chess is a great way to learn patience, strategy, and critical thinking. Chess Kid features a comprehensive training program that guides kids to level up on their way to mastery. This curriculum is designed to work with Common Core standards and global educational guidelines. There are more than 50,000 chess puzzles and a whole library of entertaining videos that teach strategies, tactics, openings, and endgames specifically for kids. Chess Kid is easy. Whether you're a parent helping your child, a coach managing dozens of kids, or a school of hundreds, Chess Kid helps you organize your students and monitor their progress. Each child receives a weekly report card that shows how many lessons, puzzles, and games were completed. You can also organize kids into clubs and send them messages. Chess Kid is the online home of scholastic chess for thousands of kids, parents, schools, and coaches. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for?
That clip always makes us laugh. There's Alireza Firouzja, and we have a special guest in the studio.
Robert, tell me, my microphone working? It's honestly honor to be here. You know, it's my plans. You know, I was supposed to be in Zagreb, but you know, candidates are going on. You know, my flight was diverted to Madrid of all places, and I found out me or Robert doing commentary and decided to step in for a little bit. You know.
Well, I'm glad that huge chair didn't prevent you from coming here.
How many people believed it?
I don't know how many people believed it, but it's funny every time. This is International Master Elmiro Skripchenko, Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. I'm Grandmaster Robert Hess, and we are here at the 2022 FIDE Candidates Tournament. Jan Nepomniachtchi is the leader. He is taking on that player that you see on your screen in front of you. That is Alireza Firouzja, the 19-year-old Iranian-French player who has the world in front of him in terms of his chess, but this tournament has not been his event. And as we pull up the standings, remind you of where we sit heading into today. Jan Nepomniachtchi at 7 out of 10. He has been playing out of this world, but there are 3 players trailing him who also are competing with each other for second place?
Well, first of all, I wanted to say that Jan Nepomniachtchi is on the verge of winning his second candidates tournament. This is already a historical achievement, but back-to-back win. I think there was only one player that achieved it. Well, it was Vasily Smyslov. We are talking about the tournament, so his chess was simply brilliant at this tournament. Even if not perfect at times, but I think that he managed to to deal with everything in the best way possible. So.
Yeah, I mean, Danya, he's been incredible. And again, we look at that right-hand side of the screen, 0 losses for Jan Nepomniachtchi. He says that's what it takes to win the tournament.
An unbelievable performance, and I want to repeat something, so you have to exit Kasparov mode. And he goes, an unbelievable, what was I going to say? Scratch that. What I was going to say before is that, and I think I made this point after the second or third round, or that I was commentating, this is off on the wrong foot, but basically, after Jan lost to Magnus, a lot of people succumb to this kind of recency effect, where they look at a player's most immediate tournament performance and they make all conclusions on the basis of it. And they say, well, Jan got crushed by Magnus, he's done for, he has no chances in the candidates. What are you saying? Jan is one of the favorites. He's played well in the candidates before. He plays well in very important tournaments. He has a track record of playing well under pressure. Yes, he had a bad world championship. He wasn't just playing anybody. Everybody has had a pretty bad world championship against Magnus, maybe save for Fabiano Caruana, but even they succumbed under pressure when push came to shove. So let's not jump to these conclusions, and let's realize that while it's incredibly impressive that Jan is playing as well as he is, I'm not all that surprised. It's freaking Jan Nepomniachtchi, for God's sake.
Well, somebody who never jumps to conclusions is the man we see on screen in front of us, Fabiano Caruana. He always calculates before he makes decisions. He doesn't speculate. He's not somebody who will take a decision lightly. And in his game, the position has in fact changed from where we left it. We saw that the pawn was pushed up the board by Ding Liren, and now we see a pawn structure for white that is quite ugly, but white is a pawn ahead. So we will rewind just a couple moves, bring up the analysis board here to show you how it happened. But it was a big decision for Ding Liren to play b3, and perhaps even bigger decision by Fabiano Caruana to take with the bishop on b3. Almira, what do you make of Fabiano's choice?
Actually, this is a very important positional decision because he doesn't want to play the position with cb3, knight c6. He prefers to exchange this, very bad bishop against quite a powerful knight, and bishop b3 is once again a very important decision in this game. Although I have the feeling that the position is somewhat still balanced because Ding sacrificed the pawn, but he has a pair of bishops which might become active at some point. So he will be able to activate his bishop also via bishop a5. Not immediately, but he has this possibility.
And Danya, we were kind of praising this knight on g7. What an interesting gallop to that square. But maybe that's a horse that's not going to be able to get out of the stable.
I'll be honest, I think it's time to start thinking about getting off the board and repeating moves with knight f5, rook e8, knight g7. Because the reality is that white is essentially out of fuel on the king side. The decision to play b3, I think, was an excellent one, not only from a positional point of view and from the point of view of eliminating Fabi's strongest attacker on a2, but also from the point of view of ruining the queenside pawn structure and tying down the queen to the b3 pawn. Anytime you play queen f3 now, you have to deal with the total destruction of your queenside. And once again, Ding putting his queen's rook to incredibly good use. And with every ticking second, I feel like Fabi, it's getting likelier and likelier that he might just admit to the fact that his opening experiment hasn't really been successful, and half a point is better than 0 points.
Although it looks like that admission might come even a bit too late, because after the move rook e7, there's no longer
Are you telling me knight f5 isn't good here anymore?
There's no longer the same pressure, and the move knight to f5, hoping to just make this draw. It seems that black can simply take on f5, and after knight takes f5, that this rook can come up to e6. There's no bishop stopping it from going there.
And queen f3, there's knight e8, I think, and the rook slides over to g6.
That's right. Perfect defense here for black's pieces.
Okay.
Amira,
It's too late for that.
if Fabiano can't bail out, are we starting to sense that he might be in a bit of danger?
Could be. I was also looking at the move rook e7, queen f3, but you might as well have their knight e8.
Right, you're attacking my knight, I move my knight, and I may not win your piece, but after the simple trade, there's no attack at all for white. This bishop may look scary, but your queen is never getting to f6 with my bishop covering the square. And as we've been highlighting, b3, b2, all these problems on the queen side exist. I mean, at least strategically speaking, the position is actually horrible for white.
And with the queen on f3, you even have this possibility of playing f5.
Oh my goodness.
f5, f4.
Ew, this is nasty.
Wow. So this could be a problem for Fabiano, because when you get your knight into enemy territory, as we've been looking at this knight on g7, you often want to see, can I just go back and forth, make a draw if I need? Put that in your back pocket, continue calculating. It doesn't appear that he can easily just make a draw with knight f5 and knight back to g7, as we were just looking at. So as Fabiano, now he's spending 15 and a half and more minutes on this move. I think he's recognizing the danger of his position. And, well, we're going to take a step back, because somebody else who may not be recognizing the danger of his decisions is Alireza Firouzja. If we look at the bottom right-hand side of the screen, Almira, you were talking about putting that pawn g4, but it was with the king on the other side of the board and safe over there. With that king on h1, Alireza pushes the pawn up to g4. It's clear that Alireza came to play. He didn't come just to sign score sheets, make a draw, have a peaceful game. No, he really, really wants to win this one.
That exactly illustrates Daniel's point, because it's not so easy to chase those knights. So he decided not to start with the f4. He started with a more dangerous move, g4, because it's a very committing move.
Mm-hmm.
So he wants to play f4 and g5 and take even more space advantage, but it could easily backfire.
Yes, this is a move you can't take back, because whenever you push a pawn, unfortunately, the rules of chess stipulate they don't get to return to squares they previously occupied. So g4, a really big decision. We see Jan and Alireza out of their chairs. Ding Liren not seated at the board. Hikaru Nakamura not at the board either.
Is anybody at Are they even playing?
I don't think Jan-Krzysztof Duda. I see his blazer behind Fabiano Caruana. He's not the... Oh, no, he is the board, just leaning in. I was tricked, but Timur Rajabov, not there. So the players, I think they're taking their mid-game break, maybe getting a little snack, taking a stroll, but they, most of them are not seated and calculating.
Maybe there is a Madrid tea party.
Yeah, why didn't we get invited?
Yeah, where is it being held? Is it the Palacio de San Antonio? Mis Amigos.
Yeah,
why didn't they invite their amigos?
Because we're not their amigos.
We're not leaving a legacy.
No.
We're not here to leave a legacy. But G4 will leave a legacy. And the thing is, this would be a great move in a 30-second game. This would work like a charm in a hyperbolic game. My question is what Alireza plans after h6, because...
Hi, everyone. I'm sorry, but we're experiencing some technical difficulties here in the studio. I hope you'll be patient with us as we get things in order.
Because if you play g5 anyway, obstinately, then black will take on g5, and don't forget about that b2 pawn, which is still hanging.
Hi, everyone. I'm sorry, but we're experiencing some technical difficulties here in the studio. I hope you'll be patient with us as...
Maybe he wants rook g1 after h6, but this kind of reminds me of g takes f6 yesterday, Robert. It seems like he's trying to force...
Hi, everyone. I'm sorry, but we're experiencing some technical difficulties here in the studio. I hope you'll be patient with us as...
It is very, very clear that he is playing to win, and I'm going to predict that this game is going to end in a win for Alireza or a win for Jan.
Hi, everyone. I'm sorry, but we're experiencing some technical difficulties here in the studio. I hope you'll be patient with us as...
G1 after h6. But
right.
This...
Because f4 just drops the pawn on g4.
Hi, everyone. I'm sorry, but we're experiencing some technical difficulties here in the studio. I hope you'll be patient with us as...
Is not going to just make a move quickly, because after knight e3, you have to give up the piece, but you give it up here. That way you get b2, h3 is hanging, d5 is still weak, and it is a minor.
Hi, everyone. I'm sorry, but we're experiencing some technical difficulties here in the studio. I hope you'll be patient with us as we get things in order before we return back to the broadcast. This video will now play on loop. Hi, everyone. We're experiencing some technical difficulties here in the studio. I hope you'll be patient with us as we get things in order for the broadcast to return. This video will now play on loop. Hi, everyone.
You know, we can see the evaluation bar going up, but the major point is that you can keep files closed from rooks. So h6 has just been played by Jan, but it's not a decision he took lightly.
Well, let's say white plays f4.
Okay.
What other move candidates do we have if not knight g4, knight c4?
Yeah, the knight's going to one of those two squares.
Knight c4, g5, and then there's total pandemonium on the board. But Jan is very good in such positions. Like, this is a very concrete position. You know how good Jan's calculation is, but not just calculation in general. Calculation in these incredibly concrete, chaotic positions. You don't want to mess with Nepo in these situations. And Firouzja, I'm starting to get a little bit concerned. This move g4, Robert, Almira, I'm a skeptic until proven otherwise.
Yeah, maybe it just looks so attractive because of the idea of g5. Also, knight f5 is not out of the question. You want to bring your knight to an attacking square. And if it's captured, I mean, I'll just put that on the board. If you capture this knight because it's annoying you and the pawn takes, we've also opened up the line in front of the black king. So there's no immediate checkmate, nothing like that. But white has the bishop pair, an open file to go after the king, and maybe Alireza is looking for something like this as well.
Of course, and I was thinking that, well, Dina said that what would happen if Alireza wins this game, but if Jan wins this game, this secures him the tournament victory.
Basically. And then they're going after me.
Yeah, everyone will be mad for Alireza staying up all night, but Alireza comes to this tournament as one of the highest rated players in the field. We see that he was third in the world before the tournament started, but when this tournament ends, it might be Jan Nepomniachtchi with that world ranking, despite entering at number 7. And he has a winning record. He has won 2 in a row against Alireza Firouzja. So Jan Nepomniachtchi, with his second candidates appearance, he might be making his second candidates win, and he has beaten Magnus 4 times. Unfortunately for him, 0 of those wins came at the last World Championship.
Crazy that he's beaten Magnus 4 times. Anybody who's beaten Magnus like more than even once, that already says so much about them. Yeah. And every time that I look at Jan's stats and his play in this tournament, I'm honestly just amazed that he didn't give Magnus a better fight. I feel like that was just an anomaly. But that's what makes Magnus Magnus. Like, Magnus, he circumvents and supersedes any stats, any form. It doesn't matter. Magnus is still going to be Magnus.
Yeah, you know, you could say if Game 6, the what ifs, if Game 6 had gone differently, if he hadn't lost that game after an epic struggle of 8 hours of chess, then maybe he would have put up a better fight. Maybe he even could have won the match. But as soon as Game 6, that result was in the books, Jan Nepomniachtchi is, the story's been well told, he collapsed after that.
Well, actually, I don't agree with this analysis because I think that Jan went until after the game 2.
Okay.
Because he had a winning position, but once again, from the human perspective, which was not an easy win, and Magnus sort of outplayed him in his own style. And I think that this one of the most important moments in the match.
Oh, I don't disagree that it was important, but if he draws Game 6, it almost certainly is a different storyline. Maybe Magnus still wins, but whether it's Game 2, Game 6, I think Danya's point is a good one. That Jan Nepomniachtchi against Magnus Carlsen, it could be a very exciting match, even though we all know, we're not going to pretend otherwise, that Magnus Carlsen is the heavy favorite, no matter who he plays in a match. He's just that strong, and perhaps that's just one of the reasons that we keep talking about. He might not want to play anyone that's not Alireza, because for him, it could be, what's the point?
Well, those matches are very tough, and I think this is also one of the reasons why we're trying to preserve the chess tradition in determining who is going to be the world champion after grueling match. Like before, they were playing like 24 games, like till the 6 wins. Now we increased the number of games till the 14s. But I feel that this is very important to preserve this tradition.
Yeah, no, I agree. And well, Alireza Firouzja, he hasn't been alive long enough to experience that tradition, but he's trying to create new ones. When we speak of legacies, his already is just stellar, but he's looking to go to even higher heights. It hasn't been his event thus far. He is calculating against Jan Nepomniachtchi. He is throwing his pawns forward and attacking, but I mean, I'm just looking now at the bottom right, because if Alireza Firouzja can pull this off, I mean, it's really these two matches, and we will get to the Hikaru game right after. But Ding Liren, I mean, he's been unbelievably strong in the last couple games. He just brought his king over after we were left off here. Fabiano brings his rook towards the middle of the board, and after King H8, his idea is very clear. Knight G8 is about to attack this bishop, and if the bishop ever moves, the knight on G7 is left unguarded. Almira, this is starting to look very problematic for Fabiano Caruana.
But isn't it a bit suspicious? What is happening after knight e6? Like, it's the first move.
And queen e6 and bishop a5.
And bishop a5, the idea I mentioned like right before.
Right.
Okay, so you get your bishop back.
Just to show everybody the threat.
Exactly, you did mention this.
Two pieces are attacking this rook, so if the rook moves, the knight can get rid of itself for this bishop. So we're just going to take the knight on e6, giving up our rook. Now white is ahead by a rook and a pawn for just a bishop. But after bishop a5, double attack. Rook on e1, bishop on f8. The bishop would have to retreat, it looks like, to h6. And after this queen on d1 has to go and capture the bishop, which means the b3 pawn falls. And once b3 falls, guys, this is looking really problematic for Fabiano.
Yes, those pawns look like a very beautiful Greek ruin, like a4, b2, d3.
Or like dust on a parquet floor that a vacuum is about to pick up. Queen a4, queen d3, rook b2, knight e4.
No, I'm
falling like flies. You're going historical references. I'm going for the yeah. This is bad. I mean, the dark squares on the king side do afford white a measure of counterplay, but how exactly do you squeeze something from these squares? Because knight g8 can come at any moment, chasing that bishop out of h6, and black's king seems to be pretty satisfied.
I think as Fabiano considers his move, he's visualizing positions like this, and even though we can see the evaluation bar as only half a pawn approximately better for black, he might just assume this is losing. Right? We talk about this every single round. The players, they are using their own assessment. They usually have very good evaluation functions, but there are times when they look at a position and just say, "Nuh-uh, no way. I'm not playing that," because from a practical human perspective, it just looks losing. And if I can ignore the evaluation bar for a second, this looks really terrible for white. Like way worse than minus 0.4.
But I had a crazy idea here once again. White might play d4, and then e5.
Ooh. Okay, so it takes an e5, just blasting.
Unfortunately, I think there's queen d5.
There's also rook e8. I guess is.
Yes, I was considering rook e8, but that's an idea which is in the air.
For sure.
It doesn't work in this exact position. But with the opposite color bishops, you need to open some diagonals.
And it goes also to show that maybe white's position is feeling desperate already, trying to open up the diagonal. You would like to get in the dark squares. You only have one piece. This knight can always slide back to g8. And we're on an analysis position, but this might be what Fabiano has to do, because if we go back to the live board and analyze other variations, the move knight g8, like that's coming just to win this bishop over here. So if you make some random move like, well, that's bad because the bishop can come to a5. Let's make a more reasonable move, like what's
exactly. What reasonable
Queen
move?
T2 or something. Knight G8, then that attacks this bishop, and if that bishop has to go, the knight is dropped. And if you try to do the same tactic, now I can take your bishop over here, and when you take my rook, I just move my queen over, and your knight is just getting trapped on f8, has nowhere to go. It can take a pawn, but two minor pieces for a rook, that's going to be great for black.
And there's another issue. If we go back to the current position, white can also try to evacuate via f5, knight g7 to f5. but black can play either rook g8, but I like rook e8. And the clever thing about this move is that if you play knight e3 and you say, well, now my knight's out of danger, all of a sudden your bishop's in danger, and the knight on e3 cuts off the escape route from the bishop. Knight g4, f5, slicing and dicing at white's pieces, and white loses a minor here. So that does not promise too much relief either.
And Fabiano's down now 22 minutes about on the clock, and he's already burning 9+ minutes on this move. This is a really bad situation for him. This second half of the tournament has been just miserable. He started a half point behind Jan Nepomniachtchi after 7 rounds. He had 5 out of 7. That was a great performance. He lost to Hikaru Nakamura in round 8. He drew Jan Nepomniachtchi, who he needed to beat in round 9. In round 10, he tried too hard to win with black, lost to Jan-Krzysztof. Now here in round 11 against Liren, it's not looking good for the 2018 World Chess Championship challenger.
Not at all. This is a tough situation. A loss of the white pieces would be a complete disaster for Fabi, and an incredible result by Ding. Somebody predicted a hat trick.
I just felt that something like this could happen, where Fabiano, he feels the pressure to start winning again, and he takes a risky decision that he wouldn't if this was the middle of some other tournament that's not the candidates. And we see the position. There's a knight on g7. That should intimidate the black king. But king h8 by Liren, just a very calm move to try to go knight to g8. So, there's a big reason why we're highlighting this matchup, because the fight for second place is so important. As you see on the graphic in front of you, there are 8 players in this event. You should know their names very well, not just because of the candidates, but for every tournament they play from here on out. But only the winner gets the right to play the World Championship match. But if Magnus declines, the top 2 play for the World Chess Championship. And for Fabiano Caruana, it seemed like a certainty early in this event. There's no way he could get worse than second. He said himself, as he sat in Danya's chair, this is a 2-horse race, and maybe he just spoke too soon, and something, Almir, I don't know how to figure out what it is, but something has just been off with him.
Well, yeah, we've seen this in his latest games in this tournament, because there's always something which didn't work, and I feel that his energy is down. His style consumes a lot of energy. So as I said, he calculates a lot. He goes for very complicated positions. Sometimes he needs to remember a lot of lines, even if he's going for very dubious ones. But this means that you spend so much time at the chessboard, and this is not just a simple position, a healthy position where you're executing one plan. You have to calculate everything on every move. So I feel that he's really exhausted.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think it's a wonderful assessment. To some degree, of course, all players are striving for complex positions, but for Fabi, Almira, I agree. He especially goes for these incredibly tense positions, usually with all of the pieces still remaining on the board. I mean, we saw that here. And when his opponents are well prepared and confident, and when Fabi starts getting tired, that really backfires. But I just can't get past how quickly Ding is playing, how confidently he's playing, and with what mojo and tactical awareness he's playing.
Yeah, and a few things here. I mean, for Fabiano, I believe he's in the mindset that it's first or bust. I think he believes that Magnus Carlsen will play the World Chess Championship just by the way he's playing, right? He took unnecessary risk. If he was just happy with second place against Jan-Krzysztof yesterday, he didn't have to play like that. So I really believe that he is looking at first place and nothing else, and that's why he's willing to play in such a style that we normally don't see from him. And then from the perspective of Liren, if he can win this 3rd straight game, I think the question that everyone wants to answer to is, why not in the first half? Why did he start 3 out of 7? And in the previous candidates, he also struggled mightily and then had the best performance in the second half. He beat Jan Nepomniachtchi in the final round. He had other great games. So to this point in his 3rd candidates, in the second half of the tournament, he scored 6 wins with only 1 loss to Anish Giri in 2021, and then a bunch of draws. So +5 in the second half. He might be a slow starter, but he is now trying to catch up. It isn't necessarily too late, but I guess that's the big question for Liren, is what happens in the first half?
Well, and also I have the feeling that now, I've said it before, his opening preparations works, and I also think that this is true for this game, that he has analyzed this position. That's why he's playing so quickly.
Oh, you think he actually had it analyzed?
Well, maybe not before this tournament,
Yeah.
but as he said yesterday, that was an idea he had in store for a while.
Yes.
And he's very confident now. I also feel that there are different types of player, and Ting is this type of player which increases his form, which gets his form after a few rounds. So maybe he needs those rounds of warm-up,
Well, he's certainly warmed up, and it's not happy for Fabiano Caruana. He looks nervous, right? We talked about this during the rounds, that he changes his posture when it seems like he's nervous. When he's confident, he's perched over the board. He's always ready to make his move, but he seems nervous. He looks nervous, and it's going to be a struggle for him. And somebody who has benefited from Fabiano Caruana's struggles is Hikaru Nakamura. Hikaru beat Fabiano in their head-to-head matchup. Hikaru lost the next game to Timur Rajabov, bounced back into Alireza Firouzja, and now he plays the man we see on screen who he looked a little perplexed about what's happening in his game. So it's a pretty big moment for Richard Rapport. A knight just came forward to attack his queen. We don't think that Richard is in the business of blundering his queen, but he's trying to figure out, can I just take this knight in f5, which of course will be recaptured, though oftentimes we assume, and we said you can never assume, especially in the candidates, that this is just equal. It doesn't look so equal to us, does it, Almira?
Well, first of all, we got a very important piece of information that Richard Rapport is playing this opening for the first time in his life. So that's why maybe Hikaru was a little bit surprised, and it took some time in the opening phase. And what come to us maybe as natural, Richard has to think about those decisions, in order to get a total grasp on the position, because we might think and say well, bishop f5 is out of the question, because this bishop on g2 is, of course, much stronger than the bishop on g5, even if we're talking about the opposite color bishops. Well, Sveshnikov player who played already hundreds of games, he will just brush away, this bishop f5 movement. I will say, I certainly will do something with my queen, play queen c7 and bring the rook on d8. But on the other hand, Richard doesn't like to be under the attack. So he doesn't like the idea of keeping this knight on f5.
And this pawn on d6, which you had highlighted earlier, is now under attack twice. So it might cost a pawn to move the queen. But I believe we agree, Danya, that taking on f5 looks worse for black, even if the material remains even.
I think this is kind of a crime against humanity when you have the option of moving the queen. I think the question to which Richard is dedicating his time is where he should put his queen, and there's a very interesting tactical detail here. Move queen d7 at first seemed, to me, to be the most natural. And the point of this move is that queen takes d6 seems to be impossible on account of bishop takes f5. But if you extend this line, again, no assumptions. You got to keep calculating. There is this sudden queen takes e5, skewering the two bishops, which are both undefended on the fifth rank. Black loses a pawn at a minimum, and compensation is scant. So after queen takes d6, I think black is fine, but black might actually have to trade queens here and seek compensation in the endgame. Now, you want to play b4 in this position. Maybe you should start with bishop g5 to e7 to get rid of the knight, and then play b4. I feel like with that queenside play coupled with good rook position, and on top of it, the bishop on g2, which is really lame owing to that e4 pawn, unquestionably gives black full compensation for the pawn. So if anything, I think Richard might actually be looking for a way to put Hikaru under some pressure here.
Yeah, no, I think it's a great summary, because as Almira was mentioning, that it's Rapport's first time playing the Sveshnikov, and if you don't know the ideas, you could just say, I'm going to take on f5. Of course, he is a top 10 player. He is fantastic, but going down a pawn is not an easy decision. It does appear that thanks to the queenside play, black can and should give this pawn away on d6, and well, somebody who knows that kind of decision-making well is Almira, who's played this opening throughout her life, so you have to be willing to give material, and I think Richard is the type of player who's okay with that.
Well, he's willing to give more than the d6 pawn. I think what he's worried about actually, like, I think that any queen moves is possible in this position: queen d7, queen c7, queen a7. Pinning the f2 pawn, so you won't have this f4 move. But what do you do? Let's say I will play queen a7. How do you continue after h4? I still want to play this move. I
guess I have to go back to maybe not the most pleasant square. But...
And here I have this possibility of playing knight e3. So maybe he's trying to assess the resulting position.
Yeah, and I think that the little eval shifts are not important because this at b4, c4, this type of position is really not clear. But I think the big problem for white is that this bishop gets to wrap around to b6 and takes advantage of all of these dark squares that are now vulnerable. You don't have pawns to cover a d4 or c5 square.
That's a very important maneuver. If you don't play bishop d8, bishop b6 in this position, you are worse.
Yes.
So it's very important to have it like at all times.
And that goes with the understanding, right? If you've played this position, you know that I need to get my bishop to this diagonal. Even if it was on g5, we have to go d8, b6, all that stuff. And Richard doesn't look comfortable. Like, he keeps squirming in his chair. He's trying to figure this out, but I don't know if he's feeling as comfortable as he should, given the true evaluation of the position.
Of course, but there's another idea he might not like after knight s3. White has this another option, like if we simply get to the position which we had on the board, let's say queen a7, h4, bishop b7, knight e3. If we will just make some random move, my next move will be bishop f3 and bishop g4.
So I'll just show that you just move your king and the bishop gets up to g4. Yes. That's what white really wants, is please trade me. We were talking about this earlier, so I'm glad we can show.
I promise to be nice if you take my bishop on g4. Right.
Yeah, right. Just take.
I won't hurt you
with the queen, and it's not plus almost 2 or whatever it is because there's checkmate. It's because you have permanent control over this light square against a dark square bishop. So if the bishop does in fact go to g4 in any position, black often wants to leave the bishop here and take back with the pawn. But it's very clear that the bishop on g4 is much better than the bishop on g2, stuck behind its own pawn.
Yes, and all these factors might influence Richard, like towards which position he will lean.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, I have a more general point that I want to make really quickly, which is that Richard is playing this line, as Alamira pointed out, for the first time in his life. And that's a pretty big deal because he chose a very important arena to play a very committal opening for the first time in his life. But nonetheless, we're not making a very big deal out of it. And I don't think it is such a big deal, but 50 years ago, if he had done this, this would have been a huge deal. If Smyslov in the 1953 Zurich Candidates Tournament had played the Najdorf for the first time in his life, it would be the talk of the town for the rest of the tournament. How could he do that? That's such an irresponsible decision. But nowadays, it just shows you how much things have shifted. You can get a good sense of an opening as Report slides his queen back to d8. Interesting decision. We'll get to it in a second. You can get your handle on an opening and its ideas literally in one evening. I mean, that's all you need with the internet and the fact that everybody has a team of seconds that between them play every opening available and every opening that you can play. It's just fascinating how these players, just at a moment's notice, can change their mind and play an opening that they've got absolutely no experience with. Makes chess so much fun to watch these days.
I'll push back against that a little bit.
All right, go ahead.
Because Alireza, he played that Sicilian against Jan Nepomniachtchi, and he had some preparation, but as soon as Jan sidestepped that preparation, he was in trouble.
I agree. That's the danger.
That is the danger, right? And Report, I guess he in a way benefits that he doesn't really have openings. He says himself, he's like, I show up at the board, I'll play something, that feels good. My openings from the black side in particular, they're very shaky. I get in trouble. So sometimes having that flexible style is awesome because you don't feel the discomfort of someone who is consistent with their opening and is like, I know for a fact this is bad and I feel like it's worse than it actually is. Whereas for Richard, he's seeing things for the first time and he may be eyes wide open, like, all right, I see some pluses in my position. I don't know all the minuses, but he's doing okay. And you use the word committal, and someone who made a very committal decision is Alireza Firouzja. So we're going to zoom back out and go to look at all our games because Alireza Firouzja has not moved after h6. So when you play the move G4, Almira, and then you don't move after your opponent's response, that's not a good sign.
This is certainly not a good sign, but on the other hand, the position is about to become very concrete, especially after f4. So this is where you need to recheck every line. So if that's the line that he's calculating right now, f4, especially we've seen that after knight g4, knight e4, white has this very interesting move, h3, and then black has to sacrifice it, well, temporarily sacrifice a piece.
Right, we were looking at this exact variation before where black has 2 pawns, the knight on c3 is under attack, the d5 pawn's in trouble, the h3 pawn's in trouble, the white king was probably less safe than black's even though there's an open g file, so this is a position you don't get into lightly. And Alireza, I mean, he played g4, so his, I don't know if his instincts or his desire told him that he should launch some kind of attack. But after Jan's h6, which took away the g5 pawn push, now he's on the clock, and that has to be troubling, where he spent nearly 25 minutes, only moved 16, and throughout this event, he has found himself in immense time trouble.
Well, maybe there is a hole in a line which he was calculating, so he's trying to find the second best option.
And, you know, sometimes we read too much into body language, but he's slumped over a little bit here. I mean, he's trying to work through the position, but he missed something, and that actually could derail you completely. When you feel like you made a good choice by thrusting your pawn to g4, going for an attack, and then your opponent plays a response you probably thought was impossible or not good, and now you're like, that was maybe not the right choice, and he's still thinking.
Yeah, you swam 5 miles into the ocean, and now there's kind of no way back. It would be one thing if he had moved a minor piece and then realized, oh, I kind of forgot about a detail, let me move that piece back.
Right.
Sometimes that's not the end of the world.
Right.
My old coach, Gregory Kaidanov, would call that saying sorry. You can say sorry and play g4, g2. Unfortunately, that would also be illegal. So Alireza has already made all these weaknesses. He didn't think it through well enough. I think that's very obvious given the amount of time that he's thinking and his body language. I think it's likely that he missed knight g4 to e3 in the event of f4. Although what surprises me is that after f4, black also has knight c4. Black literally has more than one option. So yet again, for the second game in a row, I think Alireza has made a mistake that is very, very similar to g takes f6 against Hikaru. He's forcing it. He's coming to the game with an agenda. That agenda is to create tactical complications. And rather than letting the position come to him, he's trying to impose his will on the position. And when you're playing somebody who's in as good a form as Jan Nepomniachtchi and Hikaru Nakamura, you can't get away with that. And I think he's learning that in a very, very painful way in this year's candidates.
But I had another question, Daniel. Don't you think that those games actually illustrate the very important points that maybe he's lacking something in his chess education? He, like g takes f6, g4, for example, those who would study at Botvinnik chess school would never be admitted in the first place. Well, if Botvinnik would have a glance at those games, that this is not possible.
That's true. Although Botvinnik also looked at Kasparov's games, and I think he said that kid has not a lot of potential. But I would agree with you, Almira, if I didn't have as much experience playing him in Blitz and Bullet as I did. Now you might say, well, what can Blitz and 30-second chess possibly tell you about a chess player's knowledge and education? But one thing I would always say on my streams when I started playing Alireza and he still wasn't a GM is like, this kid is what, 14, 15 at the time, and he plays like Karpov. Like, he plays endgames in a 1-minute game in a way that I wouldn't be surprised if a GM played in classical. Like, he's finding positional ideas in a 30-second game. That always impressed me about him, and I've made that point many times that I think what separates him, as you can sense the frustration there, he kind of banged the table there. What separated him from the other juniors was his grasp on positional concept. But, Almira, I agree with you, and in this tournament, I think he's departed from that completely. He's tried to artificially change his style, and this is the result. Frustration, losses, impulsive moves, bad calculation, and just uncharacteristically bad playing.
I think his blessing was his curse, that he won too much, that he became so strong so quickly by beating everyone in his path. And you have to recognize, and of course he does, he sat in the chair and told us how much he respects all the players in this competition, but you have to recognize that the players here are not necessarily the players you beat along the way. And he's beaten some great players, and there's zero disrespect. I say this every single time. I feel like I need to emphasize this, that a 2670 player, a 2650 player, those are great players, obviously, in our ELO system, but they're not these players. And when you play them for 14 rounds in a row, and you come into game 1 against Timur Rajaba with the black pieces, you sacrifice an exchange, you get yourself in big trouble, and then a few rounds later, you play against Jan Nepomniachtchi, you play a really sharp opening with some preparation. As soon as Jan deviates from your preparation, your position falls apart. Then you play against Fabiano Caruana. You play an opening you don't play. And Fabiano handles it pretty normally, nothing too extraordinary, just kind of good moves. And then again, something happens where Alireza Firouzja mishandles it. So I feel like I said, maybe the fact that he won so much, that he's historic, and he is historic. Alireza Firouzja made history as the youngest player to 2800. He was handpicked by Magnus Carlsen. He said the pressure doesn't get to him, and maybe that's true in a sense, but I have to imagine that when you win so much, you expect to keep winning because you're dominant. But you can't play that same way against this field because the most important thing, as Jan Nepomniachtchi said time and time again, not losing. And because Jan hasn't lost and some of these other players have dropped a few games, that's why Jan's in the lead. And I think Alireza, his success has been his struggle here.
Excellent points.
Well, at the same time, he said it so when he was in the studio. Like, I think it's so important for him to prove that he belongs here, that he belongs at the top level. So he would beat strongest players, at the moment. That maybe this adds an extra pressure on him, not winning the tournament, and he wants to prove that he is legitimate.
Yeah.
So you would say, Dania, that those moves are mostly a sign of his impatience because he wants to win so hard.
Yeah, I don't think it's. I think it's exactly the fact that he has departed from his usual style. If you look at his games from Tata Steel, for example, one of his more successful performances, lots of brilliant positional wins. I remember a game he played against David Anton Guijarro that I showed my students, quick queen trade. Literally yesterday in a hyper bullet match, I made this comment to myself, he trades queens every game. He's outplaying me in these equal endgames. I was playing the King's Indian. He was taking on E5 95% of the time. Again, what can 30-second chess reveal about a player's chess personality? Well, it reveals your instincts, and his instincts are in many ways positional. Yes, he loves attacking. Yes, he's young. Yes, he calculates well, but he's departed from who he is as a chess player this tournament, I think. That's really hurting him.
Yeah, and he looks like he's hurting a bit because I think he's fiddling with a pawn, but his position now, because he pushed his pawn up to G4, may be difficult.
52 minutes, oh my goodness.
He's going to play a really important role in this tournament. I mean, of course, some of his games already have been impactful for the standings, but he's in the middle of his game against Jan Nepomniachtchi right now. He plays Jan-Krzysztof due to the black, but look at those final 2 rounds. He gets the white pieces against Liren. He gets black against Fabiano Caruana, a player who he struggled with throughout his career. 0 wins, 3 losses, and that can really impact who finishes in second or even first place.
Yeah, these are going to be critical. And hey, this next move is going to be critical. This game is not over yet. Let's be completely clear. This game is still going. He's thought for over 30 minutes, but he has to avoid imploding. His next 2 moves are going to determine whether he gets a worse position that's defensible with maybe some kingside chances, or if he makes another mistake, he could lose this game in 5 moves. Which is it going to be?
Well, that is up to him. He is on the clock for over 32 minutes. He's had some big things in this event, and perhaps none bigger than right now against tournament leader Jan Nepomniachtchi. But we can't only focus on the game between Alireza and Jan. 3 other really exciting games. I guess, if we're honest, the bottom left game between Timur Rajabov and Jan-Krzysztof Duda, the pieces are being traded. That looks level, but still some chances for both sides, honestly, because it's a knight versus bishops that introduces some special dynamics. And, well, if we look at the game between Caruana and Liren, that move knight e6 was in fact played by Caruana out of necessity rather than any sort of fancy tactics. And how many hyperbolic games in 30 minutes?
Well, the average game takes about 1 minute, so 30 games.
Yeah, I don't know why.
30 minutes.
I was asked to ask you that, but that was pretty simple math.
Yeah, that wasn't the most difficult math.
Yeah,
I mean, or even more, 30, 35 games, I would say.
Yeah.
I have never played like a single bullet game in my life.
You're not missing much.
No, your life
this
is
isn't
better
even a
for
bullet.
it.
No.
Yeah, no, I'm serious. Your life is better off for it.
This is even more degenerate.
Yeah, this is 30 seconds. You don't want to do that. You don't even want to watch it.
Well, it's like I played actually a blitz match against Alireza like a few years ago, and as you said, everything comes so natural to him. That, like, I barely saw moves appearing on the board. You know, he played so quickly, and I was so happy that I won one game. I was dancing all around, you know, the apartment. So.
Wow. I mean, Alireza, he's still thinking here, and we're analyzing some of those possibilities between Caruana and Ding Liren. Fabiano down almost 30 minutes in the clock, and he's played that 96 move. Ding Liren, he looks cool as a cucumber. He's won 2 straight games. He's now looking like he's about to make his move, but maybe he didn't expect 96, or is there something that he's calculating more deeply? Because you would think after 96 he would recapture the knight, but perhaps he's even thinking about F takes E6. Is there a universe where this happens?
I think there definitely is. The drawback of F takes C6 is that it kind of creates more kingside weaknesses. I think he will take with the queen.
Right, just to show your point is that the bishop still goes back, and once we get this position where bishop takes and queen takes over here, that the rook comes down to b3 and the pawn structure is less healthy rather than the queen coming down into the open.
Well, he has spent over 10 minutes here. So, Almira, what do you think? F takes C6? Likely? Nah, I don't think so.
No, I don't like this move at all, and I think he's simply calculating the line with queen e6, queen b3, and trying to assess if he has like winning chances there.
Yeah, we saw Alireza sit for a big think yesterday and take with a pawn rather than with his queen. I don't expect Ding Liren to fall victim to the same fate, but the more he thinks, the more I have to wonder, like, is he going outside the box? But he can comfortably play for an advantage with queen takes e6. I think you're right that he's looking deep into the position, and as we highlighted and we've mentioned many times now, Ding Liren, he's a very objective player. So when we see a clash between Caruana and Ding Liren, there are a lot of similarities there. Very well prepared players. Typically, they don't tilt, although right now, Fabiano, especially if this game doesn't go his way, we could call that tilting for sure. But these players have not played all that many games between the two of them, but I think they've, in many ways, stabilized as a top 5 player, unquestionably.
Well, it's such a different tournament trajectory for those players before this game, so it certainly influences their choices. But I'm a bit worried here. I cannot find anything else than queen e6, bishop f8, and bishop a5. Could you keep the dark square bishop on the board and search for some compensation, or this is too much?
Yeah, and also Ding just grabbed his head, so I mean,
maybe he thinks he missed something.
Yeah, he is. He doesn't look comfortable all of a sudden, and that should give Fabiano Caruana a little bit of breathing room, because he, instead of Ding responding instantly to every move that he plays, now he's sitting and thinking what to us seems like a very natural reply. But okay, we're gonna again zoom out for a second here while Ding Liren thinks, because Alireza Firouzja, he threw his next pawn up the board with h4, and Jan Nepomniachtchi instantly replied with the best move, a very principled move, rook to e8. So, oh my goodness, he's just throwing all the pawns forward, holding nothing back. I don't think any of us are really believing in it.
He could lose this in literally 7 moves. I mean, I think he's going to play rook g1. Yeah, exactly. I think he's going to play rook g1. But then already black could start invading the queen side with knight e5 to c4. And it's that fundamental fact that white's so overextended here, and to that, very nasty soup, Alireza also added the fact that his king is now wide open. So if he plays g5 in this position, the critical detail is that black can take on b2. c3 hangs, and if you take, after queen b2 gf, you might say, oh, I'm up a piece because I'm attacking e7. Big deal. Bishop takes f6 and white can resign because literally everything totally collapses here.
Every piece is under attack.
Literally.
And there's zero attack for white against black's king, so this would just be a done deal.
This is crazy. This is the candidates right here.
First place on the line. And, you know, there's been a lot said about players against Jan Nepomniachtchi not necessarily playing their best, but Jan always deserves credit. He is not necessarily taking risks, but he's making the most of those moments when his opponents do too much. So Alireza, he came today clearly looking for result. In chess, you need to be objective rather than subjective. And when you play for result, you lose that objectivity, Almira. Objectivity out the window, and here come those pawns, but I don't think they're coming soon enough.
Well, Jan is looking very calm once again. This is what impressed me most during this tournament. Not only his opening preparation, it's also that he navigated through the troubled waters, you know, when, well, he forgot his preparation against Hikaru. He got poised once again, so he saved the game and saved the game against also Fabiano. So here he knows already that he has the advantage. And that's why he's playing very quickly. And I'm trying to look at the very direct line. What happens if white plays g5 immediately? So knight h5 probably?
Yep.
With the idea of playing knight g3.
Oh goodness, another square to invade, and if rook to g1.
And now you continue assaulting the king side, maybe with knight e5 to g6, also preventing f4.
Oh gosh.
Look at these squares on the king side. f4, g3, h4, e file, d4, b2. Ugh.
It's like one of these games where you just are playing hope chess. You're like, I'm going to throw my pawns forward and I'm going to checkmate you. And then your opponent makes two very regular moves. And then you realize that you can't just checkmate someone because you want to. So for Alireza Firouzja, we're only 17 moves into this game. He continues to burn clock. But more importantly, he's burned his bridges. And there's nothing he can do about it because his pawns can't move backwards. His position is on the verge of collapsing. And I mean, we've never really seen this kind of dominance from a player in the candidates. And Jan Nepomniachtchi, he made history in the first half. He's looking to win another game.
Well, this is certainly true. But I wanted to have one last glance at that position that we analyzed, because if he's going to sacrifice everything, so g5, knight h5.
Okay, we'll analyze this.
Just 1 second, because I'm trying to find a reasonable chance to continue that.
Did he make a move, by the way? Sorry to interrupt you, Almira. I was just...
He played g5.
We won't...
Okay.
Wow.
So just wanted to be sure about that line. Knight h5, rook g1.
Okay. We will analyze this position. Yes.
Knight g6, and maybe, well, he simply takes on h6 and be what it may.
Yeah, although...
Seems completely lost to me.
Yeah.
I could probably
Bishop
just...
h4.
Bishop h4 and knight g3 is a huge threat also.
Everything is coming, right? I mean, just the attack is... There's no attack for white.
There's zero. It's not like, oh, if I do this, this, and this, you know, I get to your king. Give me 5 white moves in a row, and you still can't mate the king. What is it that Alireza is even hoping for here? Hope chess has to hope for something. I don't even know what he's hoping for.
Or is he hoping for knight e4 then, not g takes h6?
Yeah.
Yes, maybe, well, this is a different possibility.
This, I think, is a more resilient chance.
I agree. And this at least keeps the tension over here. Maybe g takes h6 is happening next. I don't know if I can afford taking on g5, but I'll look at it, because if you take with the bishop on g5, not only are you losing sight of your pawn on b2, but if I trade, this f4 square is just a problem.
You will have rook e4 also, this exchange sacrifice.
I'm going to have everything, right? Like I can just bring my knight into the f4 square, either knight, and there's just never attack. Even if you push this pawn up to h5, oh, that actually looks a little bit annoying. So maybe I shouldn't allow that. It still is good for black.
Still black has many.
That's how good the position
resources,
is.
yeah.
But I can bring my knight into f4 over here, and
And what happens then if I take with h pawn, h takes g5?
But now the g
No,
file is-
not with the bishop.
Ah, okay, before. So here, just take. Yeah, you could do that. It seems like it closes down the king side, so black's king is feeling much safer. And
bishop f8.
Yeah, bishop f8
just
looks really strong.
And Nepo played in instantly, I think.
What did he do?
He took it.
Took on g5. Okay, so.
And then he's going to go knight h5.
He's going knight h5 and knight g6.
Transpose.
Transposition.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, Nepo, in the body language, the speed, it's not that he knows he's going to win this game. You never know whether you're going to win the game, but he's completely in control of the situation. I feel like he has this position figured out. He understands that Alireza is playing hope chess. He doesn't buy it for even a second, and he senses that with a win, this tournament was very, very close to being over. He plays knight h5. He's up 32 minutes on the clock. He's gotten up from the board. What a disaster in the early going here for Alireza.
And Alireza recognized it as well, and so will the other players. And it looks like Liren in the bottom right, he did capture the queen on e6. He has snagged that pawn on b3, so we'll see if he can snack on the other pawns in white's position. Still looking pretty level in the game between Jan-Krzysztof Duda and Liren. Just a minor piece battle, knight versus bishop. I would say white is probably slightly better. Radjabov can play without any risk whatsoever because the long range piece. And then in Nakamura against Report, it's an extra pawn for Hikaru, but with that queenside play and an active rook, it looks like Report should be able to hold the balance. So with all that in mind, we will leave you with the games, but we are going to take a break. And we just remind everybody of the upcoming Chess Olympiad. It's from July 29th to August 9th in Chennai, India. The countries will send their best players competing against one another for gold medals. It's a really, really exciting event happening between July 29th and August 9th, 2:30 a.m. Pacific time. And you can look up your time zone if you are elsewhere. So it's going to be fun. We're going to get back to the playing hall here in Madrid. Alireza Firouzja on the clock. We'll see if he can dig deep, find any chances, but it's not looking good. This is the 11th round of the FIDE Candidates 2022. Coverage brought to you from chess.com, live from the Palacio de Santonio.
How many brilliant moves have you played? When do you play your best chess? How many games have you won by castling in the endgame? How many opponents have you played from New Zealand? And most importantly of all, how many Botez gambits has Alexandra Botez played? Find the answers to all of these questions and many, many more at chess.com/insights. Our new tool that lets you dive deep into all of the fun and instructive data behind your chess. Try it today.
Apparently, this is the horse she rode in on, literally. Queen Isabella herself on a knight, a noble steed, changed the world forever. It's why everyone in Madrid knows the game of chess. They know that the Candidates is here. They know that, that this is one of the capital cities of our great game. And it's all because of that lady right there on that noble steed. Now that's a 9. Thank God for Queen Isabella changing the rules, right? And giving the Queen her powers.
I know that in the filming we're really running with this, but in my head it was the Queen of France. So that begs the question, who is the chess.com historian, and can I fire them?
Well, you'd have to fire yourself, I think.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's called as an outtake, I believe they call it in the business.
Outtake. So read it. Mike's going to say it was the Queen of Spain next time. He knows.
Yeah.
He knows.
Yeah.
We got to find more about this lady and find more about what the people know here. You guys excited for the Candidates? Hey, can we talk for a second about this? Here we go. To the plaza we go. Which way's the plaza? You guys play chess? Yeah? Yeah? There you go. Are you excited for the candidates?
Yeah.
Yeah? You don't know what it is?
I do, actually.
Okay, what is it?
We watched the Queen's Gambit.
Oh, you watched the Queen's Gambit?
No,
Me
I
too. Okay. You guys actually play chess, like on your phone?
No, he does.
Yeah? What are you playing on chess.com?
Yeah.
You're about 1,300 on Lee Chess.
Yeah.
So it means you'd be like 900 on chess.com, actually. Yeah. Give me your username, I'll give you a diamond membership.
No way.
Not kidding.
He's gonna be a contender in like 3 years.
There it is.
He's up and coming.
So I'll give you a premium membership and then you won't have an excuse. Then you can use our...
Yeah, I'll go back to it.
Yeah, all right, man.
Oh, you're an IM?
That's me, man.
Crazy.
Yep.
Magnus, he's like #1. Oh yeah, the guy that like beats.
Yeah, so this tournament decides who plays Magnus Carlsen. So the next challenger comes out of this tournament. All right, guys, enjoy.
Thank you so much.
Have fun. See
Have
ya.
a great trip, guys.
There you go.
No drinking.
No drinking.
Actually, yeah, we're 18.
Still
true.
no drinking.
That's true.
You guys are connected now?
Yeah, no, we're buddies on. We're gonna send each other some ticks.
Do you think they already talked about
And then
this?
we'll talk about it.
Is that your phone buzzing? Are they already
Yeah,
talking?
they're already hitting me up for my digits.
Okay.
Yep.
Maybe wearing a pager wasn't the smartest idea to fit in with them.
Want to hold a massive chess tournament with dozens of clubs or hundreds of players? Or maybe a small chess tournament with local but competitive clubs? With Club Arenas, you can. Club Arenas allow for tournaments of any size with any number of clubs and players. Customize the arena with any time control, with standard chess or mini chess variants, and with any starting position you want. Club Arenas are the most flexible tournament format on chess.com. Try one out today. Madrid. Civilization here is almost as old as the game of chess. Some claim the queen was given her powers to honor Queen Isabella. That, my friends, is a chess legacy. Passion for chess continues to thrive in Madrid. For the first time in 30 years, Spain's capital plays host to the Candidates, the most important tournament in chess. At the Palace of Santona, the stakes are high.
And he definitely knows that he hasn't made his 40.
Oh, no!
Oh my goodness.
8 of the world's best players competing for the right to challenge for the most coveted title in chess, the World Chess Championship. The Candidates is grueling. The winner requires mental endurance and unbreakable focus. There are those familiar with the biggest stages in chess, yet still chasing unfinished business.
Oh, you know, the well
grabbed
is
his
dry.
coat.
Oh,
He knows
you
it's
know
over.
what that means.
and others from the next wave of stars with little patience for yielding to those before them. Mis amigos, the next challenger to the world champion of chess must come through Madrid. Like Queen Isabella before them, the Candidates is all about leaving a legacy.
And what a legacy these players are leaving at the beautiful Palacio de Santoña. The artwork is incredible. We see sculptures, we see paintings, and we see beautiful chess games played, the art on the board. All around this Palacio, we have the Spanish commentators, we have sculptures and bronze statues, but we have great chess, and that's what we're here for at the 2022 FIDE Candidates Tournament. Alireza Firouzja, when we left him, he looked dejected. Now that we're back, he looks even more upset about his position. I think he feels that the end is near.
Well, this is one of the toughest moments for him in this tournament once again. Well, I don't even know what to suggest in this position because the play for black is so obvious. Knight g6, we proposed this move once before, and White's position will collapse sooner or later.
Yeah, well, one game is actually about to conclude. I just caught in the bottom left, the game between Radjabov and Duda. They've traded those minor pieces. That was the only imbalance, so they will just shuffle back and forth and make a draw. That result is in zero doubt. But the other three games, I would say, have a lot of life left to them, and we might even catch this handshake right now. I think we will, between Jan-Krzysztof and Timur. So with the black pieces, Jan-Krzysztof, after a win yesterday, he's simply going to make a solid draw with black today.
Yeah, we're watching them make the final moves of the game. They are going to find, I think, a 3-time repetition. And generally, when there is a rule against draw offers, the players exchange eye contact. There's a slight smile, and that essentially is the unspoken agreement to start repeating moves. Rook c7, rook b2 or something, or rook b1, rook c3, rook b8, one way or another.
Yeah, you just pick a square, your opponent picks one, and
there we go.
You just make the draw.
I think Radjabov has picked a8 and b8, Duda c3 and c2. And the handshake is imminent.
A very even game between these two, so a draw is a fair result. Radjabov looking at the score sheet, he's like, can we just make the draw? We don't need the arbiter now. Just let us shake hands. And, well, Radjabov, this is always good to see, though, right? When the game ends, like, was there a moment where I could have pressed you a little more? Radjabov was talking to him about a moment earlier in the game where maybe he felt like he had a slight edge.
Well, actually, I found another argument in favor of having the score sheets and signing them. I think that if you refuse to sign the score sheet at some point, and if you want to make an appeal, this is actually necessary, because when you sign the score sheet, that means that you admit the defeat. But if you want to make an appeal, so you should delay signing the score sheet.
Well, they didn't need to delay. They were out of there. They're like, I'm done with today.
Right, let's go rest. Let's go grab some gazpacho and some pulpo a la gallega and gonna go rest.
Well, somebody who is leaving the rest of the field behind is Jan Nepomniachtchi. He smells blood. He is trying to win this game, and a couple moves have been played by Alireza Firouzja, but his position not looking so good. In the bottom right, we have Fabiano Caruana against Ding Liren. We've been really liking Ding Liren's position, so why don't we head on over there to see what new has transpired on this board. And oh, okay, actually, somehow it looks really good for black, but Fabi's queen on a5. If this pawn falls, we might get an outside passer.
Well, actually, I was looking at this idea when we analyzed the variation with queen takes b3. That was also another possibility to play queen a5 there and to activate the queen. Do you remember we analyzed here queen b3, and we were looking for a possible counterplay for white. So queen f5 existed even in this position with the idea of playing queen c7 and queen e7 or taking on d6. So
everything is hanging from that c7 square. But at least here, you would have queen b6 back.
I think that actually is the reason why queen takes b3 is better.
Because offering the queen trade, if you do in fact trade queens here, is a big problem because now b2, a4, both under attack, and you're never worried about getting checkmated without the white queen on the board.
He played bishop b7. He played knight g8 first.
Yes, to kick the bishop out and then bishop b7.
But the worst is behind Fabi, and in fact, I'm not sure who I would prefer to be here. The queen is probably going to drop back from a5 to d2. Its job has been done. It's time to defend the pawns. And then the rook from c1 can slide on up to c3 in order to smoke out Black's strongest piece, the rook on b3.
So when I look at this position, I look at the knights. The knight on g3 dominated by the pawn 3 squares away, and I'm looking at this knight on g8, which did kick the bishop out of h6. That's a job well done. But I would love to get my knight to c6 and then maybe to d4 or b4. So I think both players need to figure out how to improve their knights. This knight would probably like to be on a square like c4, something like that. So eventually it's going to maneuver over to the queen side. But as we've been indicating, 2 pawns are under attack. Fabi plays queen d2 to defend them both.
And it's a very important move because not only you defend the 2 pawns, but you can also transfer your queen to the king side and you can play f4.
Yeah, that idea still exists. Rook c1 to f1 if Black falls asleep, followed by f4, and White comes pretty fast, right, on the king side?
Wow, that's a surprise to see that White actually has an attack after all that. It felt like Liren, he should be the one putting pressure on Fabiano, but you're right, f4. There are not too many pieces defending this Black king. So f4, especially with this rook over on b3, not somewhere in the center, it's a good opportunity for Fabiano to strike, and neither player is in their chair. And we see the size difference between those chairs. I mean, I can't get over that.
That's honestly really funny.
I don't know what's more important to this game, the chair size difference or the time difference between the players. Oh my gosh.
So Liren specially requested that chair.
I think there was a large chair sitting there, and he said, let me get a normal size chair.
Do you remember that tournament? I don't remember which tournament it was. There was a tournament where the players got to choose their own chairs.
That was the candidates the last time.
It was the last candidate, but it looked so weird. There was like a white chair, and a black chair, and a short chair, and a tall chair. And everybody had a different chair. At least here we have a measure of consistency.
Well, why do they have such tall chairs?
Yeah.
Does anybody like tall chairs?
And this isn't just a tall chair. It is like the size of Robert Wadlow,
You know
the
why
tallest person in history.
I know why they have the tall chairs. They did it for the memes, so that we could get that clip going with Gary, with the massive chair at the end. That's
what is
why
the
they did it.
purpose of that back?
I don't know. I don't make chairs.
Is it made for?
I just sit in them.
I don't know, Boban Marjanovic to sit on?
They are really, really large, but that's of lesser importance than the games being played while the players sit in those chairs. And, well, Liren, he's now trying to search. Maybe he can find a second advantage after it seems like the first one, that possible advantage escaped him. I don't think this one is going to escape Jan Nepomniachtchi because the last move played by Alireza Firouzja, bringing his king closer to Black's pieces, that seems to be a risky choice. But Jan pours that tea, he makes a face or two, but when all is said and done and he calculates this through, I think he is going to find a way to break down White's resources.
Oh, and look at their postures. It's so obvious that Alireza is looking more like someone who is, going to, wouldn't say to lose, but to endure a very difficult game. And Jan is very confident once again. He's calculating knight g6. What can we
Well, knight g6 is actually I think the only legitimate move for Black. And then f4, the point is, again, this knight sacrifice on f4, and it's the b2 pawn that kills White in the end.
Yeah, but we first should show that f4 is a big threat for White because both knights will be under attack. So knight g6 removes the knight from the center, and we'll analyze this here for you. So the knight on e5, it's getting the boot anyway. So knight to g6, it aims to go to the f4 square. So as White, you want to stop that, right? F4.
You have to.
F4 square, but we keep highlighting this. I can take. Once you take back, not with that piece. Now you've left this pawn on b2. The bishop had an important job So the queen just takes on b2. This knight is hanging. This knight's under pressure. This bishop's under pressure. This bishop is under attack. And the white king doesn't have too much shelter. Right?
Jan has made a move, and it
is knight
g6.
For a second, I thought he moved a rook just by like that.
Yeah, same. I didn't think it was knight g6 at first, but it is, and he's obviously aiming for this line. And I was thinking for a brief moment that Alireza might want to take on f4 with a rook. The point being, you're at least getting rid of black's knights, but after bishop f4, queen b2, knight e4, I thought, okay, white's got the minor pieces in the center, but there's a beautiful move here, rook c8 to c4, exploiting the pin, skewering 3 pieces on the 4th rank, and after bishop e3, another blow, bishop takes g5, bang, and everything collapses.
I mean, 3 minor pieces in a row, first on a rank, now on a file, and everything has been a problem for white, and the king lacking shelter is the biggest issue of all. That is an absolutely gorgeous sequence there. Just white's minor pieces are just falling apart.
Robert, and if we come back to our previous variation, which we started with the 4 knight e4 queen b2, what happens after knight e4 here?
I guess rook c4.
It's the same. No, but I have. Yes, rook c4 is still possible. It's incredible. And bishop b3, bishop g5 here still works.
Same deal.
Wow.
This is such a beautiful geometry.
I mean, Danya just pointed out, so I was like, oh, let's try it again. If it doesn't work, we'll take it back.
But a queen sack might be necessary here, because white can go rook b1 in this position, trying to forcibly dislodge the queen off of the second. Queen a2, rook a1.
So, I can make a draw back and forth if I want it, but if I want to play for a win.
Bishop takes c3.
Oh my goodness.
And then you take on d4. And even though at the present moment, black has only 1 piece for the queen, I still think black is completely winning.
Well, it's a 1 piece and how many pawns? Like 4?
Right, but look at white's king. It's wide open.
Right, if you try to save your queen somehow with a queen move, I just take on e4, probably with this rook. I don't know if it matters, but this king on g2 is in harm's way, and the king on g8 is very safe. And that's the thing about material imbalances. We can count the piece value and say that 4 pawns and 2 minor pieces, that's actually better than a queen. But king safety is the most important thing. White's king out in the open with all sorts of checks and attacks, and the black king can't touch this.
Actually, it's so rare that we get such positions with such a positional imbalance. What do you think? Will he go for this?
He's going for. Look at.
He's not even hesitating.
He didn't think. Jan didn't have to think. He immediately took this pawn on f4, and we're going to see these variations. Jan has worked this out, and for Alireza, even the fact that after knight takes f4, he's still thinking is a bigger issue. So we have
funny comment.
Mike Stanley saying 8 out of 11 if Nepo wins. Looks like a Title Tuesday score, not a score in the candidates. Yeah, 8 out of 11 is a really massive score. And
it's a spheric score.
It's unheard of.
It's crazy. And if Nepo hadn't revealed it in the interview yesterday, you wouldn't know that this guy's nervous at all. I mean, he's so calm. He's sipping his tea. He's playing quickly. He's being himself. He's being who Jan Nepomniachtchi is at his best. Every aspect of this tournament has been a success for him, from the openings to his middle gameplay to the way that he's handling these tactical complications. Just look at his form. It is supreme. Alireza better take on f4 with the bishop, because if he takes with the rook, he loses immediately due to that rook c4 move.
Right. But it is good to be nervous, but nervous because you care, not because you're scared. So, having those jitters, it actually motivates you. It makes sure that you're not complacent. You're continuously thinking of how to improve. And so Jan has been honest. It's clear that this tournament is very stressful. He's tense, but the way he's playing is very loose in a good way, not in like, I'm just going to throw my pieces away and do that. But he is playing just for the position. So Jan Nepomniachtchi deserves a lot of credit. I hope he's been getting it from all around the globe, because a lot of people coming into the event said, oh, Jan, that was a fluke. He lost to Magnus. It wasn't even a match. All of the things the naysayers said were kind of unprompted and maybe not totally fair. But he came back to his second candidates and said, sign me up. Maybe he's just only playing the candidates. His rating will go through the roof.
Right. He'll be 2,800 plus soon.
I think that Jan is also a player that needs those adrenaline rushes. You know, it makes him feel alive. So when he starts playing the game of chess, he needs these jitters, as you've said. But coming back to the position, I have another.
You want to analyze some more, so let's do
Bishop
it.
b4, queen b2. I wanted to go knight b5 then. Okay, I'm running out of options. So knight cb5. Is this possible?
Okay, so if I take you on b5?
Well, knight b5, then you simply take on g5.
Oh,
I think I do.
Oh, this is painful.
And on the intermediate rook b1, you still have queen a2. I mean, before taking
Right.
b5, yes. So this doesn't work either.
It's just, I mean, this is as clearly losing as it gets. And Alireza, he recognizes it. When somebody plays knight takes f4 after you put your pawn there, and you have to think, no good. No good. This is, I mean, Alireza's, I don't know if he's just not seeing things today, or if he bluffed with his pawn pushes, or if he really did believe in his attack, but he's the one about to get attacked, and his king is the one in danger, and he's about to lose several pawns, and with it, the game.
Yeah, this was a complete collapse. And I think we, you know, yesterday we were inclined to give him the benefit of the doubt when he took on f6 with the pawn, because he hadn't yet lost a game on account of a decision quite like that. But once he lost yesterday's game and once it backfired, we were a lot less likely to believe him after he played g4. And I think our viewpoint has turned out to be correct. g4 was a complete bluff. It was very poorly thought out. And the fact that he took 35 minutes afterward tells us that he's just doesn't have his head screwed on straight today.
No. And, you know, as we look at him on camera, he's going to continue searching for something, right? But even the best spelunkers in the world are not going to find something in this mess here. He just,
his position's going to cave in.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, it's just, it's out of his hands at this point. If Jan Nepomniachtchi doesn't find the knockout, that's one thing, but we know that these are the types of positions Jan thrives in, so we have full faith in his ability. But as we zoom away for a second from Alireza and look at the remaining games, we see that in the bottom right, Fabiano Caruana has in fact pushed his pawn to f4. So he is gaining space in the king side, and I think he feels like he has some chances here. And in the top left, we have Hikaru Nakamura taking on Richard Rapport. And in that game, Rapport, he's sitting there, he's trying to find something, but the material is now even. Before, white was up a pawn after d6 fell. Now it's even material, so it's looking like Rapport has done a great job.
Yeah, rook c8, I think, in that position on the top left. And you have mutual destruction of the queen side. I think if somebody has to be careful, it's probably black as we pull up the game here, because the knight on e3 still has potential access to the d5 square, but in reality, Richard should have absolutely no problems. He can also shift his bishop from e6 to d7, a slightly more passive approach. But because there's only one target to defend, and that target is counteracted by white's target on c3, I'm going to anticipate with 95% certainty that this game will end in a draw pretty quickly.
I think rook c3 would be, rook c8, rook b5, rook c3. You still have to be careful because you have this possible target, and this is the e5 pawn. So if I will be able to play bishop g4 comfortably, let's say I would exchange those bishops, this still would be a draw, like in a rook endgame.
Yeah.
But you'd get tortured potentially.
Yeah, this is a possibility.
No, it's looking like with so few pieces remaining that this should be a position where neither side is feeling any real pressure, and that seems to be the absolute most straightforward line. Just bring your rook to attack the pawn, give up your pawn on b5, and if we just go back in this game, because we left off after queen d8, Hikaru grabs that pawn on d6. We see a queen trade on black's turn. I like that move g6 a lot, by the way, attacking the knight, forcing the queen trade, bringing a rook to the open file. And the next bunch of moves, h4, kicking the bishop back. Now the knight comes to e3. Just a nice idea to make sure that the bishop couldn't ruin white's pawn structure. And after rook d2, b3, a4 was played. And a very instructive moment by Hikaru. He did not take on a4 and try to keep his extra pawn with a move like a3. These don't look very good. The bishop can always slide back to put pressure here. The rook comes to b3, so this would be playing for a loss rather than playing for a win.
I still feel that queen d8 is a small inaccuracy in this position, and I don't like queen d6. I would still go for h4 here and knight e3.
Right, so no matter what, knight to e3, and Amira is still trying to press for a win by controlling this d5 square.
Not really pressing for a win, but well, as you rightfully pointed out, those endgames after you sacrifice a pawn might eventually get better for black.
Yeah. I mean, Richard tried effecting something like that, but, you know, as we've come to expect, Hikaru's endgame play was stellar, and I don't think either side had any realistic chances once they got into this endgame.
Yeah. So this one is looking like it should be a draw. We are going to back up and go to the game between Fabiano Caruana and Ding Liren, because so much has changed here. And we were praising Ding Liren's play, the fact that he'd won 2 games in a row. But as we look at the position as it's evolved, this is looking really good for Fabi. All of a sudden, the person who was previously in second place, who with 2 losses in his first 3 games in the second half, 1 draw sandwiched between them, now, if he brings his knight up to f5, he's going for an attack.
But g5 once again?
Yeah, I mean, if we backtrack here, f6 was played, and after f4, we saw a trade, and Ding Liren played
Very
g5.
panicky move. But it's concrete. He's trying to go after the b2 pawn.
Yeah, in fact, it does look kind of good for black at first glance. You hit the knight, and the pawn on b2 is under attack, so Ding Liren must have thought that this would be good for him. But if this knight jumps into f5 after rook takes b2, do I have this opportunity to play d4 perhaps?
But d4 I have... d4 is a very pretty move. Rook takes d2 I guess is forced?
Yes, right, because I've cut off the circulation.
de and just maybe rook d3. And somehow black is holding.
Rook d3 is a very important move here.
Because you're making contact with the bishop, immobilizing the knight.
My thought was that if you move your rook anywhere else, right, even rook to e2, then I take on d6 and I have a passer going. But from a ways away, didn't quite see that rook d3 was so strong, keeping that pawn stuck in place. And so after e takes d6, this bishop takes on e4, this knight is under attack, bishop is under attack, and it seems that when all is said and done, after knight g3, you try to take this bishop, then the king comes to f2 first, I take the bishop back, and okay, it's looking like anyone's game.
Wow, that's a cool line. But if we come back to the position before d4, the Eva bar clearly seems to believe that following rook takes b2, there is some sort of tactical idea. Now, that I do notice that the queen on e5 and the king on h8 are unforkable squares. So is there a move like knight takes d6?
Well, the fans are rooting for a move like knight takes d6. A lot of
I think it works.
Cheering for Fabi.
It's actually quite simple. Rook takes d2 is forced, because if you take the knight, you lose the rook.
Right, and the threat is the bishop, but more importantly, the knight f7 check. So rook takes queen, knight
Go
f7.
around, take the queen.
King has to go. And now this rook is under attack, so you can't just take this knight on e5.
But the critical final move, you might say, oh, wait a second, rook e2, and both of your minors are hanging, but you can move the knight and simultaneously defend the bishop. And black is simply lost here because you're going to drop the c5 pawn. Black's position is just completely in shambles. Ding might have missed knight d6.
Wow.
This is such a beautiful motif.
Yeah. I mean, it's also coming out of thin air. Like, if we just look at this, if we go back, just so to around here, when Ding was calculating this position, he saw that the bishop could take, and for now, the e5 square is covered. So he just saw a double attack, which looks so normal. In this position, to see that this knight is going to take the pawn with a fork of the queen, right? This is how mistakes happen as the players search several moves down the line, is that they just don't see the distance. They don't go the distance, see the horizon, and then after g5, it looks like a simple fork. Unfortunately, things for Ding, not so simple thanks to this really nasty tactic with knight takes d6. Wow.
But even if, let's say, I don't see knight d6 in my calculations, previously. After rook b2, I think that I can simply play queen e1.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I didn't like this g5 move, because it gives me the opportunity to jump on the f5 square and well, to seek for something for a long-term initiative.
We have a bunch of people in chat rooting for Ding, so we had some Fabi fans, also plenty of Ding fans. But you're right, Amir, that even if you don't win on the spot, this queen e1 move, it'll keep up the pressure against this king over there on h8. So I'm with you. That this f6 g5 maneuver, it's odd. I don't think it is cohesive, and I don't think it works with the situation of the black king and the fact that all these pawns are really weak, even without the tactics, right? d6 is weak, f6 is going to become a target. So yeah, this looks like a wrong choice.
So you know Fabi very well. What does his body language say now?
Depends on whether he sees knight takes d6. Yeah,
he'll see it. No, this is, for Fabiano, this is a piece of cake, because at this point, it becomes increasingly obvious. Like if he sits and he's diving deeply right, we're suggesting moves, bouncing around, seeing the eval bar. He doesn't have, there's no one alerting him. That's why I always say the difference between playing a game and doing a puzzle. When you're doing a puzzle, you know that there's an answer there. If you gave this to Fabiano as a puzzle, he'd solve in 3 seconds. But he's not on alert that there's a tactic. And I've been a cruel coach in the past where I give a puzzle, quote unquote, that's just equal. And so so I've had students sit, they calculate, they do it, and after a while, they're like, I think it's just equal. Knight f5 on the board, by the way. Mm-hmm. But they go, it's just equal. And then I'm like, good, you solved it. And they're like, what? Why would you give me a position just equal? I'm like, because you need to use your brain. You can't make assumptions, like we've been saying all event. So now that we're here, it's much easier to see. But also, if you showed Ding Liren this position and then gave him an opportunity to go back, he would never play g5, because now it's really clear. And as Ding Liren sits at the board, he's going to look at that b2 pawn, but he probably won't take it because of the repercussions of knight takes d6.
I have a funny story on the subject of puzzles being equal, but I'll save it for a little bit later. I wanted to put forward a hypothesis, and we don't have to do any specific analysis, about where Ding lost control of the game. I actually think it was before g5. Remember that moment when Ding took a while on queen takes c6? I actually think that in that position, he might have misevaluated the situation, and he might have thought that the dark squares give white a big initiative. He might have started souring on his prospects, and I feel like that might have influenced the subsequent course of the game. If he didn't like his position, that might explain why he didn't take on b3 with the queen. He might have been holding himself back and thinking that he was already on the defensive. So if you ask him after the game, I think that he might say that he thought that he was already worse, and so he might not be too surprised now that he's actually worse, when in reality, if he had played queen takes b3, only black can be better in that position. So a misevaluation may stand at the heart of, partially, of what went wrong for Ding here in the middle game after an excellently played opening.
Yeah, no, that very well could be the case, because you start seeing ghosts, you start worrying about your king, and you say, my king on h8, a dark square bishop right in front of it, there could be a checkmating attack if I'm not careful. So you keep your queen towards your king, which is what he ended up doing. But unfortunately for him, it was the wrong choice, and it gave Fabio not just like new life, but the very rapid play. He opened the position up, and it's not like the king is that safe. But I mean, I'm looking in the top right here, Alireza Firouzja, Jan Nepomniachtchi. We see those 3 pieces in line, the knight on d4 and e4 and bishop on f4. Will Jan find these ideas with rook to c4? It's obviously well within his capabilities, but he's double, triple checking. He's verifying that it actually is the right choice, because the last thing you want to do is make a quick move. Your opponent actually doesn't give the pieces back, and now you're down material without a checkmate, and you're like, ooh, that's not how this should have gone.
What a complicated position. We were analyzing rook c4, but this idea of the queen sacrifice, I think you guys would agree with me, is very, very hard to find. When you're looking in your mind, you're saying, okay, rook c4, bishop b3. Now Jan will definitely see bishop takes g5. That move's pretty obvious. But after rook b1, it is really, really hard to determine that black does well with the queen sacrifice. bishop takes e3 after queen a2, rook a1, it's genuinely really, really hard to see. Maybe Jan goes for this and decides to make a draw. Maybe he goes for this knowing that a draw is in his pocket. I think that might actually be the most prudent approach, and then slows down and finds the queen sack.
That's a good point, that when you can put the draw in your back pocket and then think about playing for more, that way you know you don't actually carry risk because you can always bail out with the half point. But Almira, Jan Nepomniachtchi, giving up his queen for all those pieces, it's got to be easy for him, right?
Well, I'm not so sure. Once again, we were talking about these unbalanced positions where the material is so strangely divided. I would say that growing up and studying a lot of classical games, I would say that you wouldn't see this very often, and this is a pure computer line for me. So he needs to be careful, and you were talking about seeing ghosts. It's very important not to see a ghost while calculating this line.
Yeah, I think that's fair. It does feel engine-like, but if there is a player who can calculate like an engine, Jan Nepomniachtchi, he'll be one of the first people you name, because he has this style that is ambitious, but also one where if you put him in a tactical melee, he solves it. Right? He has the correct style for it, whereas a player who typically plays more solidly, we've talked about Rajabov throughout this event, where he likes more quiet positions, and then when there have been certain moments, it feels like he doesn't take the risky approach, and it may just be a feeling rather than a fact. But I think for Jan, he knows, not just senses, he knows that he is winning here, and that I think will help him find the right path forward.
Well, but another player who is striving for a tactical skirmish is Alireza Firouzja.
It's true.
So, is there a possibility that both of them could be blindsided by something? Sometimes you believe your opponent, and you don't go for the variation.
Yeah, I mean, the position is incredibly complex. I think that chair is doing a good job keeping Nepo's jacket unwrinkled. So that's the reason why the chair is so tall. It's to keep the jackets unwrinkled. How did we not think of that?
The spoolmaster, of course, would.
Indeed. But the position is incredibly complex. There's this idea of rook b1, rook a1. And we've seen crazier things happen. Nepo's win is not guaranteed. He needs to find 3 or 4 more very precise moves. And I'm sure that Alireza is remaining hopeful. He's on to his second hour. You could totally see Nepo spending 25, 30 minutes here. And if Alireza can get him below 30 minutes, I think that we might be talking about a comeback here. But let's see what Nepo chooses in this position. This is a critical moment. Can he find rook c4 or bishop e7 to d8, which seems to be the other move, which preserves a massive initiative?
Yeah, well, backwards moves are the hardest to find in chess, and we've had plenty throughout this tournament. Bishop d8, we've been so focused on the rook coming up into the action, but bishop d8, I mean, that might in fact be the best move, because the knight on e4 is under attack, behind it is this bishop on e2, but it also walks into a fork. So I think this is a much harder move to play. Even if it's good, the evaluation bar says, hello, black is winning. This knight says hello to 2 different rooks over here, and that already looks wrong. So the reason why this is, I guess, so good for black is you give up even more material. If the queen takes on e2, then you take on d4, this bishop is hanging, this king is wide open. We can see that black's pieces are swarming. But if the knight takes on e2 and the rook comes down here, if we just pause for a second, white is actually up a rook for just 1 pawn. So yeah, this is not an easy variation to go down, not at all.
No, and the line goes on, like rook b1, and now if rook takes e2 check, you slide the king back to h1, and apparently rook takes knight check is a mistake, taking a piece with check. So this game is far from over, and I agree with you, Robert. Bishop d8 is a tremendously difficult move, but,
Yeah,
and rook c4 it is.
There was no way he was playing bishop d8.
Rook c4 is definitely the more human of the 2 moves.
Rook c4.
And
Problems
now bishop
galore.
e3 is forced.
And that's the thing for Alireza, he has no choice. Right? He has to play bishop e3. So he's thinking because he feels like he's in trouble, but he's going to play bishop e3 right now. And I'm curious how quickly our tournament leader, Jan Nepomniachtchi, will respond to bishop e3. Because if he just comes back to the board, doesn't even sit down and just plays bishop takes g5, we'll be like, Jan sees it all. If he starts thinking, that's where you question Jan. You know it's the right thing to do, to think, but you're like, maybe he doesn't see it all the way through.
Well, bishop b3 is the only move in this position once again, so you cannot start the line with with rook c4 and then think after bishop b3. So I think that he calculated at least till a point where he knows that it's a draw, and then he has a choice.
And we just saw Alireza yawn at the board, so
I wonder why that might be.
A late night of bullet chess not helping his exhaustion levels. And Jan Nepomniachtchi, he's looked fresh throughout the event. He really seems to be in good shape. He also hasn't played that many moves relative to his competition. And you often expect if you're winning games, there have to be long battles against the opponent where you grind them down. But many of Jan's wins have actually been before the time control. So he is a player who is in good form. He's just kind of just crushing some of his opposition, and it's mesmerizing. I used that word before, but it's true.
Because he spent in his free days in his bed.
Right.
Yeah, he said
That's
that.
what he said, yes, exactly. This is pure discipline.
Yeah, he knows what he's here for. And I think also when you're nervous, you've got 4 rounds left or 5 rounds left, and you're leading the tournament, somehow the sights of Madrid, bishop takes g5 instantly, there's our answer, seem to be a little bit less beautiful than if you're here as a tourist. And I think Alireza is going to play rook b1 almost instantly.
Well, he looks like he's about to think, and while he does so, if you're new to chess, you didn't watch the last World Chess Championship, you might not be so familiar with Jan Nepomniachtchi, the top Russian player in the world. So here's a little profile. You can learn a bit about him.
The defending champion Jan Nepomniachtchi is back at the Candidates, effecting his 2nd straight bid to challenge for the World Chess Championship. One of the more experienced players, Nepo brings to Madrid an aggressive style that is both challenging to face and entertaining to watch. 2 years ago, Nepo made the most of his debut in the Candidates. With a round to spare, he won the event in convincing fashion.
That's all he needed. Jan Nepomniachtchi is the 2021 World Chess Championship challenger.
That victory led Nepo to a World Championship match with Carlsen and also secured his return to the Candidates in Madrid this year. Despite being one of only 2 players in the field to have won the Candidates, the expectations for Nepo were not particularly high this time around. However, his confidence from having won here before, in addition to his years of competitive experience, may offer him a shot to turn some heads. If Nepo should pull a major upset and face Magnus Carlsen again, the two know each other well. Nepo has competed against Carlsen for decades, ever since the two prodigies were 12 years old.
Well, Jan Nepomniachtchi, the expectations might not have been high from some of the prognosticators, but his performance is through the roof. We see his upcoming schedule. He looks like he's on the verge of victory against Alireza Firouzja. Then he gets double whites against Hikaru Nakamura and Richard Rapport before finishing the tournament against Jan-Krzysztof Duda. He can't be stopped.
I mean, if he wins today against Alireza, I think his strategy is quite simple. I think he's going to try to make draws against Hikaru and Richard. That is slightly risky strategy. If we think about it, he wins this game today, he might jump to a 2-point lead. So draws are going to be perfectly sufficient to preserve a huge lead going to the final round. If he doesn't win today as Alireza plays rook b1, I think we're going to see him changing his strategy a little bit, and I think we're going to see him taking a little bit more risk against Hikaru. I know what I want selfishly, but either way, this is a great final set of pairings for Jan. He's comfortable against all of these players. Man, oh man, this guy is a beast.
Now, we were discussing this before the round started, how difficult it to make a draw with black when all you need is a draw, but on the other hand, you want to have a playable position. So this fragile balance between having an equal position and not a very passive one. So you wouldn't be doomed,
right.
At some stages of the game. But here, it's probably a much easier task to do so with white, especially when you have, two games with white. So Jan is really very close on winning this tournament.
He is, and he has the white pieces in the next 2 games he plays. So if he can convert this advantage, that means that he doesn't have to worry himself with the players who are trying to chase him down, because he just keeps sprinting faster than they can run. So Jan Nepomniachtchi, he won the last candidates. We see him here on screen. He is calculating after rook to b1. This queen sacrifice line, if he doesn't go for that, then he might not win this game, but he has step 1, taking on a2, and Alireza almost certainly will play rook to a1. I don't think that there's another choice here, right? Because just to bring up the analysis board and show some lines quickly, the queen that was on b2 attacking this knight on d4, it may seem like this knight is safer here. So, okay, I don't have to worry about that knight hanging with my bishop, and my pieces can start going over here. But the problem, of course, is this knight is also hanging, and then this knight on d4 is sandwiched by the rooks, and this bishop on e2. I mean, everything falls apart as black's rooks get into the game. So, okay, Alireza has to play rook a1. I think he will. And then the only question, I believe, is will Jan just slide his queen back and forth and make some kind of draw, or will he find the queen sack, which is available to him right now?
Well, we are about to find out. Rook a1 is on the board.
Yep. He might repeat once, but I'm also curious if he does sack his queen, how long he's going to take. This is really going to be a reflection of his level of confidence. Now, the game is not over even if he sacks the queen. So
that's true. I am trying to read his eyes, though. Like, he's clearly focused on the center of the board. He doesn't want to
move right he's aware that he can sack his queen. I mean, it's an obvious idea. What's not obvious is the evaluation of that idea. Right. Here we go. Great camera work there as Jan sits back in his chair.
He's getting some tea.
And a little sip of tea. You know what that means. Satisfied with the moment. He's got a draw in his pocket. Is anything coming out of the thermos?
It just happened.
And
at
has
this point.
anything come out in the last 3 times that he's poured it?
So elixir d'amour. The love's elixir. So.
Elixir d'amour.
Yeah. Well, as he drinks tea or not tea, we have a funny video to show you from Jan Nepomniachtchi earlier in the event. Jan pours that tea, he makes a face or two, but when all is said and done and he calculates this through, I think he is going to find a way to break down White's resources. The 3 of us had not seen that video before, so that was very funny. Tea might just be his secret weapon.
Clearly. Are we sure that's tea and not coffee? That was a pretty dark colored liquid. Yeah, it's definitely tea. Jan is a tea drinker.
Yeah, and I don't know who drinks that much coffee in a thermos during a game of chess.
Speak for yourself. You don't drink any coffee.
You bring a thermos of coffee during a chess game?
I have brought a thermos of coffee during the game. During my last tournament, I was bringing a thermos every morning.
Wow.
So should do this again, stop this?
Yeah. I don't drink any coffee, so for me, even a sip of coffee is too much, but thermos is for tea. That's that's Jan's specialty. Ooh, didn't mean that pun, and I regret it immensely.
Wait, thermos is for tea. Jan's specialty. Oh!
How do you come up with all these horrible puns, and then when someone makes one, you took 30 seconds to get it?
You're on a mission, aren't you? You're hurting my feelings here.
Do you think we can compete with those Argentinian football commentators? That we're on the verge of becoming, that famous, with our. Oh my God! I didn't know he has a.
Oh, he does it. Yeah,
one of those two.
Here, I'm still interested. I have now that voice ringing in my ear.
Pepe Cuenca, right?
Exactly.
He's like the chess version of that.
Jan, though, big moment here because he can. It's not officially over, mathematically speaking, but he can send a message to players who are trying to catch up to him, saying, "No, don't even think about it." And he sacrificed his queen, but he took on d4 with his rook.
Transposition. Or no. Oh, so what he's doing is he's giving himself an extra option. After Alireza takes the queen, Nepo could play bishop g5 takes e3 as we pull up the analysis board and transpose into the position we were looking at. But he can also take Alireza's queen and get to a position where white has an exchange for 3 pawns. So rook takes. Now you take on e3. You don't take the knight because the bishop was hanging. Knight takes d6. After something like rook e5, white could get mated here.
Yeah, just because the queens are off the board does not make the king any safer, and this is bad news. But after rook takes d4, if we just analyze this live position, you can take on d4 in 2 different ways. We see the downside of taking with the queen. That leaves the bishop under, not under attack, just hanging with check, and then all of white's pieces will fall, including this bishop next, and then black just wins. So if we take with the bishop on d4, that means that Jan saw queen takes d5, hitting this knight, pinning it. And look at this position, right? If I move my bishop somewhere, unfortunately bishop f3 will run to knight h4 check. Black is down a rook for 5 pawns. Black isn't even down material.
White has no pawns left.
That's amazing. And once you take on f3, you take on e4 next because you have 2 attackers. And then you're, I'm going to put this in air quotes, down in exchange, but you have 5 pawns and a bishop for a rook. No. This is just unbelievable stuff.
I don't think I have ever seen a game on a top level where, like, well, white or black didn't have any pawns left for
it's crazy.
Some material.
Wow, and look at Jan, ultra precise with rook takes d4. And bishop takes e3 first. That looks more normal because this knight is protected 2 different ways, and you can take a hanging bishop and then take that knight. We don't have to worry. But he instead goes rook takes d4, and as we get Alireza move, rook takes a2. Is he going to take the bishop or is he going to take the queen?
Another big decision. I think both moves have their pros and cons. Bishop takes e3 takes some serious guts to play, though.
Maybe rook d1 is a more practical and more pragmatic decision.
Right, because that way you don't have to worry about the queen being on the board and the imbalance. I think that you're right, Almir. The rook takes d1, it makes sure that you don't really have losing chances.
After rook takes d1, I mistakenly said rook takes. White should take back with the bishop in order so that after bishop takes e3, at least knight f4 check doesn't come with like a semi-fork. Okay, Jan has indeed taken black's queen.
So we might just get this exact variation. So Jan takes the queen on d1, and he just comes back to the board only to make his move.
Right, and then gets up again.
Yeah.
It's the pressure because you wait for your opponent's move. It's the waiting time. He can't stand it at the board.
And bishop takes d1 play by Alireza, who looks very unhappy with how things have gone in this game.
But the game is far from over. If Alireza defends accurately, he does have a passer. He is up in exchange. And if he manages to get a pair of rooks off the board, you never know if you can set this d5 pawn in motion. I'm very skeptical. He's got no time. But Jan can't relax just yet.
Right, you're saying this pawn on d5, and if you try to do the same thing with rook e5, this is not going to go so well because already rook takes f7 is available, and with the rook still in the f file, this changes things. So I think that what Jan is going to have to do is just sit his rook on a square like e7, and you are correct though. It's 3 pawns and a bishop, the dark square bishop, for a rook. That sounds like too much, but there is a pass pawn, and that changes the nature of the material imbalance.
So you think that offers him a practical chance to save the game?
I would put this at about 20-80, but not 0-100.
I would put it very heavily in Jan's favor, and it's not just because of the board. The body language has said a lot throughout this game, where Alireza, he's looked a bit lost. And I don't mean that from a win-loss perspective, but he's floundered. He's pushed pawns, then he had thought. I played g4. Jan pretty quickly responded with h6, and then he started thinking again. So I feel like the way that Alireza has been, his posture hasn't been great, but he is sitting up now, and I mean, look at him, right? He's got his hand on his face. He just doesn't look very happy.
Oh, he's not. But knowing Alireza decently well, I think one of his greatest strengths actually lies in endgame defense. Like, he can save some completely lost positions. So I don't think we've heard, I don't think he's said his last word yet. I think he's going to put Nepo through, force him to jump through a couple of hoops. But in general, I agree with you. The body language, the time left on his clock, The fact that Nepo's play is pretty straightforward, the knight from g6 coming to f4, all of that taken together should give Nepo enough to win this critical game.
And Jan looks like he's hunting. I mean, the way he's staring at this chessboard, right? He is not going to let this one slip out of his grasp. He's kind of like a hawk. You know, he sees that the prey is there. Let me go take what is mine. And this could be his second consecutive candidates win. But let's take a step back as we've been focused on this game. Two others are still in progress. We have in the top left, Hikaru Nakamura and Richard Report. That game looking quite level. Richard needs to play a few accurate moves, but the game does seem like it should be heading towards a draw. And then in the bottom right, somehow Fabiano Caruana, opposite color bishops against Liren, but with a much safer king. It should be a nice edge for him. So will he be able to convert it? That would be really huge for his tournament after a couple losses in the last 3 rounds. So we'll leave Fabiano to it. We'll leave Jan to it. And in the meantime, we're going to take a short break. But when we come back, it is more of Chess.com's coverage of round 11 of the 2022 FIDE Candidates.
So we're here today at the Candidates. We're in the media room with Liren's notoriously large chair, and Fun Master Mike is having a battle of his own to become Food Master Mike. We're gonna see how he's getting on.
Lydia, don't make me eat anymore. This is like a pizza simul. Please be done. At least get some water or something. It's terrible here.
This is going to be a real-time breakdown of Danny Wrench's games all time on chess.com.
That's cool. Oh! In the last month, I am playing 83.12.
I'm less accurate than them in every stage.
Yeah.
Man, that stings a little
you
bit.
should
Okay.
do the more game review.
Okay. Yeah, thanks. Okay, so
Tuesday sucks. I gotta stop playing chess on Tuesday. Oh, it's because it's Title Tuesday.
Look how many blunders there were back in December 2020. And now December 2021, 1,600. Don't look at this number. look at this number. Best.
Let's go to tactics. Mates. I'll probably need to work on these ones. Yep.
Every single rook fork that has presented itself to me, I have found. No one has a higher percentage of rook forks than I do. Yes, correct.
These are literally the knight forks that you missed.
I missed knight d6?
You saw it just now.
What the is wrong with me?
I could have done here and then taken this pawn, and I'm winning because my pawns get held together. That's probably the coolest part about this feature.
Like these positions against Hess? Rook there for rook e2. And he blunders mate in 1. Oh my goodness. I'm awful.
The FIDE Candidates is the most important tournament in chess. Taking place every 2 years, the Candidates qualifies the victor to challenge the reigning world champion in a World Chess Championship title match. The 2022 Candidates will feature 8 of the world's best chess players. They've all earned their spots through 2 years of fierce competition. They now head to Madrid, Spain, where everything will be settled over the board. One of those 8 spots is always reserved for the previous World Chess Championship challenger. Jan Nepomniachtchi would love nothing more than a second chance at the throne, but he has to get through 7 other great players in Madrid first. 2 spots went to the top finishers of the most prestigious open chess tournament in the world, the FIDE Chess.com Grand Swiss. Alireza Firouzja won the Grand Swiss, turned the heads of everyone in doing so, and has become the youngest player in history to cross the 2,800 ELO rating barrier. He would become the youngest world chess champion of all time should he win the Candidates and ultimately the World Chess Championship match. Fabiano Caruana joined him, taking the other spot from the Grand Swiss. The US #1 and 3rd highest rated player in the history of our game is also the only person to never lose a classical chess game to Magnus Carlsen in a World Chess Championship match. 2 of the spots were claimed by the winners of the dramatic 2022 FIDE Grand Prix cycle. Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura is a former world #2, a blitz and bullet chess legend, and the most popular chess streamer in the world. He was joined by GM Richard Rapport. The Hungarian #1 is one of the most creative and dangerous minds in the game today, and nobody is looking forward to facing him in Madrid. FIDE awarded one of the 8 spots to the wildcard invite Grandmaster Timur Rajabov. Raja missed the 2021 candidate cycle in consideration of COVID concerns. But as the oldest, most experienced player in the field, he's looking to use that knowledge and punch his ticket to the World Chess Championship title match. And finally, 2 spots go to the top 2 finishers of the world's largest knockout tournament, the absolutely grueling FIDE World Cup. Jan-Krzysztof Duda, the Polish #1, punched his ticket by ousting none other than world champion Magnus Carlsen in the semifinals of that event. Duda would ultimately defeat Karyakin in the final to win the World Cup. However, Karyakin, due to suspension from play by FIDE, sees his spot go to China's #1, Grandmaster Ding Liren. Ding Liren takes the spot due to being the highest rated eligible player according to the May 2022 FIDE rating list. So that's how each of our 8 competitors earned their bids to Madrid. Inside the Palace of Santona, it's about who can sustain the mental endurance to secure the coveted slot as challenger for the world title. But we're not sure who that will be just yet. We do know this. We'll enjoy watching every minute of the Candidates with the Chess.com community as we see how the most important tournament in chess plays out together.
Want to play chess online or learn how to improve? Join us at the #1 chess destination in the world, chess.com. With thousands of people playing at any moment, you'll quickly find a game with someone at your level, whether you're a beginner or a grandmaster. Chess.com makes learning fun and easy. Sharpen your tactics with puzzles and enhance your strategy with our lessons by top masters. Learn from your own games with our easy-to-use analysis tool. Chess.com has everything you need to take your game to the next level. Signing up is free and easy. Join Chess.com today.
Isabella. What a legacy she has left.
It's amigos.
Queen Isabella. Just like the candidates here in Madrid, they look to leave a legacy as like the one she left behind, influencing our royal game of chess. And somebody who's going to influence our game for many years to come is the player you see on screen in front of you. That is Grandmaster Alireza Firouzja, the youngest player to ever crack the 2,800 rating threshold. Unfortunately for him, in this game against Jan Nepomniachtchi, he's struggling, but Mis Amigos is correct. Thank you, Pablo Morris. To reset, to remind you of who we are, this is International Master Almira Skripchenko, Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. I am Grandmaster Robert Hess, and we've been treated to some great games in the 11th round here at the FIDE Candidates. So Alireza, maybe it hasn't been such a great day for him, but the other games the players are still slugging it out.
Well, I wanted to say that I'm not sure that we will know who we are at the end of the tournament. It's getting more and more difficult, but I think that Fabi has a very nice advantage.
Yeah.
Look at those pawns. F6, G5, D6, C5, if he will get to them.
Whoa, and a big development in the top left of our screen here. Hikaru Nakamura is up a pawn in an endgame, so I don't know what went wrong for Rich Report. We can actually dive into that quickly before we get to the other games, as some of the players are nearing time trouble, 5 or 9 minutes left. But right now it's White's move, and Hikaru just stole a pawn in the center of the board.
Well, I want to say, I told you so.
You were correct.
You were.
I'm going to drag us back. We'll bring up an analysis board. But Hikaru Nakamura, I thought that his chances were out the window. And let's see what happened here. We left off around here.
So we left off here and we thought, but Almira was right. Bishop G4 is a very unpleasant move, but still it should be maybe Bishop takes G4 was a mistake, allowing the knight to sink its teeth on that E5 pawn.
Yeah, maybe bishop c5 was actually very forcing, but after bishop takes e6,
e3.
bishop takes e3. Although this doesn't look that clear with moves like bishop d7 going for the pawn.
Yeah.
But it's ultimately should be equality. So he didn't go for this, but Almir, you called it. Bishop g4. This capture happened. Now e5 is a target. And Report decided to give up his b pawn and play rook to b5, thinking he'd win this eventually, and maybe he'd have time to protect it. But Hikaru made this amazing move. And not for the first time in the tournament has he used the h-pawn to great effect. Pawn to h5.
This is a very nice move, and I wanted to tell you that I've been there so many times. The feeling that you get when you equalized, that's where like you're starting to lose thread. And that's what happened to Richard Report in this game.
He assumed, I believe, that his next move would be h5, kicking the knight away from the pawn in the center of the board, and then this pawn would be recaptured. So h5 stops that. If you want to take on h5, you're not going to be very happy, because after the knight goes to h6 with check, the king goes wherever it wants to go, this knight goes to f5. This would be the second game in a row where Hikaru Nakamura would have a menacing knight from that square.
Yeah, and what's amazing is that Report's assumption that the b4 pawn, in the words of Robert Hess, is not long for this board are true. You can play rook takes b4, and the funny thing is that black is actually up a pawn here technically, but after rook c2, first of all, the pawn structure is terrible, but mainly the knight totally dominates over the bishop. This is a incredibly thankless defensive task. So after quite a bit of thought, Richard decided that the lesser evil was to go into this 2-on-3 knight versus bishop endgame. And during the break, I was trying to figure out how, I know for a fact that this should be a draw. I don't think any of us is arguing that with best defense, black should be able to hold. The problem is that when you look at the engine, you see 0.5, you think, it's pretty easy. That means white can't make progress. We're talking about Hikaru Nakamura here. He can always make progress. Richard Report is in for a very long evening.
We are in for
which means that we are in for a very long evening.
And I think that every fan sitting at home is okay with us having a long day here in Madrid, if that means that Hikaru Nakamura can win his game. Richard Report has made so many new fans and already had plenty to speak of, but Hikaru Nakamura, the biggest chess content creator, the biggest streamer on Twitch for chess, and so he's looking at this position, glancing to the side, and as just I say that, we have a nice chat about Richard Report, but knight d3, you can like Report all you want. He can have your heart, but will he be able to save his game? That's a different question.
Wait up. I think the move f7, f5 might be the way to go here for black.
Immediately?
Immediately.
But that's okay. Well,
I can try to explain why.
Okay, go for it.
First of all things held equal, 2-on-1 is easier to hold in such a position than 3-on-2. So if white takes on f5, black recaptures, brings his king to f6, and I don't think that white has any way to make progress in such a position, because any time that white uses his king and knight to chisel away at this f5 pawn, the bishop drops back and either checks the king and pushes it back toward f3. If you get the situation, king f4, bishop d2 check. And the knight by itself cannot dislodge black's king from making contact with the f5 pawn. So this, I think, is basically a dead draw. But you might say, well, wait a second, after f5, doesn't white have e5, right, in establishing a protected passed pawn? But after e5, I think black's king is able to reach d5 in time, or maybe you should start with g6, g5. And if white plays f4, you get a situation eventually where if the black king makes contact with the e5 pawn and the knight moves, black will be able to sack the bishop as you're showing on e5. I don't know if that made any sense.
That's a very important defensive idea.
It just looks so counterintuitive to give your opponent a protected passed pawn. But the issue is, even if this king gets up to f3 very quickly and then this knight is free to move, your knight and pawn alone can't promote, right? The knight is not actually lending a hand, and you need the king to come up the board as well. So the king will be tied down to this pawn, even if this knight eventually goes out somewhere to try to push this one. So yeah, no, this is a good endgame to show, very instructive, and I think Richard Report, he understands that he has the draw. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sacrificed a pawn in this manner. He would have played that worse endgame where that knight was on f5 if he felt like he's going to lose this. But f5 is a very, very nice move here for black, and it should secure a relatively easy draw.
And if he plays f3, so we'll just leave
right.
the pressure.
You don't want to take. I think that's your point, because as soon as you take, we now have a clear pass pawn. It says table base still is going to should be a draw, but it's more difficult with a clear-cut pass pawn.
Okay, and there he goes.
F5.
And f5 is on the board. And a great job of Rapport to take his time and not just automatically bring his king up.
Yeah, really nice move. So Rapport, he has plenty of time remaining, and they're about to reach the time control. Hikaru looking at his position, hoping that he can play for a win. And he plays that f3 move to prolong the struggle.
Nakamura.
And whoa, in the top right of our screens here, we're definitely going to have to look at the game between Caruana and Liren. But first, Caruana's time trouble, that's the storyline, but the advantage is growing for Jan Nepomniachtchi. And the knight on b7, what's it doing there? Just like Fabiano had a knight on g7 earlier, now there's a knight on b7, and as we show this game here, this is a problem.
Nepo is finding every single move.
Everything.
Literally sees everything.
So we were talking that Alireza Firouzja is the human version of AlphaZero, so what does it make Jan Nepomniachtchi?
This tournament,
it makes Jan deep mind and pulled the plug on the AlphaZero and said, all right, now I'm the one who's the boss.
Or he pressed some sort of a button.
Yeah.
That button didn't do very good things to AlphaZero's algorithm. So what if knight d6? What if you try to evacuate the knight back?
Yeah, I think that your knight has to move.
Oh, rook e3, I guess.
Because bishop b5 is already a pretty big threat to win this knight on b7. But as you're pointing out, rook e3 comes, knight h4 check, or bishop h3 check. No, this one's
over.
This one's done. So you try to save your knight, you lose other pieces here. Yikes.
And bishop h3.
Right. Can't play rook f3 because of knight to h4 with the fork. Oh, goodness. Can't catch a break.
Me, oh my. What an insane game.
That's what happens when you go all in.
That's what happens when you play bullet all night.
I wasn't going to blame you this time, but it looks like as we approach time trouble for Alireza Firouzja and we approach move 40, that's the magical number, is move 40, because at move 40, the players get the additional hour on the clock. Still no increment until after move 60, but that gives them ample time to think and try to work through the complications of the position. So move 31 has just been played by Jan Nepomniachtchi. I don't think move 40 is that big of a deal in this game, because I don't think Alireza is making it to move 40.
No, I don't even think he's making it to move 35.
Yeah, he might just resign a couple moves, that's true.
Rook e3 basically pre-move.
And you can't even stop it, because we just talked about how rook f3 runs into this fork over here, and if that's the case, then, as you said, basically a pre-move.
And d6, one important detail, there's bishop c6 check. Because without that, the bishop would fly into f7.
Yes, that is true. That would be the one hope, is that this pawn on f7 would fall. And perhaps that's something that Alireza didn't fully appreciate several moves ago, but now that he's here, well, it's very clear. d6, bishop c6 is check, and then this rook will take this knight over here, and, well, 2 minor pieces for a rook, but it's 2 minor pieces and 3 pawns for a rook. Too many.
Maybe the fatal mistake was taking the pawn on b7. Did he still have like a small practical chance here after knight f5? Ah, no, you take a knight h4. So
I think bishop b3.
Yeah, bishop b3.
He had to maybe go rook e2, exploiting the fact that after knight f4 check, there's rook takes f4, so that would be a horrible blunder.
Loose rooks drop off, as they say.
And if he played rook e2, I think that the game continues.
Yeah, it's still clearly not good. Black just plays b6, and if you try to, you can't even go rook e1 because of knight f4 check now. So black, it has 3 pawns and a bishop for a rook. It's just too much material, though, with chances remaining. That's the number one thing, is for Firouzja. He needed to keep chances alive, even if the position remained bad. So Alireza, he might be thinking about resigning here, and, well, that's bad news for the rest of the tournament. And while he sits and thinks, we have 2 other games going, and Fabiano Caruana, You know, he's looking at that game. He's like, please, Alireza, please do something.
Too late. That's not just bad news. That's unthinkably disastrous news for the rest of the tournament.
It is. And I mean, the position for Liren in the bottom right-hand side of our screen, Fabiano's 4 minutes, 30 seconds, but he just made his 38th move. And Liren's position is extremely unpleasant.
And he brings his rook back towards c8, going completely on the defensive. And I think that is the most prudent option. He's got to go rook c8 to f8. That f6 pawn is a catastrophe, a really, really bad weakness.
But can't White just keep piling up and play on all sides of the board?
I wanted to say that you could play bishop c3 and queen c2 takes g5. That's how bad I see.
Oh my goodness. That's a good move.
That's
it's the best move I've ever seen.
Or how well you see, depending on how you look at it.
That's definitely maybe something like queen g2 or queen f2.
Yeah, no.
Queen g3 then with the same idea.
So many options here for White, and this bishop on b7 not playing in this game. It's stuck behind this pawn on e4, and maybe at some point Black needs to think about playing d5, but that carries its own risks, especially with a move like e5 for White. So the move played by Fabiano, he needs to move quickly. He does in fact play bishop c3. Rook f8 is absolutely forced. Played quickly by Ding. And Fabi on his final move, it's the 40th move of this game. He has just 3 minutes and 20 seconds. And while his position is advantageous, this is those type of moments where you throw away all hopes to win. Not necessarily that he will do that, but I've played countless games where I'm about to make my 40th move. I need to do something quickly. And I say, whatever, that looks fine. And then my opponent responds and I'm like, well, it's just equal. I can't win anymore.
Oh, those are very painful memories.
Mm-hmm. I think White's advantage is pretty stable here because Black's not really ever going to play f6, f5, which would be the only way for Black to eradicate his main weakness. So as long as White keeps the f5 square under pretty decent control, White can enjoy life. The question is, enjoying life is enough. You also have to make progress, and you kind of have to use the principle of two weaknesses here, I think, because just the f6 pawn, Black can somehow defend. If White can play b2, b4 at some point, or maybe h3, h4, and create a second weakness, then that's when Black's position might start to crumble.
For sure. But if Black gets this move d5 in at the right moment, then maybe there's some pressure going the other way. And that's, I guess, what we're talking about. We're totally right, that you need to create a second weakness, because maybe if you don't do it now, you won't get the chance. And if Black gets that move d5 in and trades off some pawns, that's where you're like, oh gosh, my best opportunity is behind me. So Fabiano down under 2 minutes. I know it's only one move, so of course he will not lose on time, but he's worried that he's going to lose his advantage here.
But is it realistic for Black to think about queen e6 and king g6?
Aha, you really want to play f5 now.
Not only, I want to unpin.
For sure. And queen e6 also supports any kind of d5 push. So I don't think any of us see any kind of conclusive threat unless you don't see what I'm going for and blunder a pawn on g5 immediately. But you're right. I mean, king g6, queen e6, and you sit on the position, it's better for White. But if this queen goes here and this rook goes to f7, then you're asking your opponent, how are you going to beat me? I actually still have everything under control.
I quite like the idea of throwing an h4, because if you throw an h4, h6, the point is that anytime Black plays f5, then the g5 pawn is going to end up a lot weaker. So then maybe you can get your queen from c2 to g3 and preemptively aim at that g5 pawn to further discourage Black from preparing f6, f5.
For sure. And I like queen f2 because it also plays well with your b4 idea. You may say, wait, your queen just went to the king side. What are you talking about, b4? But this queen may want to sneak into this b6 square, especially if a bishop ends up on b4. And that's the type of thing that you need, right? The principle of two weaknesses, create another target, and that target could be d6. There's already a target in f6, one on g5. And Fabiano, he made his 40th move here, queen f2, and the position, it remains good for him. I think that Black, as you were saying, Danya, you don't really have too many choices. You kind of have to shuffle because the move d5 would probably be a little bit too risky. But as we get back to the other games, we see in the top left, Nakamura and Report have reached time control. It's 3 pawns and a knight versus a bishop and 2. That one seems to be one where Richard can hold the game with best play, and it looks like Hikaru recognized that. But Alireza Firouzja,
it's over 30 seconds for 8 moves he won't even make. And now all the hyperbolt practice maybe would come in handy. But
I don't think it's the speed that's going to catch him. It's just the position, because you still can't ever play d6. I know it's black's turn, but white has no threats. So this is not a position anybody would want.
King h1 is a nice move, though, because it prevents bishop h3, check.
Right.
And rook h3 will be met with rook h2. So it's chess. Nothing is ever guaranteed, and you have to have the discipline to remain fully attentive and vigilant until the very end, especially when you're playing someone as tricky as Alireza. So Jan, in his mind, is not thinking about which restaurant he'll celebrate with, tonight, or which bottle of wine he's going to order. He's thinking about how to exploit this advantage as quickly, efficiently, and to give Alireza as little miracle chances as possible.
Well, he's fully focused, of course, but I cannot find those miracle chances.
Yeah, I can't find them either.
I would say for Jan now, it's all about bringing more pieces into the attack. So rook c3, it gets rid of white's only threat of trying to open up the diagonal. We understand that it's difficult to do so regardless, because if you push the d pawn, the bishop gets a c6. But playing rook c3, then bring my bishop to g4, trying to get my bishop to f3, the white king has no shelter because it has no pawns.
And if you play rook c3, knight d6, there's simply bishop c5 somewhere.
I think bishop h3, so he attacks the rook.
Okay, so rook b1, I guess.
Is that the only? It's like the only safe square.
Yeah, where else do you go? I guess c1.
You could go rook c1. That's true.
But then that rook on c1, I guess, could be susceptible to some sort of bishop b6 to e3 later. I'm not sure exactly.
Yeah, rook c1. I mean, it just feels like I should go after this king over here.
It would be one, then you can play bishop
f5.
Oh, and bishop b4 with tempo.
Which honestly, bishop f5 might be the response no matter where your rook goes. So you're right, the rook doesn't want to be on b1.
I think he's played rook c1.
Oh gosh, it's very painful. You're already threatening a checkmate.
Right.
Like your threat is rook over here. If I'll make some random move, like rook h3 check. If you play rook h2, I bishop e4 checkmate.
Man, oh man, he can't catch a break.
No. And he played rook c1, so bishop f5 is a response by Jan Nepomniachtchi. There's nothing that can be done. Actually, there is the knight coming back to d6, so that might be what Alireza is counting on. But I don't think that it changes
you trade on h2 and go bishop c7. What a line.
Oh my goodness. Just to show the king doesn't have the g1 square because of the bishop. If the king goes to g2, the knight comes in with check. So the rook blocks, but after a swap, there it is. Pinning and winning this knight. That'd be 2 minor pieces and a couple pawns for a rook. No, that's donezo.
Wow. Bishop f5 ends it. That's the killer move. Will Jan find it? He's got plenty of time. His time management this entire tournament has been nothing short of superb.
He's going to find it. And he could play probably bishop g4 as well, but I like the bishop being a bit further away from the white pieces. That way you can deliver that check on e4 without worrying about a possible trade.
Yeah, the interesting thing is that technically black is only, black has 2 pawns for an exchange, and yet it feels almost like Lionel Messi's on the soccer field. It feels like one side has 20 men and the other side has 5.
And bishop f5 played. So, wow.
Bishop f1.
Okay, so stopping the rook from coming to h3. But
just bishop b4 and bishop takes pawn. Bishop g2, rook h3.
Gosh, you just take this one, attack the.
No. Oh, you attack the rook too. So that's why rook b2 was actually the accurate move. Oh no, that had nothing to do with it. I apologize. That's the other rook we're talking.
Bishop g2, rook h3 mate is just sick.
He's gonna resign right here. My goodness, and he stops the clock and resignation. And Jan Nepomniachtchi is a man on a mission.
He has scored his 8th point in this tournament out of 11 games. The highest score ever in Candidates history is 8.5 points out of 14, and he already has 8 points after 11 rounds. I mean, just an unbelievable display by the winner of the previous Candidates cycle, and now Alireza Firouzja, the 19-year-old. He has a lot to figure out because Jan Nepomniachtchi now has his number. He's won 3 straight games against Alireza, and for Firouzja, it's a second consecutive loss. First to Hikaru Nakamura, now to Jan Nepomniachtchi.
The disappointment, it's written all over his face, but Alireza graciously continuing to analyze with Jan. All of these players are professionals, but what absolute ice water in Jan's veins. The confidence, the speed, the accuracy. He left nothing to doubt the moment Alireza played G4. What a performance.
And they're just doing that chess player thing, right? Talking about what could have happened, what should have happened, but that's not the here nor there. That didn't happen. What did happen, though, is another sip of tea for Jan Nepomniachtchi.
There's nothing in that cup.
There's definitely something
nothing in the
cup.
thermos, nothing in the cup. He's finished all of the tea, and now he'll have an entire evening to refill his thermos, and it'll be the sweetest tasting tea that he's had in a while.
I like your comments. These images show us that Alireza remains elegant even in defeat. So he will certainly lick his wounds at home, analyze his games, and come back even stronger in the next tournament.
And something I mentioned earlier is there's no guarantees you ever make it back to the Candidates, as strong as Alireza is. I mean, we all expect him to, but maybe expectations are what's causing problems here. That the weight of everybody else's thoughts and prognostications and the critics and also the people who believe in him, right? It's just like so much has been thrown on his teenage shoulders, and there are never any guarantees because some of the strongest players in the history of chess have only made one Candidates, and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave has actually qualified for 0. He played last time, but that's because Rajabov sat it out, and who would have thought that Maxime would have never made it by his own tournament play?
Yes, but if you remember, Bobby Fischer was even younger when he played his first Candidates, and well, he didn't win it. And how many attempts has he made? Until he won the Candidates tournaments and had a shot at the title.
Yeah, no, he of course is such a powerhouse, and if he makes it back, but that's the thing, the if. We all would be surprised if he didn't make it back, but there's no guarantees considering how hard it is for the players to even get here in the first place. And I guess that's ultimately my point, that these 8 players, I mean, they fought so hard through such great opposition. Top 10 players, Levon Aronian, Wesley So, Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, Anish Giri. They're not playing here, but if they were, you'd be like, okay, that makes sense. Just that hard to qualify in the first place.
And there's going to be a lot of talk in the coming days and weeks. A lot of armchair generals and Monday morning quarterbacks criticizing Alireza's playing in the tournament, suggesting that he's overhyped, overrated, and all of that talk is going to be impulsive. It is impossible to judge on the basis of one candidate's performance, his first, whether or not Alireza is overhyped, whether he has it in him to become a world champion. So if you're a informed chess fan, I would encourage people not to draw permanent conclusions. It was a bad tournament. It was a performance that Alireza is going to be deeply disappointed by, but he's going to be his own worst critic. He's not going to let himself slide after this tournament. As Almira said, he's going to analyze these games very carefully, and I am expecting a big-time bounce back from Alireza to start the next season of chess tournaments.
Yeah, well, that season will start after this event, and this event has been all Jan Nepomniachtchi. 2 games are still in progress here, but Jan, he has the lead. He's 8 points out of 11 rounds. And Fabiano Caruana, Hikaru Nakamura, Liren, all those players who entered the round with 5.5, tied for second, they're still battling on the board to try to chase down Jan Nepomniachtchi. But 5 wins, 0 losses for Nepomniachtchi. Incredible stuff.
Well, and 3 players are still in the race for the second place. I think, their result depends mostly on who has more whites in the last 3 games.
Right. First move advantage is real, and I think we know who that will be. Liren, he's playing with the black pieces today, so that means that he's going to get white in the future games. And I mean, he won yesterday with black. He gets a second black in a row. He'll have 2 whites at the remaining 3 games, and that second place finish, I mean, we keep talking about it because it's so important, because we don't know if Magnus Carlsen will be playing in the World Championship. And even he was tweeting about this very topic when he said, in response to some Twitter user who said, "I'll bet my car that you will gladly play against Nepo, and you should." Magnus said, "Can't let you do that, buddy. I'm an ambassador for responsible gambling." And that's because Magnus Carlsen, he is sponsored by Unibet, one of the biggest online gambling sites, but gamble responsibly. He said, "Don't bet your car that I'm going to play, because chances are I won't."
Well, Magnus always had this great sense of humor. But I cannot imagine him not playing, you know. This is something which, well, I couldn't believe even would happen when I started playing chess. Of course, like we were talking about historical examples, like I cannot compare this to when Bobby Fischer forfeited his match, because he was ready to play, but he made a few claims. He wanted to change the system and the rules of the match. So maybe when Karius didn't get to play against Alyoshin, you know, because of the World War II, this is also a very difficult situation. So I don't even know how what to believe.
Maybe, and I think there's a possibility that a lot of people haven't factored in. Maybe Magnus doesn't know if he wants to play. Maybe he said that and he hasn't decided yet. I think everybody thinks that Magnus has a very clear idea in mind, and everybody's guessing, and he's keeping people guessing. Maybe he doesn't know. Maybe he's going to decide once he figures out who wins the candidates.
Yeah, I think that there's a lot to figure out and a lot to unpack with what Magnus Carlsen has said. I do not think he's trolling. I think he's very serious. I don't believe he's like said, "I'm never going to play and there's nothing you can do about it." But I think he wants change. And if we're talking about the bigger picture, some of the matches in previous years have had prize funds that are less than the World Championship matches in the 1980s. And that's probably unacceptable to Magnus, because chess is already a beloved game and the viewership is increasing. And there are some demands that Magnus probably wants met. And some of them, I don't know what they are. So I'm just speaking broadly about this topic. I think that the world champion is such a great ambassador for chess. And if he doesn't play the World Championship match, will anyone even really consider the other person a world champion? I won't.
No.
By title, sure, but Magnus Carlsen is by far the best player in the world. So you can strip him of that title, give it to somebody else, but everyone would be like, no, Magnus, he's the best. He's the world champion in our hearts, our brains, because until someone beats him in a match, then, or just plays better than he does in all these tournaments that he just wins left and right, Magnus is the best.
Well, maybe the consequences of this decision would be dramatic, but on the other hand, it could simply change the system.
Yeah.
So maybe we'll have the same universal system as, the Tennis Association has, but we need to unify our tournaments, so everyone has equal chances into qualifying and getting a shot at the #1 spot.
And I guess Magnus, from even before he was world champion, he's wanted to say in the system, right? And what kind of system is used. And there is no players association in chess. In tennis, they have that. In most sports, they have that. But in chess, there is no players association. So I think if Magnus is serious, which I believe he is, that he needs to discuss it with other top players, form a players association that actually makes an impact and requests certain things, because otherwise there's just an organization that is all power, pulls the strings, and the players, they're just have to opt in or opt out without any creative control.
I agree, and I think you've said this, the positive impact that Magnus has made on the game of chess. And forget that, the impact that Magnus made in advancing the level of chess players as a whole. He's had the same impact that Stephen Curry has had on the game of basketball. He has changed chess. And I think the least that we can do, the least that FIDE can do, is to listen very carefully to what Magnus's demands are and to work with him and to have the ultimate goal of doing whatever it takes to make sure that Magnus plays the next World Championship match. It might not be possible to institute all of the changes that Magnus wants immediately, but a promise that FIDE and those who have the power to change the system and the World Championship system a promise that they will listen very carefully and work with the top players, I think will go a very long way toward convincing Magnus that everyone has good faith, and toward convincing him that playing in the next World Championship match is going to be meaningful.
Yeah, and the World Championship matches are very taxing. And we've talked about Richard Rapport's style, and he's still playing against Hikaru Nakamura. Magnus has been in commercials, he's modeled, he's done all these things that have helped, we love to use the expression, grow the game. And there's been no better ambassador for the game of chess than Magnus Carlsen. But as we return here to see which of these players might be Magnus's challenger or might just challenge somebody else here in the candidates, a Rapport is struggling, but Liren, he's not having much fun either all of a sudden. Earlier in the game, we really liked the #1 Chinese player's position. The #2 rated player in the world was playing well, defending accurately against whatever pressure Fabiano hoped to get on the king side. Now we're in a situation where Fabiano can play for 2 results, right? He has the opposite color bishop dynamic. He's the one with the safer king, and he just played the move b2 to b4, trying to create another avenue of attack.
Well, he combined both your ideas. He played h4, so first queen f2, h4 and b4, trying to create a second weakness in Liren's camp. Will it be enough?
Hard to say.
Because whenever you attack the d6 pawn, I will shift my rook to d8. Well, if you will come back to c3, I will come back to f8.
But now there are 2 weaknesses. I mentioned the principle of 2 weaknesses. I feel like there are now 2 weaknesses, and there's also an open c file. So you could already conceive of an idea like queen b6 rather than queen b4 in order for the queen to protect the c7 square, paving the way for the rook to travel from c1 to c7. So, I don't envy Ding here. This looks like a really nasty position, but as Elmira said, if you don't take on b4, then white can take on c5 and soften up black's center, and then moves like e4, e5 are in play, and this is no fun either.
It's a really difficult choice for Liren because it looks bad no matter what you do, and you just have to pick one of these options. And I'm just going to throw a position that we could have had back here with queen takes b3, and if you compare the position on the right side in the analysis board to the live position, I mean, he was the one who looked like he was ready to seize control of this game, take the initiative, attack all these pawns, and then things have just gone downhill for him. So that trajectory, that history of the game that weighs on you is probably very unpleasant for Liren. But while he sits and thinks, he's plenty of time, an hour and a half remaining for the next 20 moves. We had a great interview Dina Belenkaya did with Timur Rajabov, asking him about his game and talking about Firouzja if he cracked under the pressure.
Timur, thanks for joining. Facing Jan-Krzysztof today, what was your mood like?
No, my mood somehow was fighting. I mean, compared to the game that happened. So I just went to for this line that is generally usually very playable, but I was more concentrated, focused on the e takes d5, which is the main move there. And knight takes d5 is much more rare. In general, I saw that this line, I mean, I saw it a bit, but I mean, d4, c5, when I'm taking on c5 and all this knight d2 stuff, after knight d7, there's the idea of his knight d4 and queen d4 coming. So that was the usual thing. So when he played knight f6, somehow I didn't understand what white is doing. I mean, what is the way to proceed and to get the advantage. So I didn't want to waste much time, so I just played fast, but fast was just not a good way of playing in this position. Probably I had to think how to, to proceed and try to play for the c6 square, which is usual thing in these positions. So I made 1 or 2 fast moves, and then I was very upset about the fact that I didn't think a bit at least how to put the pieces there and try to press. So yeah, that was a bit surprising what he played, and no, the mood was good, but the play was bad.
Firouzja made a long break from playing online to prepare for the candidates, and this night he cracked. So do you think it was a right way to release the stress?
I think he cracked already on some previous nights, because in general, I mean, the thing that he played today, it's because of the result, because he's not fighting for the highest places. And then you don't care anymore, and you just play. I mean, the way he plays also today, he's playing like bullet a bit. So in general, I think that it's just the way of the state of mind where you don't care simply because I mean the point here is the first place, and if you are not going to take it, then you're just playing. I mean, you're enjoying chess and trying some ideas and stuff, but yeah, I think that's why he did it.
Okay, well, we heard from Timur Rajabov. He says that for Alireza, things just weren't going well. He felt like he needed to play for a win, and well, it was not a good day for the youngster, but it might not be a good day for the #1 player from China. He just moved his bishop to d7, and Danya, there's problems all across the board. All these pawns on dark squares, which means that the bishop can put pressure on them. What do you think about his decision not to take on b4 instead to bring his bishop out?
Well, I totally get it, because as we were discussing, if he takes on b4, then there is a very clear target on d6.
Right.
And you also free up the d4 square for the queen. As it stands, at least the d4 square is defended, but now you have a weakness on the c5 square. The h2 b8 diagonal is opened up, so the queen from g3 acquires even more power. It's bad this way and that way.
It is for sure, but someone who's not having a bad day at all is Grandmaster Jan Nepomniachtchi, who won another game. He leads the candidates with 8 out of 11, and we have him here in studio. So, Jan, first of all, how are you feeling?
No idea. Well, I didn't really understand what was going on today from his side. Like, I would say he played very, in an optimistic manner.
Yeah. So the first surprise came on move 5, the move c4. What has been your experience so far with this move, and is this something that you expected from anyone this tournament?
Well, c4 is the line I wanted to play, some moment myself, because I thought it's like quite curious. And I also think I had like this nice game against Anand Sigurov here. c4, bishop e7, d4. Idea from Daniil Dubov, like some trick like castles, bishop d3, knight g5, knight c3, bishop g4, and here bishop g5, and bishop h7, king h7, h4. Yeah, and suddenly here black is like in a big trouble.
Oh, beautiful, knight g5.
Yeah, some cheapo, yeah, but it was like, was a pleasure to play like this. Yeah, so I have like some pleasant memories about c4 line, but in general, I would say like, of course it's a serious line, so one shouldn't underestimate it. So black has different tries, but I think like this knight e6, bishop e7, I thought it's like the most solid. And I wasn't sure like if I should play c6 first or bishop g4 first. So yeah, I guess castle is normal. So maybe they start with c4, but bishop g4, I mean, it's more or less the same because you have to play bishop e2. I believe so after f3, white shouldn't fight for something, yeah, because okay, all this weakness. So I thought like bishop d7, bishop e2, here c6, castles. I thought like takes, and after bishop b6, sorry, after queen b6, he had to play something like rook b1. I thought it's like very smart. And after queen c5, maybe, I don't know, king h1, so knight takes d5, knight b3, and okay, this position. I thought like it's slightly unpleasant for black. Okay, this endgame like knight b3, knight c3, knight c5, like takes everything. Yeah, maybe knight f2 check also like a nice intermezzo, but it doesn't matter. I mean, okay, here like despite the black is pawn up, it's practically could be not so great, yeah. But yeah, I mean, especially white could put bishop on f3 quickly, but I thought okay, it should be all right for me. But once he started to play like king h1, and then instead of some normal move like a4, he went for g4.
Yeah, at that moment, like, what were you thinking?
Well, I was like expecting, I mean, waiting for more, I would say, yeah. But I mean, clearly after g4, you're not going to play something like a4. Yes, you're not going to move like onto some normal, return to some normal flow. And yeah, I believe this is like quite unfortunate for white. I mean, this whole idea. So I think like black easily refutes all this play with g5 because okay, all pieces are into play. So
were you surprised that he played g4 and then thought for a long time after you played h6?
Well, I don't know what to answer because okay, clearly every game here he plays for a win, but sometimes the way he plays is, yeah. a little bit artificial.
Mm-hmm. One more technical question about this position. We thought maybe Alireza wanted F4. Were you intending to take on G4 and sack on E3, or were you intending knight C4?
I was intending to think.
That's a great answer.
No, because I mean, okay, I understood. Like, okay, of course, like the most unpleasant move would be A4, like because basically G4, H6. I mean, it's like worse for white. Maybe okay, this inclusion of two moves, but I think nothing critical happened so far. So A4, A5, bother the queen, and here, okay, I can play knight C4. Maybe I can play A6, queen C7. But in general, it looks like okay, black is already something like very slightly upper hand, but I don't know. Okay, H4, so just let it be. And yeah, then I actually missed some line. So I had like this rook C4 as a backup line, but of course I wanted to deliver some mate here, but somehow he had this queen D2 trick, and I didn't know what to do. Yeah.
You mean later in the game?
Yeah, F4 takes, queen takes, knight E4. Okay, bishop D8 probably was the move. Bishop F8, and okay, bishop D8 was one move, and bishop F8 here, queen D2. Yeah, I think it's suddenly all right for white. Yeah.
Yeah.
Even more than all right. Suddenly, I mean, by a miracle, he defends everything. So there was the move bishop D8, knight takes D6, but I mean, I felt like okay, like rook C4 is some safe edge, and I couldn't make myself, calculate some more lines. So.
But you saw this the whole way through, like.
Yeah, until I mean, okay, I didn't. I wasn't sure like about bishop D1. I thought, okay, all right, like I have 3 pawns for an exchange and some attack on the king. But then, okay, he had this in the very end. He had this rook E2 move, and rook E2 was. I mean, here it was very unpleasant because okay, I thought like it felt like I'm spoiling some nice game. Because well, I was giving all the chances in this game, yeah, which I could only dream about. But here, well, I don't know. Bishop G4 doesn't work due to rook takes E3, by the way. And okay, maybe I should. Yeah, maybe I should. I don't know, play F6 or I don't know, maybe B6. Maybe he has like no ideas, but so I just slowly, protect all my stuff, and should be good. I mean, of course, I can always make a draw, but I mean, I wasn't sure like if it's a good result so far.
Yeah.
After such a game.
Yeah. And after Bishop B3, it seemed like it was a pretty one-sided affair.
Right.
You brought your pieces in, and
here I felt like okay, here he could play rook B1 and sacrifice on B6, not to get mated, but yeah. But after rook C1, I actually panicked for a moment because I thought, wow, Bishop F5, there is knight D6. But then okay, I found rook H3, rook H2, takes, and Bishop C7, and here. Finally, I managed to calm down, a little. So here, like some nice material advantage should be.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've got it.
And
should be convertible.
Just want to remind the chat, please send your questions. We'll try to get the best ones in for Jan. But I mean, Jan, so he threw all of his pieces at you. You withstood any pressure he gave your way. Now you have 8 points. I mean. You must be feeling. I know you said just the last 3 games you want to get it done, but you must be feeling good.
I'm feeling better than it would be like a draw or some worse result. But yeah, you're correct. There are like 3 games.
I have one more general question. I promise I won't ask you about Magnus again for the 3rd time, but I will ask you about everybody before the tournament, talking a lot about Alireza and how high the expectations were for him. And maybe thinking only about your World Championship match and not about your excellent results before that. Do you feel like that gave you extra motivation, the like abundance of talk about Alireza and about the fact that you're not necessarily a favorite based on just one result?
Well, I have listened and read a lot during the match, before the match, and after the match. Yeah, so it wasn't like really any extra motivation. So for me, I felt that maybe a little bit, Alireza, he just went with the flow. Yeah, once he like got some very nice tournaments, one after another. Yeah, and he didn't, and he never stopped. And maybe that's why he slightly, he got slightly lucky to reach this 28 mark that easily. But I mean, of course, like this was like completely outstanding achievement. And then okay, somehow, I mean. I wasn't sure why would he just stop playing chess for half a year, but I don't think it was anything like for good for him. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I feel like he should have maybe played a little bit more. But I mean, okay, we don't know his situation. But I don't think one needs extra motivation for the candidates. Yeah.
Well, this is your second candidates. You won the first one. You're having a great performance in the second. What is it about this tournament that it allows you to thrive so much?
No idea. I'm just, I mean, unlike maybe some normal round robin tournaments in the candidates, I'm trying really hard.
Right.
So I'm not doing some nonsense. Yeah, like try not to play games. Like try to sleep. Try to prepare for every game. Yes. So probably do what I'm supposed to do every time, but unfortunately, not every time. You know.
Yeah.
I can get my stuff together and do everything correctly.
Well, last question for you. It's putting you on the spot a little bit, and we're not going to ask you about your thoughts about whether you'll play Magnus if you do in fact win. But is there anything about the cycle of the World Championship that you would recommend change, or do you feel like the players should have more of an input?
Actually, I think I received quite a weird letter from FIDE with an idea to change, the match format to make it, I think, like 3 sets. Instead of like one long match, which which was quite nice, but there some inner rules were like completely awkward. But I would say maybe, I really like maybe for rapid chess. I really like the snooker system. Yes, so you like play some long match, and you have the sessions and like maybe 1 or 2 sessions per day, morning and evening, and first who scores whatever like 9 points out of 17, passes through, but this would be something interesting. But regarding some classical world championship, I don't know. I think it was quite nice until they made it like 3 games instead of 2 games, because I suppose they wanted to make it like more games, and they didn't want to make more days on the expo, so they needed to change the schedule a little bit. Yeah, but well. It's a good question, and I think I can talk forever.
Okay, well, we're going to give a chance for the chat to get involved with some questions. We just have 3 for you here. So what kind of tea do you drink?
Puer.
Oh, nice. Like Puehr, I think is.
And what is that?
Is it black?
It's okay. It's some special fermented black tea. I would say like it's more. I would say, I don't know. I don't know how to explain. So normally, I drink this for quite some time already, and I think it helps you not to fall asleep during the game.
Okay, I need to adopt that. Maybe I'll play like Nepo then.
And the second part of that question was that you were asking about do you ever pretend to drink tea, or is there always tea in your thermos?
Sorry?
The second part of the previous question was do you ever pretend to drink tea, or do you always actually have tea in your thermos?
I'll always have tea.
Told you, Danya.
Yeah.
Okay, is that
no tricks?
Are we going for this question?
Yeah, go for it.
How does Jan evaluate the pre-tournament expectations of Jan being in the bottom half?
Slightly exaggerated.
Just a little bit.
It didn't come true, that's for sure, whoever predicted that. But Jan, okay. Well, now that's a question putting this out. Will you win tomorrow, or are you going to just play a solid game?
That's, I have all the evening to decide.
I like the quick answers, Jan. Well, that was the last one for you. It's been fun having you in the studio. You're playing incredible chess, so it's
a treat to watch.
It's been a marvel to see.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jan.
Thank you, Jan.
Thank you.
Wow, that is Grandmaster Jan Nepomniachtchi. As you see here, 8 points out of 11 games, 5 wins, 6 draws, and 0 losses from the Russian superstar who competed in the previous World Championship. He gave us some ideas on, snooker-style format, just what an event this is for him. And he gave some non-answers, right? He doesn't like to give away information. When asked about pressure, he just says, what pressure? I just do my thing, one game after the next. So it feels like he's really trying to keep his composure every single second.
Yeah, I think Jan is just a great example of the fact that experience really isn't exaggerated, the role of experience, because sometimes you think experience, okay, but all of these players really are experienced, but not all experience is the same. Experience specifically in a particular tournament is completely different from experience playing these guys in general. And someone like Jan, who's been through a world championship match, for goodness sakes, I think that the effect of that is tremendous. It cannot be overstated. And this guy looks like a consummate professional. He's like, this is another day in the office for me. for God's sake, 3 days away from winning the candidates. He's training this like any other day. He's disciplined, and you know what? It's amazing to see.
And Almiro, we have this game between Hikaru and Richard Rapport, but Rapport is somebody whose openings, by his own admission, may need a little bit of work. So when Jan was here with us, he said that, I asked him what's different about the candidates. Why do you thrive here? How is this different from other events? He said, I prepare harder. Maybe I should do this at other events as well. And I guess the question is, Jan, he comes to candidates, he wins a ton of games, his rating balloons. What if he did this every single day? What would it be like?
Well, we were talking about having this discipline, but here he has a world championship match at stake. You don't want, once again, to sacrifice it all every day of your life. So I think he needs, what he's trying to tell us, maybe he's trying to find this balance in between, the real goal and maybe winning a tournament, especially that now there are so many online tournaments. I don't have the feeling that the chess players, especially Jan, is so much motivated by the prize fund. And this is a huge difference. What motivates him now is the title, especially, and the title in classical chess. It's not that how much did you win in an online event. So it's a purely poker consideration, I would say. So for me, the ethics of a chess player has always been something different.
Yeah. No, I mean, he does seem extremely motivated, and he wants to win. He wants to be the world champion. And, he's step one. He's about to check off. And winning this event would allow him to play a world championship match. Whether or not it's against Magnus Carlsen remains to be seen. But as we see, the players still struggling, 2 games remaining, and we're going to head to a break. But we do want to make a special announcement because Chess.com is proud to announce the Fall 2022 and Spring 2023 Collegiate Chess League seasons in partnership with NACE Star League. Make sure to sign up to represent your school in the Premier Chess League for college students. And with that, we'll leave you with the players on screen. This is round 11 of the 2022 FIDE Candidates. You see Fabiano Caruana and Liren, and we will return to the action in just a few.
How many brilliant moves have you played? When do you play your best chess? How many games have you won by castling in the endgame? How many opponents have you played from New Zealand? And most importantly of all, how many Botez gambits has Alexandra Botez played? Find the answers to all of these questions and many, many more at chess.com/insights. Our new tool that lets you dive deep into all of the fun and instructive data behind your chess. Try it today.
¿Qué le dicen a los de Cádiz? Ay, Morita, ni todo el puerto. ¿Qué le dicen a los de Cádiz? Ay, que cuando vendí la libra de la Sarene, de Ramay. Ay, que cuando vendí la libra de la Sarene. Yo pegué un tiro al aire, caso la vena, que confianza del hombre nunca la tenga señora, nunca la tenga, que yo pegué un tiro al aire, caso la vena.
Want to play chess online or learn how to improve? Join us at the #1 chess destination in the world, chess.com. With thousands of people playing at any moment, you'll quickly find a game with someone at your level, whether you're a beginner or a grandmaster. Chess.com makes learning fun and easy. Sharpen your tactics with puzzles and enhance your strategy with our lessons by top masters. Learn from your own games with our easy-to-use analysis tool. Chess.com has everything you need to take your game to the next level. Signing up is free and easy. Join Chess.com today.
Madrid. Civilization here is almost as old as the game of chess. Some claim the queen was given her powers to honor Queen Isabella. That, my friends, is a chess legacy. Passion for chess continues to thrive in Madrid. For the first time in 30 years, Spain's capital plays host to the Candidates, the most important tournament in chess. At the Palace of Santona, the stakes are high.
And he definitely knows that he hasn't made his 40.
Oh no!
Oh my goodness.
8 of the world's best players competing for the right to challenge for the most coveted title in chess, the World Chess Championship. The Candidates is grueling. The winner requires mental endurance and unbreakable focus. There are those familiar with the biggest stages in chess, yet still chasing unfinished business.
Oh,
the well
grabbed his coat. He knows it's over.
What that means.
And others from the next wave of stars with little patience for yielding to those before them. Mis amigos, the next challenger to the world champion of chess must come through Madrid. Like Queen Isabella before them, the Candidates is all about leaving a legacy.
The Candidates certainly is about leaving a legacy. And Hikaru Nakamura, he has his legacy set in stone on Twitch. He's brought his chess back over the board, not just online rapid blitz and bullet events. He's having a good event, but unfortunately for him, he looks stumped as he tries to win this endgame. Jan Nepomniachtchi won his game. Hikaru Nakamura looking to become the second winner of the day, but he had an interesting opening. And Danya, why don't you take us through a cool possibility?
Thank you, Robert. Well, Hikaru's game against Richard Rapport featured a fascinating variation of the Sicilian defense that might be a little bit less familiar even to experienced chess fans. It's the Sveshnikov variation. And the Sveshnikov is defined by the following moves. White plays e4, black plays the Sicilian, and after knight f3, the most popular move here is d7, d6. But in the Sveshnikov, black develops the queen's knight. This is the open Sicilian. White strikes with d4. And after black develops the second knight to f6, and white develops the knight to c3, Yevgeny Sveshnikov, the swashbuckling and recently deceased Russian grandmaster, invented the move e7, e5. He wasn't the first to play it, but he basically developed most of the modern day theory. White swings the knight over to b5, attacking that d6 square, and black pushes out the pawn and says, no, you aren't getting to d6. And in this position, Hikaru Nakamura chose the most popular move, bishop c1 to g5. But when you want to know an opening, you also have to know all of the most common opening traps. Otherwise, you're going to lose some pretty short games. And there is a second move, which has been really, really popular recently, and that is the immediate knight d5. This forces a knight trade because there's no other way to stop the knight infiltration to c7. And after knight takes d5, e takes d5, this attacks the knight on c6. It has to swing back to e7. And now white expands his control of the center with c2, c4. And if you're looking at this very important theoretical position for the first time, you can say, okay, that knight on b5, I'm going to kick it out of there. Looks totally normal, looks like the most natural move in the world, and yet a6 loses the game. All of a sudden, it turns out that c4 had another hidden idea, and that was to open up this diagonal for the queen. The queen swings on out to a4, setting up a vicious threat of discovered mate. If you take the knight on b5, that's relatively speaking the best move. You drop the rook in the corner, and you're down in exchange. And if black tries to cover the pin with bishop c8 to d7, this will lead to tears and gnashing of teeth. White can still grab the pawn on d6, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is a smothered mate in the center of the board. And so that is why you always have to be aware of all of the opening traps if you play the Sveshnikov. Don't play a6 in that position, and that is just one of the many fascinating lines that can occur in the Sveshnikov Sicilian. Back to you, Robert.
Unfortunately, we didn't see a quick checkmate in this game. Well, fortunately, if you're a Richard Rapport or has many fans, but Hikaru Nakamura, he's still searching this position. He's shaking his head. And I'm not Danny. I don't read his faces as well as Danny does, but I think we can be sure that he's looking at this board, shaking his head because he realizes that this game will be a draw.
But there is another game still in progress, and I wanted to point out that Fabiano Caruana plays this move knight d5 quite often against the Sveshnikov defense, and he is actually, well, having a slight advantage against Ding Liren. Okay, now we have the position on the board.
Yeah, that's over on your bottom right-hand side. And Almira, before I let you continue, one thing I want to point out, Fabi already with 28 minutes on the clock, so he's already burned through more than half of his additional time control. I feel like he's starting to sour on his position here as he's about to make a move.
Yeah, he's been searching for a win, and he just pushed that pawn to d4, and that has a very clear threat. So as we bring up Fabiano's game against Ding Liren, the point of this move d4 is that if black were to make the mistake of taking on d4, white wouldn't just recapture it. Just because you stole my piece doesn't mean I have to capture right back. Bishop b4 skewers the queen and the rook on the same diagonal, winning material, and with it, the game.
So is there a defense? Because you don't just want to allow white's pawn to advance to d5. Also, the c5 pawn is hanging. But I do think that there is a very, very devious defensive move here, and that is queen e7 slides on over to d7, offering a queen trade and saying, hey, I'm down to give up your c5 pawn, but you're not taking it without either allowing a queen trade or, after queen takes c5, allowing my rook to get to c8, and then the black queen to get to c6, forking the bishop and the e4 pawn. This is out of the question for white, and that means Fabi would have to trade queens with what I think is a pretty dead-drawn bishop endgame as a result.
It's a very interesting suggestion, because I was looking at a very concrete bishop d3 with the queen still on board. I'm not sure this works, because rook e1 is still possible, and maybe now I can take on d4, yes.
Right, because you distract the rook away from the b file, which means the bishop b4. After bishop takes d4, as long as you avoid this bishop c5 move next, hitting the queen and rook, it seems like black is just trading pawns and still holding on to the king side.
But I agree with you. You would want to trade queens in this position because white still has so many threats.
Right, and once the queens are traded, you could stick the black bishop on this stronghold on b5 that simultaneously blockades the passed c-pawn. But Robert, if I may ask you to rewind really quickly, a couple of moves. I actually think Fabi just might have missed. I don't know what he missed, but rook f1 to b1 really surprised me, because that allows the bishop to get to b5. And then I think he made a second impulsive move, and that is h takes, and queen f5. Because maybe he shouldn't have taken on g5 at all. Because by keeping the pawn on h4, you give yourself the additional possibility of advancing that pawn to h5 and creating for yourself a potential stronghold on the g6 square.
Yeah, it's true. Because it's not like black is threatening to take on h4, so leaving the pawns on the board, it does give white additional options. And one of those options could be to move e5 at some point. You might need to set it up, but that looks very scary for this king on g7. So with the pawn capture and queen f5, king to g8. I mean, Ding has played so many good king moves in this tournament. Earlier, he played king to h8. Here, he plays king to g8. And with the king retreating, it means that this pawn on g5 isn't under attack. The pawn previously was threatened because the pawn f6 was pinned to the king. Now the king comes back. If you take on g5, you just give up your queen. So d4 played, and now for Ding Liren, he is so good at calculating your move, queen d7, Danya. I think that is necessary, because when the queens come off, black's problems are less significant in terms of checkmating attack, but there's still some opportunity for Fabiano to play for a win, as he will go up a pawn.
Well, but that was a very concrete line. I think that Fabiano went for h takes g5 exactly because of this queen f5 and d4, because if you would play queen f5 without trading on g5, then queen d7 is even stronger.
Oops, sorry, I hung my queen by a mouse.
Opening up the g file, a positional sacrifice.
Yeah, queen d7 is certainly possible. You can maybe even take this one here.
Ah, yes, maybe you can even take on d3, yes.
It's funny, because even if black wins a pawn or two, it still feels very unsafe for this king on g7, but...
For sure.
But queen d7, maybe queen d7, rook b7.
Yeah.
Yeah, this
What are we
looks
missing?
shaky.
Oh my goodness.
Is there something crazy? Oh my god! And if queen f5, rook b7.
Check. And then I go up a piece, and I get your queen next.
And if queen b5, this reminds me of the Nakamura Firouzja game where the queen is distracted from the defense of the king. And there's a back rank check, but it doesn't give you anything.
Right. And this king on g7 or going over to h7 or something like that is going to be just absolutely crushed, it looks like.
But is there the same idea with the current position on the board? Queen d7, rook b5. Ah, no, you played. Yeah, the king is on
May
g8.
I add one thing?
Yes.
So you don't want to play bishop takes f6 here because of rook takes f6. What you do want to do, I think, is give a check on h5. And after king g7, e5, there's just a really, really cool line. Queen b1 check. You might think, oh, that's a problem because after king h2, I go rook h8 and I pin your queen. But the pawn comes to the rescue. ef, king g8. And if you really want to be fancy, you can even take on h7.
H8.
And then play h8, apologize, and f7, followed by f8 equals queen.
Yeah, that's a cool line. That one's fun. And it just goes to show that, you know, with all your pieces aiming towards the enemy king, even though your opponent may land a pin or a fork or something like that, you could just still win the game because the king is very unsafe. So this e5 move, instead of just going for the pawn f6 right away, bringing another attacker in without trading off the more powerful piece, this would actually just be decisive. Wow. So it looks like
No,
that's
it all started with queen f5, but which looked very suspicious. But what happens after bishop d3 then?
I think bishop d3 is a good move.
Yeah.
Hitting rook, hitting pawn over here on e4, and the rook can come up to b6. And this is kind of what I was implying, that even if black takes two pawns here, it does feel like white is very much in this game because the king is not safe. All sorts of pawns are hanging, so what a mess this would be.
Yeah, it appears that white is in worse even in this scenario. So Fabi is still very clearly in the driver's seat. And what I'm curious about, if we go back to the current position, after queen d7, trade in dc, is this a dead draw? Because initially I called this a dead draw, but when I look at this with a different pair of eyes, I feel like white has rook b6 as well as rook d1, d6. There are some questions that black still needs to answer here.
Very far.
You know what I
from
mean?
A dead draw. I mean, earlier in the event when Fabi played against Rajabov and he won that game, we were talking about some opposite-colored bishop ending where Fabi would be up a pawn, but they had knights on the board. And I'm like, this looks like it's pretty lovely. He was immediate in his reply. No, I have actually good winning chances here. So I think a position like this, it does actually look like a position where white can play forever. You have this extra pawn on c5. It's a pass pawn. f6 is a potential target. A rook coming to 6th rank. That would spell some trouble for black. And not only does it threaten black's pawns, but helps white's pawn start pushing up the board. This, at least from a distance, I don't think Ding Liren is particularly happy about getting here, but it does appear to be the best option.
And the engine eval here is almost dead equal, and this really epitomizes the danger of just parroting the engine evaluation and then asking why he didn't go for it. Because the engine essentially calculates this from the perspective of white has no way to make progress. But that's not how humans think. White has a million ways to try to make progress, and the engines don't feel like torture and psychological torture of a certain position. To them, it doesn't matter if they're a pawn down here or they have an equal middle game. It's all the same. But not for a human.
Right.
The engines defend perfectly.
Right, that's another thing. And engines know they will defend perfectly. Okay, they don't know anything. Except that Robert Hess is a good commentator.
Oh, well, these two players,
I don't know where that came from.
they are really looking through all the possibilities here, trying to play like an engine because they're tied for 2nd place. Jan Nepomniachtchi with 8 points after his victory today over Alireza Firouzja. So Jan remains in the tournament lead. Richard Report, he's still in his 11th round game against Hikaru Nakamura. So when this round concludes, Alireza Firouzja may find himself alone at the bottom of the standings.
That is not where he thought he would be after round 11. Not in his wildest dreams. But that's, again, why we watch the candidates. If we already knew how everything would unfold, there'd be no reason to watch. It's such an unpredictable tournament. I think the people who were most experienced, I think Peter Svidler made this point in an interview I was listening to. The Candidates is not only one of the most fascinating and high-pressure tournaments, it's one of the most unpredictable. It is literally impossible to say who is going to win the Candidates beforehand.
Jan Nepomniachtchi was not a popular pick amongst the people guessing. When you looked at all the odds makers, Jan's name was somewhere in the middle or towards the bottom. Not too many things that I saw had him as a repeat champion, but Jan has proved everybody wrong who didn't believe in him because he keeps winning. But we do want to mention time and time again, we have to, that Fabiano Caruana, Hikaru Nakamura, Liren, they're fighting for second place. Normally in the Candidates, first or last, that's it. But here, second place could be very meaningful.
Absolutely. And Bishop d3, by the way, was the move on the board. But as we zoom out to our bird's eye view, we have 2 games left. And Richard Report continuing to suffer in that pawn down endgame. With Hikaru, his body language seemed to reveal that he's basically given up on hopes of winning the game. But Richard, as long as you're playing Hikaru and the clocks are still ticking, Robert, Almira, you guys can confirm this. The game is never over when you're facing Hikaru Nakamura.
Well, and I gave Robert better chances to survive against Minotaur than against Hikaru.
Right.
in our previous...
Wait, isn't there... Can we go to his game for a second?
Yeah.
If we go FG, King G5, doesn't that draw on the spot? King E2 is forced. King F4. Yeah, that's it. If Report finds this, the game is over.
Right, because he'll move his bishop away, and then it will take the pawn on G4. So there's actually no way for Hikaru to protect the pawn. So
maybe he can still play knight d5 here and knight g6, but it's okay.
Please take me,
right.
And then I get to take your bishop, and I win an extra pawn ending. But this king can even take this pawn. And this is exactly the type of position that Report has wanted from the beginning, where it's a knight and just one pawn, because this bishop, no matter where it is, it will sacrifice itself for a pawn and keep its eyes on the dark square that the pawn is trying to go to. So whether it's the current diagonal or if you put it on a square like d8, there's no way for white to make progress there.
If Richard won't go for this, I'll be absolutely shocked. And he's taking quite a bit of time here, which is slightly surprising, but again, he knows who he's playing and he knows you have to quadruple check every single option when you play Hikaru.
And Hikaru is going to be pretty disappointed to make a draw in this game. I think he came into today after yesterday's great victory over Alireza Firouzja. He came in wanting to double up, 2 in a row, have a chance to catch Jan Nepomniachtchi, continue his excellent form, and he never really had any chances today.
Well, you can't win them all unless you're Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Right.
It's like I was thinking about this. You cannot squeeze water from a stone. I mean, here, it seems realistically impossible. So maybe f takes g4, king g5, knight e7, but then bishop c5 probably.
Or
Yes.
king takes g4.
Yes, once again.
This is exactly what you'd want if you are Report. You always sacrifice your bishop for the pawn as soon as it marches to a dark square. So, I mean, Hikaru doesn't look very happy as he's sitting in his chair.
Well, this is a really, really elementary line. So my guess would be the Report sees it, but is just like absolutely making sure, having the discipline to go over it again and again. Because once you take on g4, there's no undoing that. Like, you've committed. So if there's some freak line, then you could regret it.
Yeah, but he is analyzing that to its conclusion. He knows it's going to be a draw if he plays it. He just, as you said, is verifying and searching through all the possibilities. But for Hikaru Nakamura, he'll be upset. For Richard Report, he had lost 2 games in a row before today, so he'll probably be relieved to end the losing streak. But I mean, you can see Hikaru. He's not happy right now. He wanted to use the first move to his advantage, and he really seemed to never get an edge.
But why does Report look like he's concerned here? Like, that's the one thing that's almost concerning me. Report almost looks disappointed himself. Do you see what I'm saying? He seems a little concerned, but I guess, it's impossible to draw any surefire conclusions on the basis of that.
But maybe takes on g4. Do I have, king e2 first? Where do you retreat your bishop?
Ooh, that's the idea. It's still a draw, I guess, bishop c5, and I missed that.
But
great final, Mira. So that's what's taking him this time.
Right, because this is a very committal decision to clarify the pawn structure, to not have trades on the table. And if you get this with the pawns both remaining on the board, you feel like you could potentially win. And just to show
Hikaru's so tricky, it's crazy.
Some kind of random line here, that this knight can walk back first, and you want to push this pawn to e5, but you struggle with this because as soon as your pawn goes to e6, the black king comes back to f6 to win it, and if your king ever moves, you lose the g4 pawn. So it does seem like a position where it's really difficult for Richard to lose this game, but when you think that it's automatically going to be a draw, and then you realize, oh no, I need to calculate a little more, that can make you feel uncomfortable. So you're right, Danya. Richard doesn't seem to be particularly happy at the board right now. And for Hikaru, he would love to win this game because as we look at his road ahead, he needs this victory and a couple more to be able to catch Jan Nepomniachtchi. So he's finishing up this round 11 game with the white pieces. He gets to play Jan Nepomniachtchi with the black pieces tomorrow.
Unmissable game. Absolutely unmissable game. And if Hikaru plays the Berlin, I'd be very, very curious to see, is Jan going to go for that draw?
Yes.
I wouldn't rule that out. You think he is? That's a no-brainer.
Amir, do you think that if given the opportunity, Jan will just make an immediate draw tomorrow?
Well, from a mathematical point of view, this is an optimal decision.
Yeah.
So I cannot question this.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, what does he have to lose? He can still play on, and then it would put Hikaru in a very difficult spot because both Liren and Fabiano Caruana has played him already, so they have maybe an easier finish.
Yeah, and as we see Hikaru's last three, so he plays black against Jan, then it's white against Jan-Krzysztof Duda, and black against Liren in the final game. So, I mean, considering how important second place is at this tournament, that last round still has us drooling over that pairing because Liren's form has been stellar, so has Hikaru's, and with all in the line for second place in that last round, it might just come down to that if Fabiano Caruana can't right the ship.
Well, in the near future, I'm actually very curious to see which opening Hikaru chooses tomorrow against Jan, because while the Berlin has been his main weapon in recent years, it's not the only opening that he plays. He plays the Caro-Kann, he's played the Sicilian. I mean, Hikaru, let's not forget, has a 20-plus year, 25-plus year classical chess career. So I'm very curious to see if Hikaru is fine with allowing a quick draw, or is he going to come in all guns blazing and play something like the Najdorf to guarantee that the game at least is unbalanced.
I'm mildly ashamed to admit this, but while you were saying that, I was like, how are you not going to make the pun Hikaru-Kann? And so, that's just a huge Danya pun that was
missed opportunity. There was a hanging queen, and I didn't take it.
You just didn't have your eyes open, I guess. But just 2 games remaining here. It looks like Liren, the bottom right, up a lot of time. He did just take that pawn on d4, so he was able to do that. And I feel like Fabiano, again, okay, earlier it didn't look very good for him, but then he was given this opportunity, and with the advantage, it just feels like he hasn't been as precise as we've seen from him in the first half of the tournament.
Oh, that's true. But how much time does he have left?
Fabiano's 27.
He's down to 27.
Okay, so he has an immediate draw with bishop b4, by the way,
and queen g6.
But
I don't think Fabiano's trying to make a draw, but it's good to show that if the queen gets distracted away, the black king has no choice but to shuffle between h8 and g8, and the white queen does the same on h6 and g6.
Well, it's a pity that you cannot play here like king f2.
Mm-hmm.
To get that rook in the game for a
Yes, after king h8, king f2. That's a pity.
Right.
You have the queen d2.
You'd love that the king anywhere. But unfortunately, so you go king f2, as you're saying, queen d2 check, and then this king just got itself in trouble and will lose the game. So bishop b4, automatically a draw. I don't think white is risking anything by playing bishop takes d4.
Nothing.
But I also imagine that Fabiano's looking at this position like, no, there's no win here that I see. It looks like with the pawns coming off the board, black's drawing chances increase. And while black's king previously has been out in the open, now it is feeling a lot safer tucked home on g8.
Yes, but you were talking about king's safety. I still feel that, well, white's king is in a much safer place. So maybe I can play rook e3. For example, like if, I don't know what is going to be your next move. Yes, rook e3. Well, rook e3 doesn't... Yes, I wanted to play rook g3 and e5, but how to make this work?
Wow, it actually looks very annoying. But I guess black has to bring this bishop back to d7 to get that queen out of there. And once your queen backs up, I think black can push this pawn to g4. So this pawn g5 has been a problem for so long, and at long last you can keep defending with the bishop.
Maybe I can start with e5. Is it possible? Because you don't have bishop d7, I have e6 with the rook on e3.
Oh wow! So bishop d7 runs right into e6 with a fork.
I guess you could play f6, e5 here.
You simply take on e5.
And that opposite card, bishop endgame, with just the g-pawn is a dead draw because the other flank is fully under control and black can quite easily deal with the g-pawn with all of his pieces.
Right. Pawns coming off the board, good for the side down material in this endgame, and the opposite colored bishops make it so that it should be a draw, but it's close. It feels really, really close for white to...
Oh, I want to continue queen h4.
Queen h4 here. Oh, wow.
That's a cool move.
So if I check you, you just go here, and I have nothing.
You could play ed.
And rook g3.
And then d3 and give up the queen and use the pawn as a counterweight. But this is very scary. Like,
oh my gosh.
This is very, very scary. I agree.
Yeah, you don't want that, but that's what Fabiano's probably looking for. I mean, he's thinking on this move, I guess.
He's made a move.
He has made a move. Okay, well, no, he has. Oh, he did. He took on d4. Yeah, you're right. So bishop takes d4 was played by Fabiano. And by the way, I know so many of you are still watching here in chat. So come on, shoot us your questions. I might not answer them, but you still should still send them our way. The good ones will undoubtedly be put on screen, and we'll try to answer whatever you throw our way. So,
well, I'm still on a learning curve. You know, I just like you explained to me today what was a Twitch raid.
Yeah,
you know, so now I know. I wanted to ask you if Hikaru does Twitch raids on our channel, or it doesn't work that way.
Well, Hikaru is streaming right now, so I mean they're going to stream throughout. Essentially, when somebody ends first, they can send it to whoever they want. So,
okay.
But his channel streams usually go pretty late, and people are asking why does second place matter? I thought only first place gets to play Magnus. That's if Magnus wants to play the person who gets first place. So. Magnus, it's up to him whether or not he plays the World Championship, and if he doesn't, then second place really does matter.
Yep, and the origin of that controversy, the reason we're even mentioning that possibility is because of, I think, a radio show. I don't remember when this was, maybe at this point, probably 6 months ago, where Magnus said, at first everybody assumed this was a joking statement, but then people were like, wait a second, what if he's not joking? He said that he wouldn't play anybody other than Alireza Firouzja for the next World Championship match. And I think he said this upon defeating Jan Nepomniachtchi. So that started it all, and that is why all of a sudden second place, which was never important in the candidates to date, is now of critical importance if, as Robert says, Magnus refuses to play the winner. Okay.
And I mean, both of these two, they want Magnus to refuse to play at this point because Jan Nepomniachtchi trying to run away with this tournament. Second place would be meaningful if Magnus says, no match for you. And that would leave one of these two players or Hikaru Nakamura with that inside track to second place, trying to earn the right, if Magnus were declined, to play a World Championship match against Jan if he does in fact win this tournament. Who is the most likely to overtake Jan if that happens? Oh.
Who did we say is the best tiebreak again going into this round?
I think I'm
Yes, I think, well, if all the games were drawn, I think Fabi has a slightly better tiebreak for the moment. But it's, of course, depends on the results of the next 3 rounds.
Right.
So we cannot speculate on that one.
Yeah, of course, that makes sense.
And Fabiano, we see him playing white against Ding Liren, but he will have 3 more challenging games in front of him. We can't assume anything. It's what you're saying is that every single player in this field can beat somebody else. And as we see, Fabiano gets 2 blacks in a row after this game. Black against Richard Rapport, black against Timur Rajabov, white against Firouzja in the final round. And while our first reaction is, ooh, black 2 games in a row, that doesn't seem good. I actually think playing Richard Rapport, no matter the color, is a good thing, not because we don't think highly of Richard Rapport's chess, but if you need to win games, he's the perfect opponent to play because he doesn't just sit at the board and say, let's make a draw, as we saw yesterday against Ding Liren.
And that's well, the same thing happened when he played Alireza Firouzja with black, because Alireza is always ready for a fight. And Fabiano won that game, so maybe, yes, this is not such a bad thing.
Yeah, and he has a very good lifetime record against Rapport. He has an amazing record against Rajabov as well, and Firouzja. And here we see Ding Liren, his upcoming schedule. He takes on Rajabov tomorrow with the white pieces. 1 loss, but 2 wins. He's played Firouzja very few times. He gets black against him, and then he gets white against Hikaru. So that final stretch for Ding Liren, that's relatively favorable, I think, that his final 3 opponents, that's probably the most desirable list of pairings.
I would, go ahead, yeah.
No, first I wanted to say that he needs to survive today.
Right.
And then I wanted to point out his lifetime score against Hikaru. So he never won a game.
It's true. But there's always a first time for everything. And he gets the white pieces. So you are right that Ding Liren seems to struggle against Hikaru Nakamura historically. But it's a new event. And for Ding, he's been in good form. And he would like to use that first move advantage. But surviving this game, that's important. And what is your favorite ever World Chess Championship? Amir, I feel like you're going to have the best answer to this question.
Well, I grew up watching these epic matches between Garry Kasparov and Anatoly Karpov. So, well, definitely the one which was won by Garry Kasparov, because that was such a historical moment, and I would always remember the images from, the Column Hall, Salle de Pilcoran, where queues were forming because people wanted to watch the games, and I was so absorbed in by what was going on, analyzing the games. So I still have the vivid image of this match.
Danya?
Well, I did go on a rabbit hole a couple of months ago exploring some of the early World Championships, because we've all heard of Fischer-Spassky, and we all know Petrosian and Botvinnik and the early 20th century world champions. But I think a lot of people might not know that Wilhelm Steinitz, the first world champion, first of all, he defended his world championship several times. I don't remember exactly how many times. I think it might have been 4. And Mikhail Chigorin, one of the strongest players to come from pre-Soviet Union Russia, he was a pioneer. He started a chess magazine. He was a tremendously strong player, and he came very close to defeating Wilhelm Steinitz in one of the world championship matches. I think he had a 2-point lead. He was demolishing him in a lot of the games, and then he choked massively. He got nervous. He started blundering. And I remember, as I was exploring the games from that match, reading Chigorin's thoughts on the match afterward. Boy, was the guy finding excuses. He didn't feel well, and it was too hot in the playing hall. And then he touched the wrong piece, and there were too many reporters asking him questions. I think there were like 6 or 7 excuses on offer afterward, and this is like the late 1800s. So it was really funny to read that, because I started exploring Chigorin's the chess magazine that he founded called Chess List. In any case, chess history could have turned out differently if the result of a single game had been different. I think people really need to understand how non-deterministic the world champions are. Yes, the world champions are often the best players on earth. That's kind of the definition. But many of the greatest players on earth have also never become the world champions, and some, as you have said, have never even made the Candidates Tournament.
And I knew your answer was going to be something like that. I thought you were going to give me like Schlechter.
Carl Schlechter?
Yeah, that's what I thought you were going to.
Or Isidore Gunsberg. How many people would shout out for that name before he played for a World Championship match?
I just knew the historian in you would bring an older World Championship match. But mine, I don't know, the Krumnik-Anand match was really awesome. And I just thought the fight that those two brought was amazing, and they were like clearly at that point deserving to face off against one another. Other matches, of course, are great, but there's something about the Vichy World Championship win that was very memorable for me. And I was a teenager at the time, so maybe that's part of it. And this is a great question from Stodgy Cloth, saying which candidate matches up best against Magnus? Ooh, Almira, you want to take this one first?
Oh.
Is it somebody who's on camera right now?
Who might get dirty?
Well, actually, well, I have to put you on the spot first. Well, you are asking all the questions.
I'm in this chair, so I get to determine who answers what. I think that Ding Liren is a very good pairing for Magnus Carlsen. It's difficult to assess because is Hikaru Nakamura the same Hikaru that he was when Magnus has a winning record against him 14-1? I mean, if you asked this question 5 years ago, people would say that's not a match because Magnus always beats him. Their lifetime score is ridiculously one-sided. But the Hikaru that we see now, he is more confident. He doesn't put as much pressure on himself, so that he maybe gives him an outside shot. But I answer that question, honestly, it's the matchup that we see here. Fabiano Caruana, Ding Liren. I think that Fabiano proved to the world that in a 12-game match, he didn't lose a single game. He almost won a couple of them. He played really well, and he only lost in the quickest of time controls. But I think Ding Liren gets my ultimate nod because I feel like when he's well prepared, when he's comfortable, when he gets to a tournament without hassle. I mean, it's been really difficult for him during the pandemic, but Ding Liren is a monster. I mean, the last couple games he's shown here throughout this whole event, except round one, which is really holding him back. Yeah, Ding.
Almira, have you come to a conclusion yet? She's going to throw it to me. You're going to throw it to me, aren't you?
No, I was looking at the game and because I was thinking that this is so true for all of these players, but it's just that we all secretly want Ding to qualify for this match. At least he would have a shot at the title at least once.
There is that, right? Some players never get a shot, as you were saying.
Yeah, I think there's two ways to answer that question. You could answer it from the pure perspective of who matches up best in a chess sense, and I'd probably have to go with Ding. But then you could ask who would match up best in the very specific framework of a World Championship match. And you're talking about Hikaru. I think one thing that would make Hikaru such a difficult matchup for Magnus in a World Championship match is Hikaru's confidence. It's also the fact that if Magnus loses a World Championship match against Hikaru, he's never hearing the end of it, not after all their friendly Twitter jabs and all of the friendly rivalry between Magnus and Hikaru's fan bases. So that would add quite a bit of additional pressure on Magnus, whereas for Hikaru, he's got a flourishing streaming career. Nobody expected him to get this far in the candidates. He's proven everybody wrong, and he would be playing with a tremendous amount of confidence. And a man with nothing to lose, well, that's a dangerous man, especially when his name is Hikaru Nakamura.
Oh, you've said it. Do you think that we will get as much media attention for this match, like if Hikaru qualifies and plays against Magnus, as like the top sports event?
Yeah. I've said this before. I think a Hikaru Magnus match would be the most watched chess event in history, and I think the viewership numbers would probably match something like an NBA, round one of an NBA playoffs.
Although if Ding Liren were to play a match, I mean, China has a lot of people.
Yeah, that's true.
So there would be many, many eyeballs there. But of course, Hikaru Nakamura brings sponsorship opportunities. He brings the modern wave of chess fans and the Queen's Gambit, the Twitch fans, all of the newer people who we welcome into our community. They would love to see Hikaru versus Magnus. So,
then you're more lenient towards the entertainment factor.
Yes.
Which is becoming more important.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's already become, incredibly important.
Ooh, this is a good question. Who's the strongest player that's never won the World Championship? I can answer this one.
I think maybe Karis.
Fabiano Caruana.
Oh.
That's my answer. He was the third highest rated player of all time. There's the longevity argument. You could say Karis. That's a very popular answer. Korchnoi
Yes.
as well. But Fabiano Caruana at his peak, 28-44. He went 7 out of 7 to start that Sinkfield Cup. He didn't lose a game to Magnus Carlsen. I mean, he's proven that, you know, at his peak, I would say maybe his peak is the best player to never won a world championship, but we have to see in terms of longevity.
I just like Karis games very much. That was also.
Well, Karis was ridiculously strong.
Yeah.
Ridiculously strong.
Yeah, he really was. And it's a great answer, right? Karis is maybe not known to our newer chess audience, but Paul Karis, I mean, he was a top few player. You could count the players better on him than maybe on just a couple fingers throughout his really illustrious career. And, we have another question. How would you describe Jan's playing style? The other candidates all seem to have slightly more distinct styles. I mean, I want to start with you, but I feel like every time I try, you're like, I don't want to answer first.
Well, I'm not sure that I also want to describe Jan's style. You know, I'm not sure that I have my prism is very objective. So maybe Danya, you know.
Well, you know, it's a fascinating
more.
question. I'd have to think about it, but particularly because I don't know who to draw a parallel to, which I think is what makes his style so fascinating. Now, obviously, he tends to play fast, and his tendencies are undoubtedly tactical. I would characterize his style as extremely dynamic and energetic. He plays with a tremendous amount of energy. He likes undefined positions. And he doesn't mind slightly objectively worse positions as long as there are clearly defined ideas. I think we saw it today against Alireza. Can't really argue that Black is a little bit worse in that position, but because he had that clear idea of attacking Alireza's queenside, he was like a fish in water. You could tell how comfortable he was in his position during the interview. So that's just a couple of surface level thoughts. It's a question we could spend an entire show arguing about.
And I would say it depends on what tournament he's playing in. He said in the candidates he's better prepared. I think he's a different player in the candidates than he is elsewhere. And you know, the candidates in the World Championship, he's much more solid. He's tame. He's regimented and non-emotional. So I think that for Jan, I mean, he's playing amazing chess, and he did just beat Alireza Firouzja. Dina Belankai caught up with Alireza. So let's show everybody that interview.
Alireza, thanks for joining. Seemed like knight d4 was a novelty in today's game.
Yes, it's top engine move, so it's not a surprise for him, I think. But yeah, it's very, I think, popular line now, actually.
When did your preparation go the way that you started thinking on your own?
Yeah, after queen b6, I didn't check queen b6, so I think I am a little better there, but I couldn't find the way how to be better, so.
G4 was very aggressive, but still okay. It seemed like H4 was a little bit off the edge.
Yeah, H4 was too much, but okay, I couldn't find a good plan there, so.
And perhaps one last question. You defended still well. Do you think there were some other ways to defend longer, or it was just already hopeless?
Yeah, I think there are better ways to defend, but my position was very difficult to play, so I think it was very difficult already.
Certainly was a difficult position for that man, Alireza Firouzja. He lost his game against tournament leader Jan Nepomniachtchi, and what he said in that interview, right? It was the preparation was a bit shallow. I mean, he knew that white was better because the engine says so, but he didn't know what to do afterwards, and that's not a good place to be when you're playing someone as strong as Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Yeah, and especially how important it is to know all the plans in the position. So it was such a sad image. You had the feeling that he was doomed.
Mm-hmm.
So I really hope that Alireza Firouzja will come back stronger. Might take some time, and gain some self-confidence by winning other tournaments.
That certainly will help.
Yeah, I mean, it just strikes me that Alireza chose the the top engine move, but like Almira said, position like that where you have a big space advantage and you've got lots of weaknesses, d5 and b2, you got to know what the ideas are. You got to know whether to play g4, whether to play f4. There were so many decisions for white to make, and the moment Jan deviated with, I'll be completely honest, Robert, a move that Alireza had to take into account in his preparation. It was the most natural human move by far. After Jan played it and threw Alireza off his prep, he just didn't know the plans. Almira, I think you nailed it. It was bad prep. He jumped off on the wrong foot, and then g4 merely exacerbated the already difficult position.
Yeah, we can see on screen the O-1 in the top right. That was Jan Nepomniachtchi taking that game home against Alireza Firouzja. We still have 2 games remaining. We have Ding Liren on screen. Richard Report looking at that game, finding it quite interesting. And Ding doesn't look like he's that comfortable. While Report and Nakamura shuffle a bit, after the last move, queen back to f3, Ding, he's now on the clock, and maybe this gives Fabiano some good chances to continue this game.
So he played queen h7, and Fabio retreated his queen to f3.
Yes, you're in queen h7, so...
I think he was a bit concerned with this rook e3 maneuver.
Undoubtedly. This rook lift is going to be a problem, e5, all this kind of stuff. So Ding goes queen h7, queen comes to f3, and if I'm reading his facial expressions correctly, like, he really looks out of sorts.
I think I know what he missed. So here's the interesting thing. If you play bishop b5, the candidate moves are bishop b5 and bishop c4. You can't take on f6 because of queen h7 to a7 check. And at the very least, black has a perpetual queen a7 to h7. That's very nice geometry. That Ding definitely saw. But after bishop b5, white suddenly strikes with e5. The center is blasted open. Queen d5 check becomes very dangerous. You might say, okay, I'm just going to go to c4 rather than bishop b5. Let me go to c4. But then the bishop is on an undefended square. This, I think, Ding failed to account for when he played queen h7. Queen f3 to c3, forking the bishop and the pawn on f6. Big trouble for black.
Uh-oh. Well, now he's looking at the board, and he's got his hands to his face. Fabiano has a bit of that perch, where he doesn't necessarily think he's winning, but he knows that he has Ding Liren in an uncomfortable spot. So while Ding works on figuring this position out, and Nakamura still presses against Richard Report, we are going to take a quick break, and when we return, it's the final stretch of round 11 here at the FIDE Candidates.
You can watch top chess events right on your phone? You don't even need to download an app. Did you know you can watch top chess events right on your phone? You don't even need to download an app. Just open any mobile browser and head to chess.com/events. You can see what's happening right now, check out top games, see results, and so much more. Try it for yourself at chess.com/events.
I figure it's time for me to really blend in, you know? Dress like a local. I obviously wear jackets all the time. Okay, so we're ready for the candidates. Every local Madridian visits the chessboard on a daily basis, I hear. They visit and kind of pay tribute to Queen Isabella herself. I hear that this is a statue of Queen Isabella herself. Yeah.
We are here at the 2022 Candidates Tournament in Madrid, Spain, and we have our man on the inside, Danny Wrench, who's been with the players a lot, going to the players' meetings, and he's here to tell us about some special requests that a few of the players made. Danny, what have they been talking about?
Yeah, well, obviously we want to and always ask the players and get them in the spirit of the city, right? The place that they're playing from. So a couple of actually kind of unique ones that have been thrown out there, and I'm going to try to represent these as well as I can to FIDE. Okay, but the first one was a lot of bonus requests if you play and win with the Spanish on either side.
Makes sense.
Right?
Yeah.
Makes sense. There was a suggestion, you know, that anytime you move the queen, you drop a dab. for Queen Isabella.
Yeah, she's the one that made the
Right?
queen powerful.
Makes sense.
Okay.
But then the players were unanimous on one in particular, which was that every 2 hours into every round, they'll have now a required siesta.
Well, we'll see if any of these rules are implemented for the tournament, especially if somebody plays the Spanish. They got some money coming their way.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem likely, but I don't even want to know which players made these requests, but I've got a couple ideas in my mind.
Yeah, well, you know, and anything that gets the players to play something more than the Berlin, right? The most exciting draw in the world. Now that we have some money on the line, perhaps we see some exciting Spanish games. So I'm actually excited about that one.
There you go. You need some Alex Honnold on us? Yeah, the Alex Honnold of chess, folks. Climbing without a rope.
Oh wait, I can do it. I don't know why I'm doing this, but I feel like a little kid when I get around big things.
Slowly checking our insurance
This is like
policy.
chess parkour. Did you catch that on camera?
Can you tell he's the dad of a teenager?
Always move like a knight, guys. I think I'm gonna go hit a siesta over there with the, seems like the thing to do with the locals.
You do you, baby girl.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll see you guys in a couple hours. Yeah, it's been a long day, Dan. You deserve it, buddy. You deserve it. Go ahead and throw that down and just buckle up, buddy. Yeah.
Chess Kid is fun. Chess is great for the brain, but it's also fun to play. And Chess Kid makes it easy to have fun. Whether your child is a total beginner or a prodigy, they can hop on and find a well-matched opponent from around the world at any time. Chess Kid is the safe, parent-approved way for your child to play chess online. Chess Kid is educational. To kids, it feels just like playing, but chess is a great way to learn patience, strategy, and critical thinking. Chess Kid features a comprehensive training program that guides kids to level up on their way to mastery. This curriculum is designed to work with Common Core standards and global educational guidelines. There are more than 50,000 chess puzzles and a whole library of entertaining videos that teach strategies, tactics, openings, and endgames specifically for kids. Chess Kid is easy. Whether you're a parent helping your child, a coach managing dozens of kids, or a school of hundreds, Chess Kid helps you organize your students and monitor their progress. Each child receives a weekly report card that shows how many lessons, puzzles, and games were completed. You can also organize kids into clubs and send them messages. Chess Kid is the online home of scholastic chess for thousands of kids, parents, schools, and coaches. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for?
Hey, you caught me dancing. That wasn't supposed to happen. Well, we were talking about Paul Keres, the strongest players to never become world champion. Paul Keres is high on that list. And I was talking earlier about opening traps. Well, Paul Keres won one of the most famous opening miniatures of all time. This won't take long, I promise. Keres had the white pieces against a master named Arlamovsky. And Mr. Arlamovsky, in response to e4, chose one of the most dependable openings, the Caro-Kann. He thought this was going to be a long and drawn-out game. d4, d5 happened. Paul Keres responds with knight c3, the open Caro-Kann. Black trades on e4. This is standard fare, known theory for many, many years. And here Black played one of the three main moves. There's bishop f5, knight f6, and one of the oldest line
knight b8 to d7. The point is, you want to play knight f6, but you don't want to double your pawns. And Paul Keres makes a weird-looking move here. He shifts his queen up to e2. He blocks his bishop on f1. Keres was young at the time. His opponent was experienced, and he probably thought, well, what is this fool doing? I'm going to show him, and I'm going to get an advantage out of the opening. And played the normal knight gf6. Of course, as many of you in chat know, what followed was tears and tragedy as Paul Keres checkmated him on d6, the same square as that Sveshnikov checkmate. Know your openings, folks, and never forget that checkmates can happen as early as move 6. Paul Keres won this game against Arlomovsky, and of course, he also beat many, many stronger players in an incredibly illustrious career that featured incredible results for decades.
And that is a really important line to know as we have Hikaru Nakamura on the screen, because Richard Report actually won a game in that same exact sequence several years ago. And so you got to know your stuff. Hikaru Nakamura, he knows his stuff, and he's still slugging it out with that very man, Richard Report.
I was wondering, is there a chess educational show on American TV?
No.
Not that I know of.
Okay, so now I have a perfect candidate, or you both, you know?
The Hessen Danya show?
There is a
why
YouTube
not?
where people, one of my names, Danya, who, you know, they have these channels where they put educational content.
Really?
But
That exists? YouTube channel education?
Oh, that's so has been.
That's so what?
It has been.
Oh, has been.
That's awesome. Yeah, well, lots of instructive content out there. And Hikaru Nakamura, you know, he leads that charge. He is always drawing many arrows, winning many blitz games, and producing recap videos after every game he plays here.
Takes. That's all I have to say.
And what happened in this game? So we have e5 on the board, and Ding played queen d7.
That's right. So Ding reacts, I think, properly in this game in Fabiano. Now he's back thinking hard about the position. But we were just speaking about how e5 looked very scary. If you were to take on e5, then queen comes into d5 check. And the problem for black is that this bishop not only will attack, it defends the f2 square, because after queen f7 blocking the check, queen takes e5, you don't get to f2. I, on the other hand, with the white pieces, am threatening to go to h8, also threatening to win this pawn, and actually white's completely winning.
Yeah, that's literally game over. So an incredibly cold-blooded move by Ding, who took quite a while, and for very good reason. After e5, he shifts the queen to d7 straight away. He hits the bishop. Now, the flaw seems to be bishop c5. But here there's an incredibly important resource, an only move, rook f8 to c8, hitting the newly undefended bishop, and it appears that black is surviving. Wow.
And after e6?
I guess queen d2, probably. Oh.
Going for the rook. There
Pray.
also might be queen c6. This is the annoying thing with opposite colored bishops. This forces the queens off the board, because if you move your queen, you lose your bishop with check. And it would seem that you're just winning because you have a passed pawn, but you can never promote it with the bishop and the rook covering the square, and the king will join the party soon. So somehow queen c6 looks like it might be the easiest way to defend the position.
And you can take an f6 because queen c5 is a check.
Exactly. Queen f6, queen c5 check, and now all of a sudden black gets to have the fun, because this bishop can come back to e8, stopping your checks here and here, while the queen protects the pawn on g5.
Yeah, Ding's not having any fun in this position, but it seems like he's only a couple of moves away at last from securing the half point.
I think you have to play bishop c5. Otherwise, you know, what's the threat?
He's got to be burning through all of his time here as he drops below 20 minutes as well. That doesn't help his cause.
No, it doesn't. Especially you need to get to move 60 and only move 51. So rook c8, what an important move. Is there another move that Fabiano can play besides e6, which seems to allow a queen trade by force? Maybe he can just retreat his bishop. I don't think black really wants to take on e5 at this point. Maybe you can get away with it, but the bishop will take this pawn.
But then I go rook f8, and I can swing my queen to g7. And the problem is this f1 square is extremely vulnerable for white.
Right. So the queen comes to g3 looking for an attack, but this queen can do that same thing that you mentioned earlier. it looks like almost, just going back and forth, or
there it is.
Queen of G7.
They have bishop c5, rook c8 on the board.
Wow.
Yeah. But Queen c6 is such an important defensive resource after e6.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, everything hinges on just like only moves basically.
I just really want to take this pawn, It's like, I want to take the pawn, go for checkmate. After pawn takes, rook takes c5, rook e7. Let me go and checkmate your king. The problem is that the white king has no shelter either. After rook c1 check, the king has to run this way, and then black gets his queen d6 check, and unfortunately for white, your king is actually getting hounded first.
Yep, and the sacrifice turns into a blunder. I have a funny story in regards to blunders, but I don't know if this is the right time for it.
How funny is it?
I mean, I would say it's a 5 out of 10.
A 5 out of 10?
It's a 5 out of 10.
I definitely don't have time for it. Tell me after the show.
I'll be quick.
Really?
Okay? I'll make a compromise. I'll be
can
really
you
quick.
make it a 6 by telling it in a good
I'll
way?
try making it a 6.
Okay, cool.
So the one piece of information you need to know is that in Russian, the word for blunder is the same as the verb for yawn. I blundered and I yawned is the same word.
Okay.
Zivait. So the story goes that an older gentleman was playing chess, and during the game, he yawned. And he yawned so widely that his jaw actually broke and he had to be transported to the hospital.
That's true.
So when he woke up from the operation, let me finish the story. When he woke up from the operation, they told him, "You yawned."
Mm-hmm.
And he asked, "What did I yawn? What did I blunder?"
Wait, but this is a true story?
I think so. My coach told it to me. I don't know if it's true. I have no idea, but sounds a little far-fetched.
I'm trying to think of yawning so much that my jaw breaks. That sounds... I'm
like
a skeptic,
a
I
rather
know.
strange ailment.
Yeah.
Was that a 6 or was that false advertising?
That was like a 3.
Well, I have another true story, but which is true.
All right, let's hear Amira's.
No, we were talking about art and Marcel Duchamp, and actually it was a very funny story because at some point he abandoned everything and he played chess and studied chess for years. And his first wife was so annoyed with his passion that, before leaving him, let's say, the story goes that he was analyzing a position during their, I think, honeymoon till the very morning.
As one does.
Yeah.
So she was so annoyed with that she glued the pieces on to the board. So
see, that's
I'd
a
actually
good
heard of that one.
Yeah, I had never heard of it. That's a great story. And then they sold it for millions of dollars because it's good artwork, right?
And actually, who told the story? I think it's Man Ray. So it's like it's an interesting twist.
Well, Marcel Duchamp also has a sculpture of a urinal, right?
Mm-hmm.
That is sold for, is valued at
it's a ready-made, let's say.
Yeah, Marcel Duchamp, the legend. I mean, nothing is worse than Jeff Koons's basketballs in the aquarium, like a fish tank.
I've never seen that.
Oh my gosh, he just sells the stuff for so much money.
Oh, it's honestly crazy.
Yeah.
But gluing the pieces is creative.
I was at a Banksy exhibit in San Francisco a couple of months ago, and I could not believe how much some of these paintings are. Like, the fact that art can be valued at like $50 million, it's just mind-boggling. Anyways, what is new in the world of Hikaru's endgame?
There's King on e5, and I think no progress has been made. I mean,
how long is Hikaru going to play this, do you think?
When was the last pawn move? So
there's a trade on 59.
I think,
yes. That looks like the last one. But what Hikaru needs, and I'm going to let this happen because I know we can give a check, but if we just make moves that aren't necessarily good, and this knight comes to f3, this is the start of how Hikaru could win this game because he needs to keep this king back. And the reason why it's so important is that this king coming to f4 and putting pressure on the pawns overloads white's pieces. So if you can start here and then get the move e5 in, and then you're going to bring your king here, give this check. Like, this is how Hikaru can possibly win this game, but Richard's not giving him any chance to do so. All of his moves have been keeping the king out. And if the knight goes here with check, the king goes right back to e5 or even to g5, and there's no progress to be made here. Just white's king is stuck protecting the pawns.
There's even an iota, not a scintilla of doubt left in the result of the game.
No, this is sturdy defense by Report.
And now plenty of time to boot, 30 minutes plus. The question is just when Hikaru kind of acknowledges that there's no more progress to be made.
I know when that will be, when he puts his jacket on.
Ah, good one.
Well, I know when that is going to be. Move 109. Because you have to move a pawn.
Oh, you think he's going to make
yes.
like 40 moves? Man, oh man.
You have to make progress at some point.
That would be a lot of fun to commentate. If Hikaru makes 50 moves. Okay, there's a check on d5, I think.
That's right.
King g5 is going to follow.
And Report scurries back to the board. He was probably enjoying the game between Fabiano and Liren, as he undoubtedly finds that more interesting, more pieces on the board, more tactics available, and here the task is Richard's to defend. So why don't we just maybe show everybody how we got here? It's been quite a long game. We're already on move 71, but as we go through the moves, we had a Sveshnikov. Danya was at the telestrator showing some cool tactics that are available, and the d6 square being vulnerable, and that's why Black plays this move. Your line at the telestrator was with knight d5, but as the game continued, I mean, the critical moments, I think, were when Richard played this move a5. I think that was a very important moment. Almira, you were suggesting that move, and he found it. Oh, they're repeating moves, so we don't even have time to
skip over to the end. I think they might have exchanged some eye contact there. Or are they repeating moves? Because he's just got knight c4.
Yeah, the knight was on d5 and went back to e3 and then now to c4. So maybe it's not a repetition, but Richard's task is just play bishop c7.
Yeah, don't blunder the bishop.
And this is probably very precise because it keeps the knight out. Right? The knight could jump around, be a nuisance, but from c7 it keeps the knight out that way. Of course, it keeps it out this way as well. So, and knights can never lose a tempo. That's always an annoying thing in endgames. Is you would like to just pass the turn back to black, but you can't do that with a knight. So,
yeah, and I mean there are endgames where like there are 3 or 4 tricks, and let's say the opponent has figured out those tricks, but you can keep trying them in various iterations and in various situations. In this endgame, there isn't even a single trick. Like there isn't even a way to set a trap. Black literally just moves the bishop back and forth, or the king from g5 to f6. And Hikaru he's annoyed, but let's see when he, sort of comes to terms with it.
There's really not much he can do. He can keep trying to move his king up and forward, but the king comes to g5 and says, get right back to f3. If you try something else, where's your knight going to go? We can put it on any square, but black can go back and forth. As long as I don't walk into a fork, then I can just keep my king going here, putting pressure on g4, otherwise stopping the pawn push from e5, and the bishop keeps the king out of f4. So this is the perfect defensive setup for Report.
Yeah, not much left to say here, and Hikaru moves his knight again, and he moves it back to d2.
And I think Report will play bishop d6.
He's bored.
Back and forth.
He's bored. He's like, all right, let's get on with it.
Yeah, he knows that this one is going to be...
Richard bored.
At the end of the tournament, his hair is going to be longer than mine, I think.
I like the look. Okay, bishop d6, Richard, come on.
You just want to be careless. It's getting late in the day. You play bishop d6.
Your eyes are playing tricks on you.
Yeah. And they both know the game will be a draw, but you just stop thinking for one moment and something can go wrong. They're also gaining 30 seconds per move because they're so deep into the game. Move 74 was just played. So they passed move 60, which is the part of the time control where they get 30 seconds added to their clock with every single move.
Yep.
Wow. In the other game, though,
stuff's going down.
Stuff is changing, but the evaluation is not between Liren and Fabiano Caruana.
Let's have a look.
As we pull that one up, we see that Fabi's queen, after the move rook to c8, it decided to swing over to b3 with check. And I like this decision by Fabiano because he's trying to keep as many pieces on the board as possible because black's king is less safe.
Ah, but it's a queen of 7. He will play e6 here.
Uh-oh.
And what do we do?
This looks nasty, actually.
It says zeros, but this is looking really challenging for black.
Yeah, I mean, guess queen c7.
You will use the same idea as in the previous line.
I think there's also the idea of going rook c8, h8, so like e7 check, king g7. Let's say bishop f2.
Oh, wow.
Oh, also a5 is hanging, so white does need to be a little bit careful.
Right, so if I go with bishop b6 just to keep that safe and sound, queen f4, and it's e8 square. Very well covered by black's pieces, and rook to h8 could turn the tables with queen h2 check to follow.
And there's Report behind him.
Report has been very interested in this game.
But optically, it looks very dangerous.
Mm-hmm.
And somehow the computer's evaluation and the objective evaluation of this position is equal.
Yeah, like you can play move like king h8, so you don't want to allow e6 with that kind of tempo. It looks quite worrisome. And Liren, you know, he's had 2 straight victories before he's met his match here in Fabiano Caruana. But it's getting late in the day. It is past 8 o'clock here in Madrid, in the Palacio de Santoña, and a move like king h8, I mean, that just doesn't look like a move you want to play. I understand that for now, e takes f6
You
isn't
really
going
want
to
to
work
play
out.
this move, don't you?
But it looks,
Takes rook d1.
Right, it looks really scary no matter where your rook goes, up or to the side here.
And I would say that I think one of Ding's strengths is actually that he's rarely influenced by the appearance of a certain position. He banks very heavily on his specific calculation. So I think my vote is with queen f7. As long as you understand that e8 is fully under black's control, e6 loses a lot of its luster. And queen f7 is a lot more forcing, and it's a lot more clearly defined than king h8. White just has less options.
And he plays queen to f7. So you are correct. Ding, he doesn't get bothered by the appearance of the position. He calculates at every turn. Queen f7. I think e6 is almost automatic unless
queen e3 also.
Yeah, Fabiano believes that leaving the tension is good because maybe eventually he'll get to the g5 pawn.
But he plays e6.
You have to. I feel like eventually it's going to be played. So he plays e6 here, and we'll see how Liren reacts. But queen c7 feels like a very good move. It just seems like a position where black could make one mistake that looks very logical and just lose.
But let me offer an absurd sounding thought. If after queen c7, white gives up a5, then all of a sudden you're playing for 3 results. So I think Fabi, with 9 minutes on his clock for the next 6 moves, has to be very careful about how he manages the situation.
And we're being informed as we talk about the other game between Hikaru Nakamura and Richard Report. There might be a 3-fold repetition. So that would end the game as a draw between Hikaru and Richard. And I will check move 60. Okay, that is this position. Move 70. Let's see what's up there.
And move 72.
Ooh.
Yep.
And after this move here, okay. And that looks like the 3rd time. So let's go back to
No, but wasn't the king on e5 there?
No, but look. Sorry, it was my fault. King f6 was played.
F6?
That's the first time. Then we'll go forward to move 70. And
King
here
f6
is number 2. And here is number 3.
Wow.
So yes, he had to stop the clock to write the move king f6 and to claim a draw.
Incredible. I think he just didn't realize it at all.
Yeah, it's a kind of a weird pattern. It's been 10 moves since it's happened, but are arbiters allowed to claim it?
I don't think so.
Never? Okay. Well,
Hikaru looks like he's about to offer a draw, but he's just like not.
he's just shuffling around.
But it's aimless. It's totally aimless. There's not even a single idea like we were discussing.
So I knew the arbiters can step in, but it's only after a 5-fold repetition.
Jeez,
so
there's going to be a while before we have that.
The players, it's their responsibility to know when the position has been repeated. And for Richard Report, I don't think he cares that much because he knows the defensive pattern. He's not worried. But sometimes that comes back to cost players where they're not focused on the repetition. They assume it's going to be a draw. something eventually changes and they're like, wait. On move 30, there was that repetition.
Right.
And, too late.
That's an infuriating feeling, and I've been witness to many incidents where players claim repetition in the wrong way. They'll make the move first, press the clock, and after you press a clock, you forfeit your opportunity to claim a draw with the move that you just made. You have to write the move down, stop the clock, but you can't actually execute the move and press the clock.
Well, you're talking about claiming a draw. I have a friend who played in the European individual championship, and her opponent moved the rook and then went eventually to castle. Well, she lost this game instead of winning, and she realized only that her opponent made an illegal move while she was entering the game into the database.
It wouldn't let her do it.
It wouldn't let her do it, and she was absolutely destroyed. Can you imagine?
Yeah, sometimes you just forget what pieces have moved and how they legally can. But Richard Report, not too many pieces remaining here. He knows what's up. The other game, there's a pawn on e7. So this one's an end game looking like a surefire draw. And the pawn went to e7, the king went up to g7. So we might see a rook h8 type of move, and the a5 pawn is hanging.
I think this one might finish before Nakamura Report at this rate. Because Richard is now again in the tank.
And we were looking at bishop b6 here, queen f4.
Okay, he's moved.
And after queen f4, maybe it's in Fabiano's best interest at some point just to get the queens off the board. I don't know if he actually needs to be scared. You can also play this move bishop d8. That's actually kind of annoying.
It might force the bishop back to e8.
And this rook is free.
Yeah, rook c1 is a huge positional threat.
Yeah.
This is simply a draw. And bishop, where did he go?
Bishop d4.
Okay.
Putting pressure on f6.
Yeah, queen f4 looks pretty good here.
Just attacking this bishop, protecting the pawn. And there's no rook f1 ever because the bishop covers the square. So, wow. It looks so scary for black, right? If you looked at this position, you would say white has to be better. Maybe not with a winning edge, but you're like, if you ask 10 people, which side would you rather play with? They're all going to say white.
So you mean that, well, if you play queen f4 here and I play bishop b2, you simply go for rook h8?
I think so. That looks pretty good.
And there's, well, I don't have a bullet left.
And there it is. No hesitation from Ding at all.
Queen f4 by Ding Liren.
King safety. I think that's what it boils down to. White's king is just a little bit too unsafe to allow him the ability to divert all of his attention on pressing f6 and trying to make use of the e7 pawn.
And all game, we were talking about how black's king was the one that was less safe. And at the end of it, when you push your pawns forward, when your bishop has to stay towards the queen side rather than helping the king, it's white's king that can't find the shelter. So Fabiano, I think that maybe there could be some slight disappointment if this game does end in a draw because he has been pressing for the second half of the game, but early on something went wrong for him, and Ding Liren seemed to have good chances. Whoa, wait a second.
Wait a minute.
What
did I say?
My gosh.
Queen g3.
Queen g3.
Did he forget about queen g3? Because the queen on b3 is unprotected.
Oh gosh, and there could be an attack later here?
And Fabi with 5 minutes now for 3 big moves.
Oh
my lands. What is bishop e3? He lets the queen sink its teeth into g3.
And the problem for white is that all the pieces come to play.
Oh my lands.
This is checkmate in one.
You might have to make a knight at some point.
Oh, to distract the piece? That could be true, which is a good thing to remember, everybody. You don't need to promote to a queen. Look, when I do this, I can get a knight. So at some point, I may need to promote to a knight to check the king and distract black's pieces.
Fabi blundered queen g3. He completely missed it.
Oh my gosh. And I mean, just to continue this, like queen d2, here comes the rook to h8 with queen h2 check coming because this pawn is losing its defender. Fabiano, he probably just thought, no, there's nothing wrong with any of my moves, and now look at his face.
And he's changing postures, and he's panicking, and he has to keep his composure. He's not losing, but he has to be very precise to not get checkmated here.
Oh my gosh. And at some point, I do think that e8 equals knight will be an absolute necessity. We'll go back down that variation. Queen b4, played to keep the rook on e1 safe. You need to keep that rook on the e file. And bishop c6, queen d2, rook h8. Let's say you make any other move, bishop to d4. Here comes my queen into h2 with check. King f1, I go queen h1 check. If your king moves, I get this pawn. If your bishop goes to g1, my bishop covers the promotion square. In comes a rook lift. Here comes rook f4 check. Oh my gosh.
The bishop on c6, that's the hero. The bishop allows the rook and the queen to fully invest themselves in the attack against white's king. Amazingly, the e7 pawn isn't powerful enough. And Ding gets up from the board. He's got to be feeling amazing right about now.
And I know before the round I predicted that Ding Liren would win the game with the black pieces, but not like this, as they say on Twitch. I mean, how? It looked like white could never lose. I was just saying how 10 out of 10 people would say they wanted the position from the white side. Now, Mira, one careless move, and here comes that queen to g3.
Well, it's not a careless move. It's simply a sign of fatigue. I think that his brain simply disconnected at this point of the game.
Because what did he think black would do? Right. I completely agree with you, Amira. It's fatigue, exhaustion, frustration probably with the fact that he couldn't pull it off in this position. He's had now 2 games in the second half of the tournament. The one against Nepo, and now the one against Ding, which he might actually lose. And against Nepo, he came pretty close to being worse as well.
Yes, that's true.
But in this game now, he's in mortal danger of losing. And he's spent a minute, and he's got less than 4 minutes on the clock now. Does he have it in him to save this game?
And sometimes you press and press and press, thinking that you're still the one in charge, and you miss that moment when it changes, where you need to actually be on the defensive. You need to look out for threats. And he played a move with 2 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. He still will have 2 more moves to make, and they're not easy moves. For example, as we keep highlighting, if bishop c6 is played, you know checkmate and 1 is the threat. But after bishop c6, queen d2, rook h8 to uncork, e8 equals knight with check, just so you can distract black's pieces from the mating attack. If the rook takes, in comes his queen to f2. Black is up a pawn, can play for a win, but at least the king is feeling a bit safer with the queen nearby.
But we couldn't imagine that there would be some last-minute drama.
Crazy.
In this game.
No, and it looked like Ding Liren playing perfect defense, but then sometimes you turn defense into offense. And Fabiano, I mean, he plays queen b4, and Ding, what he's calculating, do I start with rook h8? Do I start with bishop to c6? Maybe one is trickier than the other. Rook h8, of course, the idea is to get that queen down to h2. Bishop c6, idea, give checkmate in 1. So both moves are very appealing, and maybe one is just, like I said, more challenging.
Yeah, bishop c6 looks more human to me. It looks more to the point. But rook h8 is trickier in the sense that it sort of keeps the options more open. It threatens queen h2 check, but you can also then play bishop c6. Let's see if Ding plays fast here to try to keep the pressure on Fabi's clock.
Well, Ding, with 31 minutes remaining, he has an eternity for this position. And he looked at Fab. You saw that? He glanced over at him. He senses this moment. And this is important because earlier in the tournament, even Magnus Carlsen was talking about it, where you have to turn into a shark, where you don't just say, all right, the worst is behind me, I can just make a draw, that's a good result. You have to turn into a shark. And now, Fabiano, unfortunately for him, he's the one who has to watch out for that bite.
Yeah, well, as we all know, Ding is such a kind person, so soft-spoken, but that was a glance of an assassin.
Mm-hmm.
No, the baby-faced assassin.
He has let a few people off the hook this tournament. Richard Report, the first time they played was on the ropes, and Ding Liren couldn't find the knockout punch. And then when he played against Timur Rajabo right before the time control, he made a capture, then spent the remaining time and was inaccurate and allowed Timur to escape. And we're being told that in the game between Hikaru and Report, there's a second threefold repetition that was not claimed. Again, I don't think that Richard Report is scared about missing a draw, so he'll claim it eventually. I don't know what to say. So this one here, though, with this queen on g3, and ooh, Ding, looked like he was about to move.
He glances over at the clock, and he hesitated. Now he puts his hands back down.
He looked ready. He looked
Still
ready.
looks ready.
And Hikaru and Richard, a very different game there, but the one between Fabiano Caruana and Ding Liren. And Ding needs to figure out, do I bring my bishop back first or swing my rook over to h8? Oh,
a little head shake there. And maybe he saw something that he didn't like. Maybe it was e8 equals knight.
Yes, the possibility to throw in this promotion with check when you get a knight and forcing black to deal with that threat. But Ding must be, he must be feeling this right now. He's clearly, I think he knows that he's better, like matter-of-factly speaking.
Yeah, it's he knows that Fabi missed queen g3, and now he goes rook h8, and he goes for the more flexible move, which I really, really like. Again, from the perspective of exploiting Fabi's time pressure to the maximum.
And there's no way Fabiano wants to play e8 equals knight. So
that's such a hard move.
This has been White's chance at winning this game. So to give that up for free, that's really difficult to do psychologically. And if Fabiano can't get rid of the he grabbed a queen. Okay, that's good news for all the Fabiano Caruana fans out there, because if he's still the mindset of, I'm trying to hold on to that pawn because I've been better, no, he decides to get a queen. And black can just take it, of course.
I will have a heart attack with your commentary. Like every time I look at the board, something tragic happens. And I'm like, I cannot breathe anymore.
Well, hopefully it's a breath of fresh air. But the e8 equals queen, 2 queens on the board for white, 1 for black. And now Ding, once again, sitting and thinking, because he could throw in this check on h2, or he can just capture this queen. And I think he should capture with the bishop, because by capturing with the bishop, he leaves alive the threats down the h-file. And the real benefit of jettisoning this pawn, giving it away, is that you've given your queen the e7 square at some point, and that might be what white needs to hold this game.
So maybe it's a slight difference between rook h8 and bishop c6, that you are simply taking on 8 and you're not losing the tempo.
That's true.
Oh.
The bishop didn't have to stop.
So bishop e8?
Yeah, bishop e8 I think Ding is going to play. And then Fabi with one more move to make until the extra 15 minutes, and it's a critical move. And I don't think you want to give a check on e7. I think that's the pitfall that Fabi has to avoid. The problem with giving this check is after bishop f7, if you now play bishop d4, the bishop is going to be undefended, and black can try to pick it off with a check on h2, followed by a check on h1, a check on f4. That's it. Rook h1, and you start streaming in with devastating effect.
Ouch.
And then another check on c4. Ugh.
This king has to go on a walk. It's not going to be very happy. This isn't on the promenade. It's out into the open where everything is aiming at you. So let's see. e8. And Ding is thinking here, which on one hand is good because you want to make the right move, but on the other, Fabiano doesn't have time. So capturing right away could put pressure on Fabiano. And I think it's pretty clear that rook takes e8 is undesirable because bishop f2 can be played, attacking the queen, opening the rooks up to one another, and a rook trade would be very helpful for white's drawing chances because your king will feel safer with fewer pieces remaining on the board.
I guess there is queen h2 check, which is an intermezzo, and Fabi should have made a knight. That would have been a check, and it would have forced black to recapture, unless he thinks queen h2 is a mistake and he wants to bait him into it.
Wow, that would be fascinating if he realizes that queen h2 is actually not the correct move, and it's tempting to draw that king out more towards the center, but Fabi gave him the option to give that check, and Ding is going to use some time to think about it.
I think there is a problem with queen h2, because in the variation that we were analyzing before, then you can sacrifice on g5, give queen e7 and queen g5.
We'll
Could
show
this
this
be a
variation.
draw?
It's a really, really important one.
It's beautiful.
So as Ding Liren calculates, we'll show some analysis here of queen h2 check, king f2.
So let's say you take with the bishop, then maybe I can take on g5, and queen e7, queen g5, it's a draw.
After bishop takes e8, bishop takes g5, already white is better.
Oh my gosh, yeah, queen d4 check. This king is just being hunted. You can't go to the back rank because of this bishop hanging. If you go to f8 over here, this queen has a bunch of options. Queen f6 actually is a mistake, it says, just zeros, but instead, I mean, that's tempting. And don't play queen d6, forgetting that this queen can move backwards, but queen c5, and this pawn will hang with check. This rook comes into e7.
I was only looking for a draw, but,
Yeah.
But there's more. It's incredible.
Wow, this king is just quit. I mean, it's running out of moves.
So you cannot take on g5.
So if you can't take it back on g5, then it's clear that
No,
queen
you
e2
have to
I
take.
mean, like bishop g5, then you have to make another move.
You have to play rook takes e8, but then there might be still bishop takes g5. Amazingly, because rook e1, queen e1, then the queen travels to e7. If you take immediately, then it's easy.
Right. You
take in queen e7, etc.
Yeah, the queen will just give a bunch of checks. But if you take on e1, the queen takes back in similar idea, right? You lose your bishop.
Yeah.
And then you go queen e7.
Right.
Once the king goes up, you go queen e6 check, and
if king h5, queen f7, king g4, and now queen back to e6. And you can't go to f4.
It's so tempting to go to f3, but this is a mistake because it's a king h4. You have no more good checks. If you check here, we interpose with check, trading the queens.
Exactly.
So queen e6.
Wow, but it's absolutely fascinating.
Oh, and he played queen h2.
He did it.
Oh my goodness. Could you imagine if Fabiano, after queen h2 check, king f2, if Ding is still playing for a win, and we see bishop takes g5?
Which we don't.
We don't. He went rook takes e8.
Okay, Fabi's going to find bishop takes g5, and that's how the game is going to end.
And Fabi gets 15 more minutes, so he doesn't have to worry about flagging just yet. That's a big moment for the top player from the United States, who's been in second place throughout this event, and he needs to remain in second place. Hikaru. Hikaru's face is like, what in the world has happened here?
Yeah, you can't believe that Fabi is on the defensive.
And his jacket is on, by the way.
He knows it's over because Report is one move away from drawing the game. He's still taking a lot of time, but
I think we're going to get some new social media content out of that reaction by Hikaru. I mean, he can't believe what happened to Fabiano's position. Fabiano was the one who was pressing this whole time, and now it's an extra pawn for black.
It's crazy. But fortunately for Fabi, bishop takes g5 is a saving grace. It's probably not the only move. You could also drop the bishop back to d2. I'm very surprised by Ding's choice. I personally thought that the immediate bishop c6 might have been the best chance, but second best would have been to take with the bishop in this position, forcing Fabi to find a very difficult 60th move.
Yeah, no, I think back here you're saying that rook h8 made it a little bit easier than bishop c6, which forces this queen back to d2 to help, and then rook h8 and the attack, which is just getting started.
I mean, e8 knight, move 60. Can you imagine how hard that is to find?
First of all, look at Fabi, you know how difficult it was for him to survive through the time trouble. It's like, and now he has to calculate once again. He's given only 15 minutes. He has to be extremely precise and to find the only move not to lose, bishop g5.
And he needs to find Hikaru Nakamura's approval because Hikaru keeps coming back to the board, shaking his head. He cannot believe what has happened to Fabiano Caruana's position. But you know what Hikaru's doing? He's calculating bishop takes g5. He is looking at this game as if it were his own.
He can't help it.
And you could see it. You could see the calculations in his head. Then he shakes his head. I don't know if he's more upset with Fabiano's game or his own, but I can tell he's looking at bishop takes g5 and trying to see, is that a forced draw?
Yeah. That's exactly what he's doing. Fabi will probably take, maybe even... I mean, bishop takes g5 is not hard to calculate because the variations are so forced. The black king doesn't have that many pathways that it can take due to the queen skewer on h8. So the king can never escape to h5.
Right. And I do want to draw our attention to that Hikaru Nakamura game. We saw his jacket is on. It looks like he is ready to go. So as we bring back the multiple board view here, we see that Report has grabbed the g-pawn. Hikaru's e-pawn is running up the board. And, well, we talked about this earlier. The bishop just covers the square, the dark square. And even if you had some defense of the square with a 95, you sacrifice the bishop for that pawn, and then white does not have mating material.
But there's a nice line here. 95 check. Report is intending king g5. Looks like a terrible blunder.
Oh, wow.
But the king makes its way to e7. This is what he spent so much time calculating.
Wow, wow, wow. King f6, knight takes, and it looks like white's about to win and is one move away from victory if the king were on d5. But after king e7, either you move your knight and lose your remaining pawn,
and Fabi,
or you lose your knight.
I think Fabi grabbed on g5.
Okay. So, while Hikaru makes the last few moves of his draw, we'll bring up...
Or did he?
Whoa, queen?
No, he did not.
Is that a queen on g4?
You didn't see it. Oh my god.
Oh my goodness. And now Liren can try to play for a win. Like
Queen e5, Queen h2 to e5. Just get it back and enjoy your extra pawn.
Oh my gosh.
Fabi is completely out of sorts.
And I guess after Queen e5, this queen can come to d4 and you just start offering trades. But Ding, for the moment, he can avoid those trades. And if this rook ever gets into the action, if this rook can come up to square e5 or e4, and the king doesn't get checked a bunch, this could be really, really bad for Fabiano.
Yeah.
So let's have a look at queen d4, queen e5, queen d4, queen f5, king g1.
Bring this rook up, I guess.
And rook e4.
Yeah, queen a7 check, just king g6. That king has a great little spot on g6 where it can ride out the storm.
This is scary.
White might very well lose this.
Oh my gosh.
Unbelievable.
Oh my gosh.
Yes, and I cannot leave the first rank. I cannot play rook c1, rook c7 because you always have queen f1.
Yeah, that's right. This queen e5 move is so annoying. And if you play bishop d2, which I think is a tempting move, trying to
Queen
trade
c5,
rooks,
I think.
the queen comes to c5 with check. And if you play bishop to e3, the queen comes down to c2 with check. I keep checking you. Your king comes to the first rank. And I think already I have this move.
Takes, queen f1.
Check.
Queen c1 rather, queen d2,
and queen
bishop
Exactly.
c6.
Queen d2. And you have a problem. Your king needs to stay attached to the rook, which means king f3, and then bishop c6 check. Because
Unbelievable.
your king's out in the open. You are going to lose this rook. Oh my gosh. I can't believe it.
What an unexpected turn or twist.
I don't usually say this. I feel like I'm usually defending top players for missing moves. But I can't believe Fabi missed bishop takes g5. I mean, that is a move you consider. That's the first thing you consider. What happens if I liquidate and sacrifice and try to force the draw?
And time trouble is going to be a theme once again because Fabiano is 14 minutes and 29 seconds. He will get 30 seconds per move, but his king is so wide open, in trouble, vulnerable that it's going to be difficult.
Well, Ding's going to play queen e5, no question in my mind. I think we're going to say queen e5, queen d4, and then queen f5 check, and Ding is going to try to win that position. Incredible.
And it looks like Rajaba.
Okay,
Rajaba,
Hikaru handshake, by the way.
Report and Hikaru, they are making their draw. So just that one pawn pushing up the board until Hikaru takes it, and that will be the draw. So Report kind of laughed. He said, come on, do we really need to do this all the way? But the top players, they do that now. In the old days, they just agreed to draw really early. Now they play it out until the last piece is captured.
Right. Well, the knight's going to remain on the board, but as we know, king and knight versus king, there is no checkmate as he takes the final pawn. And as the players shake hands, what a dogfight, a 95 move affair. Disappointing for Hikaru. But Richard Report, he isn't exactly, the weakest link. He's a pretty decent player.
Yeah, I think the most frustrating part for Hikaru will be that he never had an advantage. That it looked pretty nice for him at certain points, but he never could press, he never could make Richard suffer. So that typically is what bothers these top players most, is not necessarily the result of the game, but if they couldn't actually exert any sort of pressure on the opponent.
Oh.
And they're just talking to each other. I guess they're trying to figure out where things could have gone differently. Really long game, but I would say for the last 40 moves of this 95 move game, it wasn't exactly that interesting, not too much to talk about, but they're talking about the opening stage, it seems, pointing to squares and two players friendly, but it's been a long day, so time to go, time to eat, and then come back tomorrow.
So you're getting better at it. At reading those conversations.
I'm just saying things and hoping that it's accurate, but Hikaru with his plastic bag, he goes away, and he is in second place. So with Ding Liren and Fabiano Caruana in the middle of their game, or well, it's towards the end, but still fighting, Hikaru is alone in second, and he probably hopes that this game is not decisive in Ding Liren's favor, because Ding Liren would leapfrog him in the standings.
And Alireza Firouzja is now trailing at the bottom of the standings.
Well,
that's such a disappointing result.
Yeah.
And Jan is watching the Caruana Ding game with horror, because this was supposed to be a surefire draw, and then his lead would have been extended to 2 points. If Ding Liren wins this game, it's a 1.5 point lead, still huge, Queen e5 on the board, but that makes the possibility of a miracle just a little bit bigger. It's annoying. It's annoying for Jan to have to deal with that.
And I know that Fabiano Caruana is the player who went 7 out of 7 the Sinquefield Cup, but I think as the players are just registering who's in the best form at the moment, they're all looking at Ding Liren as like, this guy could win every single game he plays.
Right.
Jan wisely made a draw against Ding. He had the white pieces. He never even allowed Ding to have a chance. The game's over as soon as it starts. And since then, Ding Liren has been a man on a mission. And right now, after queen to d4, I mean, this position is really difficult for Fabiano. Maybe he will find an accurate defense, but with that g2 pawn being on a light square, black having a light square bishop, we just saw queen f5, and ooh, king to g6 played. I actually really like that move by Ding. I feel like the slow play is the strong play.
Yeah, rook e4 looks very appealing as well, and he might still go rook e4, but he's reserving for himself the option of playing differently, maybe bishop c6 first. He's trying to be as flexible as possible. When you're in time pressure, these types of moves like king g6 are the hardest to face because they give you the most amount of options.
Well, but on the other hand, you cannot exchange rooks. You cannot play bishop f2. You cannot play bishop d2 because I simply take on e1 and I win a piece. After,
it's true.
Queen f1, so...
Queen d2 looks basically forced, I suppose.
So queen d2 and rook e4 now.
Yes.
Yeah.
Why not?
Okay, now bishop f2. That's
rook g4. And then there's queen d8. And somehow you're holding on. Bishop c4.
Yeah, because if you get this check here, that's going to be a draw over here. So you don't have time to play bishop c6, which you really would like to do.
But bishop c4, queen e8, bishop f7.
But then black is going backwards, and this queen can just probably venture all the way down here in defense. a6 is threatened in some positions. If you move your bishop, queen goes right back to e8. It feels like Fabi barely holding on there. And did he just play queen to d2? Yes, he did.
I believe he did.
Oh, Hikaru just wanted a high accuracy on Chess.com game analysis. That is what happens when players play 95 moves. It kind of skews the data because the last 50 moves were just shuffling back and forth. But this game, I mean, this hasn't been perfect. It has had its fair share of inaccuracies, one of which came right before the time control.
Right. What an unbelievable turnaround. I'm still wrapping my head around the fact that Ding is the only one who can win this game now. I mean, if you told us that after the opening, I wouldn't be surprised. But knowing what the middle game looked like, this is just nuts. And I wonder if Ding is going to try to play relatively quickly here. I said this right before the time control. I think it's true again. Fabi, not a lot of time here. And if Ding can whittle his clock down to 5 or 6 minutes, that additional factor could cause Fabi to panic even further.
It almost feels like Ding Liren is not trying to punish Fabi on the clock. Maybe he believes in Fabi's blitz skills, which does make sense because Fabiano currently is the number, I think, 3 rated blitz player on the planet. He's gone to something like 2840 in blitz, which will come as a surprise to many because that was the part of his game that people most criticized. They said, maybe he can play Magnus in the classical chess, but rapid and blitz he has no chance. But he's actually improved greatly his rapid and blitz play. So I think Ding, maybe a few years ago, he would think, let me try to pressure him on the clock more and ignore some of the subtleties on the board. And now he's like, no, Fabiano, he can really play in time trouble. Let's just try to beat him or cause the most problems here from the position.
Oh, but maybe it also depends on the position. You know, if they would start a blitz game, from the initial position, that would certainly be true, but it's very difficult to defend those in a time trouble, because just you can try and penetrate the H file, put your bishop on c6 once again. So there's so many options for black.
So many options. This bishop at any moment can switch diagonals. There's no ability for white to trade queens, because as soon as you try to over here, we're going to ignore the bishop is hanging. Just the bishop can just come in d3. So what white wants is to trade pieces, and black can avoid that for the foreseeable future.
Yeah. But what is the most precise move now for black?
Rook c8, rook e4.
These two are very tempting.
So the difference between rook e4 and king g6 is that now king g6 allows all kinds of perpetual. The king on g7 was actually standing much better from this point of view. So you could play rook e4 and rook g4 safely. Now maybe he can start with rook c8 and rook c2.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that is a very annoying move. At rook c8, there is rook c1. And let's not forget that another pathway is through the H file, where the rook was previously. So you could go rook. You could induce rook c1 and then go rook h8. I'm not sure how that impacts the position, but lots of different angles to explore for the rook.
Well, speaking of angles, we have so many good camera angles. Our production team working so hard. That's one angle. Join that one. Oh, we got a different. And so many cameras.
A fourth one would be nice.
Wow.
There we go. And a fifth one.
Oh my goodness. Well,
modern technology, ladies and gentlemen.
They must feel like models because all those cameras snapping shots of them, but they are fully focused. So even if cameras were being clicked, they would not be able to notice because this one has their undivided attention. And rook c8, I like what we were just talking about. Rook c8, rook c1, you definitely do not want to trade rooks. And rook h8 makes a lot of sense because now that the rook is no longer on e1, I may be able to get my queen over here to e5 and then go back to the plan on the h2 square. But no, it looks like Ding Liren started with bishop c6. And the great thing about his position, Almira, is that he can just like shuffle and do a bunch of things, and Fabiano will continue to have to defend.
Well, actually, I was thinking that we have so many angles and we have access to so much information. The one information I actually want to have now is their heart rate. I know that at some tournaments, players accepted that their heart rate would be measured during the game. And I think this would be a clear indicator how they actually feel at this very moment.
I would imagine that Fabiano's heart rate is pretty intense. I think that Ding Liren, he looks like he's hanging out. He's got exactly 30 minutes remaining. Earlier, I saw that Hikaru had exactly 1 hour on the clock. So you don't really see all zeros too often. But Ding Liren, 30 minutes. Fabiano, 13 and less than 13 and a half minutes. He's thinking on this move. And we know he would love nothing more than to trade these rooks here for one another, but he needs to make it work. And he plays bishop d4.
Good move.
No,
bishop
f2. No, but bishop d4, because now that the bishop has left the the f1 a6 diagonal, rook f1 was possible.
Oh my goodness, that's true, right? The bishop.
Oh, that was a big threat. So bishop f2 also looks pretty sound, but there is the move queen g4 in response to bishop f2, because another difference between the two bishop placements is that on f2 it intercepts the contact between the white queen and the g2 pawn, allowing for mate threats.
But bishop d4, does that almost force the rooks off? Because rook f1 is a threat, which means that you either play a very passive move like rook f8 just to keep them on, or you trade the rooks and try to win that endgame, but that doesn't look so good. So Ding Liren, I mean, he has been benefiting from some inaccuracies, and let's take a look at the player.
It took some good fortune, but Ding Liren arrives at the candidates with some very legitimate reasons to think he can secure a bid to challenge for the world title for the very first time. A visa issue originally kept Ding out of the last opportunity to qualify, but when a spot opened, Ding was next man up based upon his hot streak of late. The timing couldn't be better for Ding, An entertaining and unpredictable player, Ding enters the candidates rated higher than any player in the field.
The chat went nuts. They love their man Ding Liren. We said this is an engine move. Humans don't find it, and he found King F1.
I'm absolutely stunned once again. This is such a difficult move.
The strongest player in China's history, Ding is the only player from that country to earn a 2800 rating. Launched by an undefeated streak across 100 straight classical games, Ding has sat amongst the world's top 5 for the past 5 years. Once out of the tournament completely, Ding now aims to bring China into a World Chess Championship match for the first time in his native land's history.
Ding Liren, the #1 player from China. He's still fighting for a win in this 11th round. He's won 2 games in a row before this, and he has 2 whites in his remaining 3 games. So, I mean, what a player he is. We know what he's capable of. And unfortunately for Fabiano Caruana, he's finding it out once again. I'm not saying that this game is in the books. This win is not secured. But Fabiano has a bad lifetime record against Ding Liren, and his position is not good right now.
Well, actually, what I was thinking is, like, can we have a look at the standings? If Ding wins his 4 games, the remaining 4 games, and if Jan draws all of his remaining games, like, what is happening? Because I cannot see.
Then Ding Liren will finish with 9.5 points, and Jan will finish with the same.
With a 9.5 as well. So
we have a queen trade, though.
we have, like, a possibility of a tiebreak.
If nobody can stop Ding Liren, then yeah, we certainly would. But right now, Fabiano Caruana doing his best. We just saw the queens come off the board. Bishop e4, queen g3, and the move queen takes, bishop takes an f5 played by Ding Liren. And this is a position where white should be capable of holding a draw. We know that based on the evaluation. But the issues are not going away. This king is about to go king h5, king g4. This pawn might play f4 and f3 at some point if this king remains here. So black can create a passed pawn. Black can also free the rook now and maybe go for that a5 pawn while also threatening to put pressure on the g2 pawn.
Yeah, I would estimate black's drawing chances as at least equivalent to white's winning chances. And the reason why is because there's just no way for white to force anything. Black can maneuver for 50 moves. And then black can choose to play f4 essentially whenever he wants to. And on top of all of that, there's a very clear plan of action for black. It's not like one of those positions where you're just shuffling forever. You want to push your kingside pawns, and white has to be very precise to do something about it. I think Fabi played bishop c7, and that appears to be a very accurate defensive move.
Well, I was thinking that you should start with king h5 and bring your king to g4 before you play, well, something very concrete like a 4. Maybe then king h5, king g4, then rook c8, rook c2, and then f4.
So what move for white after king h5?
Are you going to play g3 here? This looks very scary.
No, it's like a move I would never want to play, but I can understand it.
King f2, let's say.
The king runs away, so king f2.
Here, king g4.
Right.
Well, you cannot wait forever. So let's say you will play something like rook c1.
Yeah, rook c1, because anytime you play g3 here, it's important to point out that you're opening up the h2 square for the black rook, right? So you said rook c1. Okay. Now, the question for black is when do you play f4? Because you don't want to play too early, because you might walk into rook e1.
I need to bring my rook first. So here I cannot play rook d8, so I will start with rook e7 and rook d7 then.
God, this is so nasty. Rook d7 is coming, then rook d2 is going to be a big threat. And I really have no idea what white's best defensive setup is here. It's just super, super nasty. Wow.
And Fabiano still with a decent amount of time here, 12 minutes, 45 seconds. The clock is ticking, but he gets those 30 seconds with every move played. And the problem, I guess, is that every move for black is so easy to play.
And every move for white is so hard.
Is there a way that you can replace your bishop somewhere to d8 and bring your rook to c5, so you will not allow me to advance, to attack the g5 pawn.
You can do that, but then you'd open up the second rank. So then I try to get my rook to d2. I feel like whichever defensive construction you choose, there's always going to be one of two things. Either you'll allow me to push my pawns, or you'll allow me to infiltrate with my rook to the second rank.
Big questions for Fabiano Caruana to answer. He has enough time. Ding Liren bringing his pieces forward, but we are going to take a quick break. We'll leave these players to it. The game will continue. It's going to be close to see if Ding Liren can win. But for now, we're going to head out for just a few minutes. This is Round 11 coverage of the 2022 FIDE Candidates, brought to you by Chess.com.
How many brilliant moves have you played? When do you play your best chess? How many games have you won by castling in the endgame? How many opponents have you played from New Zealand? And most importantly of all, how many Botez gambits has Alexandra Botez played? Find the answers to all of these questions and many, many more at chess.com/insights. Our new tool that lets you dive deep into all of the fun and instructive data behind your chess. Try it today.
El ajedrez puede ser jugado por todo el mundo y ese es el enfoque primordial del ajedrez con cabeza. Demostrar que todo el mundo, aunque no sepas nada de ajedrez, puede acercarse al ajedrez y disfrutar del ajedrez.
Pues en este club ahora mismo hay 300 personas de socios. Entonces hay de todas las edades, de niños que van de los 4 años hasta señoras y señores que tienen 85.
We always say we are a family. The people who come here say that it is like being home. Everyone is very comfortable here.
Empezamos un grupo de amigas y empezamos sin saber nada. Mucho y estamos súper enganchadas al ajedrez.
He salido muchas veces a jugar por las calles de Madrid con el Club de Ajedrez con Cabeza y hoy, por ejemplo, pues en la primera inauguración de este club no me la podía perder y nada, pues estaba aquí esta mañana pues jugando con todo el mundo.
Tuve, la verdad, el honor de ser invitado a la fiesta de inauguración del torneo de candidatos. Fue un auténtico privilegio pues, ver a los jugadores y estar a menos de 1 metro de ellos. Cualquiera de los 8 jugadores yo creo que puede dar la sorpresa y retar a Carlsen.
Chess Kid is fun. Chess is great for the brain, but it's also fun to play. And Chess Kid makes it easy to have fun. Whether your child is a total beginner or a prodigy, they can hop on and find a well-matched opponent from around the world at any time. Chess Kid is the safe, parent-approved way for your child to play chess online. Chess Kid is educational. To kids, it feels just like playing, but chess is a great way to learn patience, strategy, and critical thinking. Chess Kid features a comprehensive training program that guides kids to level up on their way to mastery. This curriculum is designed to work with Common Core standards and global educational guidelines. There are more than 50,000 chess puzzles and a whole library of entertaining videos that teach strategies, tactics, openings, and endgames specifically for kids. Chess Kid is easy. Whether you're a parent helping your child, a coach managing dozens of kids, or a school of hundreds, Chess Kid helps you organize your students and monitor their progress. Each child receives a weekly report card that shows how many lessons, puzzles, and games were completed. You can also organize kids into clubs and send them messages. Chess Kid is the online home of scholastic chess for thousands of kids, parents, schools, and coaches. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for?
It is nighttime here in Madrid. The people are out and about. It's a very lively city. Some of the chess players wish they could be out and about, but they're still struggling with the defensive task. But as you see, so many people in this beautiful city enjoying the nightlife, and we're enjoying the end of this game. Move 72 between Ding Liren with the black pieces, Fabiano Caruana with white. And as a reminder to everybody, I'm joined in the studio by International Master Almira Skripchenko, Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. I'm Grandmaster Robert Hess, and we're watching these two Grandmasters slug it out. They're giving it their all here at the Palacio de Santonia.
Well, I think talking about players, we are hanging here on a thread, you know.
I'm not ashamed to be drinking coffee.
Well, I'm not asking for sympathy from the chat, but I will ask you to give your questions. We're happy to answer any, well, not any, I shouldn't say that, but plenty of the questions you throw at us. And as you see, we have 3 games already done with. Jan Nepomniachtchi, the big winner, he keeps on winning, other players drawing, and he is trying to extend his lead in this competition. 2 points ahead of Hikaru Nakamura, and he will remain 2 points ahead of his nearest competitors if this game between Ding Liren and Fabiano Caruana is drawn. But right now, Ding Liren, the #1 player from China, the #2 rated player in the world, he is trying to convert an advantage into a full point.
I mean, the fact that we even have this endgame is absolutely unbelievable. And remember that as Fabi defends it, as his time ticks down to 9 minutes and counting, he still has that voice in his head that says, I could have been eating a delicious paella right now with my team, win or draw. But the fact that I allowed this endgame is unbelievable. So not only is this almost indefensible from a human point of view, even though this should be drawable, he's got that voice in his head. He's tired after 6 hours of play. And what an unbelievable turnaround we've seen in this game. Simply incredible. And Fabi, with less than 9 minutes, plays Rook C3.
And apparently that was a big inaccuracy.
Bishop D3.
Oh my goodness, Bishop D3.
Bishop D3 wins it.
Oh my gosh, because after Bishop D3, if you take this bishop on D3.
But he missed it.
Oh no, Ding Liren didn't think.
Way too fast.
He had so much time. Oh my goodness, Ding Liren.
I still think he's going to win this game, though.
No, I don't disagree with you there, but he
Bishop
didn't
D3
any time.
Very findable.
If we just show really quickly, and G3 played by Fabiano because Rook D2 check was the threat as Black takes over the second rank. But just there, after Rook C3, an inaccuracy because Bishop D3 allows the Rook to infiltrate. And if you say, whoa, that's a free bishop. No, it's a bishop trade. The active king, the extra pawn, win this game for Black. Rook C5 is one threat. Rook C2 is another if the Rook leaves the third rank. So this would have been...
Just resigns.
Winning for it. And I can understand that Rook D6, it looks like you're going to get this pawn. But after F4, this is the issue. You gain the A6 pawn. The Rook swoops down to C2. The king returns to the first rank. And after King G3, it's all over.
When he was playing instantly, I thought it was going to be Bishop D3. That is a very uncharacteristic miss for Ding. And the reason he missed it, I think, is because he wasn't looking for it. He just didn't realize that a tactic could have existed in such a position. Fatigue, Almira. Fatigue, 6 hours.
But Fabiano missed it as well. You know, how many moves the players have missed, well, during this game?
A lot. And I think that what we were talking about earlier is Ding Liren, he wasn't rushing, he wasn't speeding up, he wasn't trying to win on the clock. And then suddenly, he did make a really fast move. And that's what's, I think, uncharacteristic is in previous games, in previous moves within this game, it's felt like he's always been deliberate. He's methodical. He's not playing something just for the sake of making a move. And in the most critical moment of his game here, that he could have played Bishop to D3, and he still can. And I agree with Danya that winning chances are very high for Black just because of the king's activity and the extra pawn. But he had a chance to secure victory, it looked like, on that last turn.
But then after Bishop D3 here.
Yep, as we analyze Bishop to D3 right now, sure.
What is the useful move for White?
Great question.
Because you're just trying to keep the bishop on.
Okay, Bishop B6.
Bishop B6, Bishop B5.
Rook C2, Rook H7. And you're going to resign. Oh, no, Rook C4 check then.
I was thinking of Rook to D3, but Rook H7 also as your.
Okay, Rook C5 is totally inhuman.
Oh my gosh.
Nobody plays that.
You probably have Rook C3, but even still, like with this Rook just going everywhere in the position.
Let alone the fact that Black can play F4 at any moment, and it's not like if Black plays F4, it's a draw.
No, trying to get that pawn going up the board because the king, the rook, the bishop, all towards the F file here. Wow, this is not easy at all for Fabiano Caruana, and he is playing quick moves. He played G3, didn't spend too much time to do so. But Almira, do you believe in Fabi's defense?
Well, the only miracle save that I found here is that the bishop is, well, of the wrong color. So if you trade rooks and sacrifice your bishop for the 2 pawns, F and G, then this would be a draw. But
right,
let's find how to do so, because it's not an easy task.
Yeah, it seems difficult to imagine a scenario where, I mean, I don't even know how to win this pawn, but in the event that we do and the rooks get traded, that's a really, really good point by Almira there. So that's what Black would like to avoid. And I think we need to show that line with Bishop D3.
Let's do it, because Ding is now thinking the one move in this entire game which he played instantly, he should have taken his time.
And Bishop D3, and it's not like White has to take, right? White can move this bishop somewhere. Let's say Bishop B6. But the problem is, once this rook comes in, your king does not want to be in line with this enemy bishop. This bishop will just go back, and your king eventually will have to move anyway to G1. And once the king goes to G1, in comes the bishop to E4. The rook and bishop team up. If you play bishop to F2, now the rook goes to the other side of the board. And I actually had wanted to make this point earlier, that getting your rook to A2 is the dream come true for Black, because you're aiming along the second rank at this weak G pawn, also at this pawn A5. And if you try to defend for a little bit longer, I think that White essentially is in Zugzwang after king F4. You don't have a rook move on the 5th rank to keep this pawn on A5. You push your pawn, you're just inviting the king into F3, and your king actually on G1 probably will get mated at some point soon. So bishop can't move, G2 is hanging. Wow, what a fascinating little Zugzwang there.
Incredible. White seems to have so many moves, and yet everything loses the game. If I may go on a very quick detour, just to finish the topic of why Ding missed Bishop D3, when he played Rook E7, he has this crystal clear idea of going Rook D7. And I think the important word here is the word attention. He's just not paying attention to the fact that the C7 bishop is being made contact with by the rook. This reminds me of this very famous psychology experiment where they showed a group of participants a video, and we're having some moves here, Bishop D3, Bishop B8. So nothing crazy happening for now. They showed a video of a bunch of people passing basketballs. And you were supposed to count the number of basketball passes that were made. A very difficult task, because there were 100 people and like 5 different basketballs. And the point is, there was a person in a gorilla costume walking across the screen throughout the video. And the point is that something like a third or even a half of people do not see this gorilla person, even though they're right in the middle of the screen, because they're not paying attention to it. So very often when you think, how could a player of Ding's caliber miss Bishop D3? He's just not paying attention to the pertinent tactical factors. He ain't seeing the gorilla man because he isn't looking for him. Yes, he's too fixated on his existing idea. But we've got some moves, and the bishop is back to B5.
And we should always contextualize that, of course, it's much easier to see these moves when you have a swinging evaluation bar going up and down when a player makes a mistake. So without that, it becomes much more difficult. And still, Ding Liren presses on here, and he is trying to get his rook into the second rank, force the king to the first rank, and this pawn on G3, protected by the bishop. Long live the long-range piece.
And I was wondering, just hypothetically, if Black sacrifices the rook on G3, is this a winning position?
Okay, so you're saying if the rook takes this pawn and you get the bishop and the pawn for this rook, would this be winning?
It depends maybe on the position of the white king at that moment.
And the white rook, because rook takes B5. And A6 is also in play.
And I also think that if this rook sacrifices itself for these pawns in that, like if we take away all the pieces that I have highlighted in red, that's the draw that
That's the miracle save.
That's the miracle save.
Oh, rook E7, rook C2,
oh my
bishop
gosh.
D3. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
He put it on the worst square.
The worst possible square, because the rook can't block.
He did it again. He allowed the rook to make contact with the bishop.
Oh my gosh. Rook E7, the rook just goes
and
right
am I right?
to
Rook E7, rook C2, bishop D3.
Oh, look, we'll
and that
analyze it right
forces
now.
the rook off the second rank. It's unbelievable.
Bishop D3
And Ding is going to play it
available.
quickly. This is unmissable.
Oh my gosh. Oh, Ding Liren has been given several chances
on a golden
in this game.
platter.
but it was from his tenacious defense. That's where it all started. And then he turned that defense into offense as soon as Fabiano missed. I'm going to bring back that position to show everybody where the tide started turning. It was right around here. The bishop came to d4 for Caruana. You have a pawn on e7, for goodness sakes. Pressure against this king. But the queen swoops into f4. The bishop comes back to save itself. And then queen g3. You see the evaluation bar dipping. This turned from a position where black's king was in trouble to white's. Fabiano, he never quite seemed to get his feet underneath him with the pressure. And rook e7 was in fact just played. And this is a winning position for Ding Liren. The evaluation bar has gone all the way down into -6 territory with the threat of rook e2 check. Oh my gosh.
And Fabi, you can tell he's one of the most unemotional, one of the most professional players at the chessboard, but even he, you can sense the consternation, you can feel it. And let's be real, with 7 minutes for the rest of the game defending this position after such a miss as he committed earlier in the game, virtually impossible.
Well, you guys are going to kill me one day.
Oh, well, the chat is saying yes. That's some Ding Liren fans here. We have a clap for Ding. And oh my goodness, this threat of rook e2 check. This is lights out for Fabiano Caruana, who started this event. He was on a winning streak, 5 points out of 7 games in any other event with any other player besides Jan Nepomniachtchi that would have led the tournament. But Jan was really just on his form, has been throughout this event. That put pressure on Fabiano. Fabiano lost first to Hikaru Nakamura, couldn't beat Nepomniachtchi, lost the game to Jan-Krzysztof, and it looks like Ding Liren is going to win his 3rd game in a row. And he will be the only player to win 3 in a row. That is a feat that doesn't happen very often.
You know how hard it is to win 3 in a row at Candidates? To win 1 game at the Candidates, even that's a feat that not everybody manages. To win 3 games in a row, and were 2 of them with black?
Yes,
2
in a row with black.
2 in a row with black. He beat Caruana today. He beat Duda on the first day. Oh my God! And yesterday he beat Richard Rapport.
And he was so close, well, to winning against Timur Rajabov.
Yes, yes. I mean, we know that Jan Nepomniachtchi is in the lead in this tournament, and he deserves to be there. But I've said this numerous times already. I think Ding Liren might be playing just as good of a tournament. He doesn't have the same score, but the quality of his play. In this game, he actually made a huge mistake, right? He had a better position after the opening stage, and he allowed Fabiano to gain control of the game, and then he played good defense. But throughout this tournament, he's had like 2 games where he's been worse. Game 1 against Jan Nepomniachtchi that he lost, and this game today, which he has turned right back around. So he has really played some stellar chess in this tournament. And as we look at Fabiano Caruana, I think the lights are leaving for this one. I think he realizes that he cannot stop the infiltration. And once this rook gets to e2, this king is forced to the back rank. There's all sorts of checkmating threats that are going to be available. And Fabiano Caruana, he knows that this game is out of hand.
We talked a lot about why it seems that Ding is a second half player. Why does he struggle so much in the first half of the tournament when this is what his real level is like? I think we can't forget about nerves. I think he looked really, really nervous during his first round game against Nepo. He was completely unrecognizable. He was literally going back and forth. The delta between how he played then and how he's playing now is absolutely massive. Let's not forget, once Ding had that bad start, the pressure was off his back. Nobody was expecting him to make a push. People were saying he would be in last place. And that, I think, actually motivated him. There's no discussion about you. Nobody's really looking at your games quite as intently. That's when he started firing on all cylinders. And look at him go now.
Yeah, he knows that he's winning, and the opposite side of celebration, jubilation, is heartbreak, and you can see it in Fabiano's eyes. I know him very well. We've been friends for a long time, and you can see that Fabiano, who started with 3 wins and no losses in the first half, he's about to have 3 losses and no wins in the second. So this has just not been his last few rounds. If you want to call it a mini tournament, he wishes it never happened. And this king is about to come into h3.
Or bishop d3, by the way.
Bishop d3 as well to cut the rook off. But once this king gets to h3, there are all sorts of mating nets and traps with a rook coming to g2. This bishop cuts the king off from walking towards the center. Oh my goodness, I cannot believe what we're witnessing.
Robert, what did you take during the break? It's like you're full of life.
Am I not always full of life?
No, but compared to us, you know.
this is really mesmerizing
Bishop
stuff.
D3.
Bishop D3.
Now that threatens king takes G3.
Oh my god.
And the reason that's a threat is because that in itself creates the mate threat on D1. Bishop D3, Bishop D6 is forced. And now the king sidesteps the pawn and moves to H3. And the threat is Rook G2 check and Bishop E4. The one thing that Black has to be careful about is stalemate. But there is no way for White to actually give up both the Rook and the Bishop by force.
Yeah, and just to kind of finish the sequence over here, Rook G2 check. Because the Bishop covers F1, the king goes to the corner. And after Bishop to E4, this is threatening all sorts of things, including a Rook check here.
Bang.
Rook takes pawn with mate. Oh my gosh.
And ding, he smells blood. He has become the shark. He has become the shark in the second half of the tournament.
And Almira, you asked, what happens if Ding Liren wins all of his games? I think that Jan Nepomniachtchi, we had him here, he said, I'm focusing on my next game, because I believe that people think Ding Liren can win every single game he plays.
Fabio resigns.
He resigns. The game is over. Ding Liren in clear second place. Fabiano Caruana's lifetime score drops to 2 wins for Caruana, 6 for Ding Liren, and it's really unfortunate for Fabi. He came into this tournament with high hopes and expectations for himself, and Ding Liren, who in the first half had a minus score, he's come out of nowhere and he's come firing.
Well, and Fabiano looked at the board in complete disbelief. It's like, what have I done?
Yeah.
And he left the playing hall immediately, so...
Yeah. When a player of Fabi's caliber loses a game like that, you can never really believe it. I mean, Bishop E3, Fabi lost his mind, but it was Ding's dogged defense. It was his persistence, his resistance, the fact that he didn't let things go out of control when Ding made that initial mistake, taking on B3 with the rook. The guy is a professional, never quits, and he is finally getting awarded here in the second half of the tournament. And Jan Nepomniachtchi, he must be feeling mighty annoyed that this game did not end in a draw.
I mean, Ding Liren, 3 wins in a row. We see here, he was the last game to finish. He's the last game on our graphic. And the only other player to win, unfortunately for Ding Liren, is Jan Nepomniachtchi, who played an excellent game with the black pieces. He let Alireza Firouzja go too far. And once Firouzja threw his pawns up the board, Jan said, you have no attack, I'm going to counter. And he scored that full point.
It was an incredible game by Jan. It was essentially a perfect game, even though he was pretty critical of himself, amazingly. Jan Nepomniachtchi solidifies his 1.5 point lead. And if you heard us say that Ding Liren would be in clear second place after round 3, after round 4, you would ask, what alternate reality are you living in? It's our current reality. Ding Liren is the hero of today's round. But Jan Nepomniachtchi, he is still ahead of the tournament by a country mile.
I just can't believe it, right? Because Ding Liren, he is the first player since 2013 to win 3 consecutive games at the Candidates. That's an accomplishment in and of itself. But as we look at the standings, he is in clear second. Fabiano Caruana drops all the way down to 4th. That seemed impossible when everyone was calling this a 2-horse race between Caruana and Nepomniachtchi. But Ding Liren, 3 wins, 7 draws, and only that 1 loss. Maybe. Is there something said that it might be meant to be?
Well, and we were talking about legacy. What legacy that would be if he wins all of his games and he forces Jan Nepomniachtchi to a tiebreak.
I mean, that would be something, right? If Ding keeps winning, and there's no guarantees that Jan can just draw his next 3 games, because the road ahead for all of these players, we're half joking about Ding winning all of his games, but the form that he's in, doesn't matter his color. He won 2 games in a row with the black pieces. But we know that the matchups ahead for these players, I mean, it never gets easier because every player is so strong. So as we head into the next round, we know that Jan Nepomniachtchi will be in first place, Ding Liren in second, Nakamura now clear 3rd, and he gets his crack at Jan Nepomniachtchi.
The importance of this game simply cannot be overstated. And the big question, as I was talking about earlier, is going to be the opening. If Hikaru plays his patented Berlin, will Jan take the quick draw? And will Ding's result from today influence Jan's decision? Might he have taken the draw? If Ding had drawn his game and the lead over Ding was at 2, we will never know that. But we will be watching very intently because Hikaru Nakamura, he's won a lot of critical games with the black pieces. He is riding some very good form in the second half, and he might not be willing just to give Jan an easy chance to draw the game. We will keep a close eye on that one, and of course on Ding Liren's chance to defeat Timur Rajabov for the 4th straight win with the white pieces.
I mean, Almira, I feel like Ding Liren is the perfect style to win a game against Timur Rajabov, who's been very solid, but in that first game that they played, he was able to outlast Rajabov, almost win, and then made a critical error.
Well, this is of course true, but I think that Timur has been struggling in this tournament with black, and well, if Ding he will most certainly study his opening repertoire, and if he finds a hole in a line, because remember against Fabiano Caruana, Timur Rajabov went for a 4c5, knight f3, a6. This is a very rare line, and that was a long struggle, but Fabiano managed to win at the end, and he had like a clear edge after the opening. So I think that Timur has to come up with, at least one idea tomorrow.
Yeah, he needs to survive the opening, and if that's the case, maybe we'll see Ding Liren play a rare e4 from him if he thinks that Rajabov doesn't have a good opening in response. But Ding Liren has 3 opponents left, as does everybody in this field. Up next is Timur Rajabov. We were just talking about the possibilities in that game. Ding Liren gets the white pieces. He has a good lifetime record against him, but then he gets Alireza Firouzja and Hikaru Nakamura. So we said he can perhaps win all of his games. That's going to be very challenging against that level of competition there.
Well, you take it one step at a time.
Yeah, and tomorrow's game against Timur Rajabov, that will show us a lot. Dinner time for everybody, but tomorrow's round is going to be an absolutely fascinating one.
Yes, for sure. So we'll see what Ding can do with the white pieces, if he can continue this momentum. 3 wins in a row. We haven't seen that since 2013. Candidates, really unbelievable stuff. But Jan Nepomniachtchi, that's the player that Ding Liren and everybody else is chasing. And look at this upcoming slate. 2 whites in a row for Jan Nepomniachtchi. So Almira, does he take it peacefully tomorrow against Hikaru Nakamura? He knows that Hikaru will try everything to beat him, but sometimes with the black pieces, you just have no options.
Well, if you would tell me before the tournament that scoring 8 out of 11 would not be enough to secure the victory in the tournament 3 rounds before, I would really question your sanity.
Mm-hmm.
But now here we are. He's probably going to try tomorrow with white against Hikaru Nakamura.
I agree. I think Ding's result will give him some butterflies in his stomach, and I think the Nepo is going to play something solid, but that will give him some chances to win. So not quite as drawish as what he played against Ding, but I think he's going to prefer to err on the side of being too solid, but we'll see. There's only one way to find out. We'll have to wait until tomorrow at 3 o'clock.
And we have to wait to see how opportunistic, how optimistic Hikaru Nakamura plans to be. But that's the end of the 11th round here at the FIDE Candidates. Almira, Daniel, I'm Robert S. It's been a long, long day, 6.5 hours of play. And as you see, people are just now leaving the tournament hall. Probably going to wait for some autographs. I know yesterday, Danya, everyone was asking you for your autograph, but we're going to say goodbye to round 11 of the 2022 FIDE Candidates. Enjoy your evenings. If you're elsewhere, enjoy the rest of your day. But until tomorrow, we'll see you then.